Section 1 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1 by William Bruce. Introduction. In reading the life of Benjamin Franklin, the most lasting impressions left upon the mind are those of versatility and abundance. His very genius lent itself without effort to the minutest details of such commonplace things as the heating and ventilation of rooms, the correction of smoky chimneys, and naval architecture and economy. His severely practical turn of mind was disclosed even in the devices with which he is pictured in his old age as relieving the irksomeness of physical effort. The rolling press with which he copied his letters, the fan which he worked with his foot in warm weather as he sat reading, the artificial hand with which he reached the books on the upper shelves of the library. But sober as Franklin's genius on this side was, it proved itself equal to some of the most exacting demands of physical science, and above all to the sublime task which created such a world-wide stir of reducing the wild and mysterious lightning of the heavens to captivity and bringing it down in fluttering helplessness to the earth. It was a rare mind indeed which could give happy expression to homely maxims of plodding thrift, and yet entertain noble visions of universal philanthropy. The stretch between Franklin's weighty observations on population, for instance, and the bright, graceful bagatelles with which his pen occasionally trifled, was not a short one, but it was compassed by his intellect without the slightest evidence of halting facility. It is no exaggeration to say that this intellect was an organ lacking in no element of power except that which can be supplied by a profound spiritual insight and a kindling imagination alone. The many-sided Franklin, the title of the essay by Paul Lester Ford, is a felicitous touch of description. The life, the mind, the character of the man were all manifold, composite, marked by spacious breadth and freedom. It is astonishing into how many different provinces his career can be divided. Franklin the man of business, Franklin the philosopher, Franklin the writer, Franklin the statesman, Franklin the diplomatist, have all been the subjects of separate literary treatment. As a man of business, he achieved enough when the limitations of his time and environment are considered to make him a notable precursor of the strong race of self-created men bred by the later material expansion of America. As a scientist, his brilliant electrical discoveries gave him for a while, as contemporary literature so strikingly evinces, a position of extraordinary preeminence. As a writer, he can claim the distinction of having composed two productions, the Autobiography and The Way to Wealth, which are read the world over. Of his reputation as a statesman, it is enough to remark that his signature is attached to the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Alliance between the United States and France, the Treaty of Peace between Great Britain and the United States, and the Federal Constitution. Of his labors as a diplomatist, it may be said that, if it is true that without the continuous assistance of France our independence would not have been secured, it is perhaps equally true that without his wisdom, tact, and European prestige we should never have retained this assistance, so often imperiled by the jealousy and vanity of his colleagues as well as by the usual accidents of international intercourse. His life was like a full five-act play, prophetic prologue and stately epilogue, and swelling scene imposed upon swelling scene, until the tallow chandler's son, rising from the humblest levels of human fortune to the highest by uninterrupted gradations of invincible success, finally becomes the recipient of such a degree of impressive homage as has rarely been paid to anyone by the admiration and curiosity of mankind. To such a diversified career as this, the element of mere longevity was of course indispensable. Renown so solid and enduring as that of Franklin, and acquired in so many different fields, was not a thing to be achieved by a few fortunate strokes. He did not awake one morning, as did Byron, to find himself famous, though his fame in the province of electrical science travelled fast when it once got under way. Such a full-orbed renown could be produced only by the long gestation of many years of physical vigor and untiring activity. With the meager opportunities afforded by colonial conditions for the accumulation of wealth, there had to be an extended period of unflagging attention to poor Ridge's saying, "Many a little makes a mickle." To this period belong some things that the self-revelation of the autobiography, unselfish as it is, cannot dignify or even redeem from moral squalor, and other things which even the frankness itself of the autobiography is not frank enough to disclose. Then there is the unique story imprinted upon the face of Philadelphia to this day, of his fruitful exertions as town oracle and city builder. Then there is the episode of scientific inquiry, all too brief, when the prosperous printer and tradesman, appraising wealth at its true value, turns away from his printing press and stock of merchandise to give himself up with enthusiastic ardor to the study of electrical phenomena. Then there is the long term of public employment, beginning with the clerkship of the Pennsylvania Assembly, and not ending until, after many years of illustrious public service as legislator, administrator, diplomatic agent, and foreign minister, Franklin complains in a letter to Dr. and Mrs. John Bard that the public, not content with eating his flesh, seems resolved to pick his bones. The amount of work that he did, the mass of results that he accomplished during the long tract of time covered by his life, is simply prodigious. Primarily Franklin was a man of action. The reputation that he coveted most was, as he declared in a letter to Samuel Mather, that of a doer of good. Utility was the standard set by him for all his activities, and even his system of ethics did not escape the hard, gripping pressure of this standard. What he aimed at from first to last, whether in the domain of science, literature, or government, was practical results, and men as they are known to experienced and shrewd, though kindly observers of men, were the agencies with which he sought to accomplish such results. He never lost sight of the sound working principle which the mere academician or closet philosopher is so prone to forget, that the game cannot be played except with the chessmen upon the board. But happily for the world, few men of action have ever bequeathed to posterity such abundant written records of their lives. When Franklin desired to promote any project or to carry any point, he invariably, or all but invariably, invoked the aid of his pen to attain his end. To write for money, or for the mere pleasure of writing, or even for literary fame, was totally alien to the purposes for which he wrote. A pen was to him merely another practical instrument for forwarding some private aim of his, or some definite public or political object to which his sympathies and powers were committed, or else but an aid to social amusement. As the result of this secondary kind of literary activity, he left behind him a body of writings of one kind or another, which enables us to measure far more accurately than we should otherwise have been able to do the amount of thought and performance crowded into those eventful years of lusty and prolific existence. In the Library of Congress, in the Library of the American Philosophical Society, in the Library of the University of Pennsylvania, in numerous other collections in both hemispheres, are found the outflowings of a brain to which exuberance of production was as natural as rank vegetation to a fat soil. Nor should it be forgotten that many of his papers have perished, which, if still extant, would furnish additional proofs of the fertility of his genius, and swell the sum of pleasure and instruction which we derive from his works. With the sigh that we breathe over the lost productions of antiquity might well be mingled another over the papers and letters which were confided by Franklin on the eve of his mission to France to the care of Joseph Galloway, only to fall a prey to ruthless spoliation and dispersion. To look forward to a long winter evening, enlivened by the missing letters that he wrote to his close friends, Jonathan Shipley, Bishop of St. Asaph's, the good bishop as he called him, Sir Edward Newenham of the Irish Parliament, and Jan Egenhaus, physician to Maria Theresa, would alone, to one familiar with his correspondence, be as inviting a prospect as could be held out to any reader with a relish for the intimate letters of a wise, witty, and humorous letter-writer. The length of time during which the subtle and powerful mind of Franklin was at work is, we repeat, a fact that must be duly taken into account in exploring the foundations of his celebrity. By living 12 years beyond David's period, he said in one of his letters to George Whately, I seem to have intruded myself into the company of posterity when I ought to have been abed and asleep. He was born in Boston, Massachusetts, on January 6, O. 1706, and died in the city of Philadelphia on April 17, 1790. At the time of his birth, Anne was in the 4th year of her reign as Queen of England, and Louis XIV was King of France. Only 85 years had elapsed since the landing at Plymouth. More than 3 years were to elapse before the Battle of Malplaquet, more than 5 years before the publication of the first Spectator, 20 years before the publication of Gulliver's Travels. Franklin's name was an honored one, not only in his native land, but beyond seas before any of the other great men who signed the Declaration of Independence had emerged from provincial obscurity. His birth preceded that of Washington by 26 years, that of John Adams by 30 years, that of Jefferson by 37 years. Coming into the world only 15 years after the outbreak of the witchcraft delusion at Salem, he lived to be a member of the Federal Convention and to pass down to us as modern in spirit and purpose as the American House of Representatives or the American Patent Office. He at least is a standing refutation of the claim that all the energetic tasks of human life are performed by young men. He was 70 years of age when he arrived in France to enter upon the laborious diplomatic career which so signally increased the luster of his fame and so gloriously prospered our national fortunes. And he was 79 years of age when his mission ended. But even then, weighed down though he was by the strong hand of time and vexed by diseases which left him little peace, there was no danger that he would be classed by any one with the old townsmen of whom Lord Bacon speaks, that will be sitting at their street door, though thereby they offer age to scorn. After his return from France, he lived long enough to be thrice elected president of the state of Pennsylvania and to be a useful member of the convention that framed the federal constitution. And only 24 days before his death, he wrote the speech of Sidi Mahomet Ibrahim on the petition of the Erica or Purists for the abolition of piracy and slavery, which is one of the happiest diffusions of his satirical genius. Multos da annos is a prayer, we may readily believe, that is often granted by the gods with a scornful smile. In the case of Franklin, even without such a protracted term of life as was his portion, he would still have enjoyed a distinguished place in the memory of men, but not the broad-branching, full-crowned fame which makes him one of the most conspicuous landmarks of the 18th century. And fully in keeping with the extent of this fame was the extent of his relationship to the social and intellectual world of his time. The main background of his life, of course, was American: Lake Champlain, the St. Lawrence, the Charles, the Connecticut, the Hudson, the Delaware, and the Ohio rivers, the long western reaches of the Atlantic, the dark curtain of firs and hemlocks and primeval masses of rock which separated the two powers that ceaselessly struggled for the mastery of the continent, and rarely lifted except to reveal some appalling tragedy chargeable to the French and their dread ally, the Red Indian. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Fort Duquesne, all the internal features and surrounding, in a word, of the long, narrow strip of English territory between Boston and Philadelphia with which he was so familiar, and over which his influence was asserted in so many ways. With the exception of his brief sojourn in London in his youth, his whole life was passed in the colonies until he was 51 years of age, before he sailed for England in 1757. Upon his first foreign mission, the circumstances of his career had been such as to make him generally known to the people of the colonies. His almanac, his gazette, his pithy sayings, his humorous stories, his visits to Boston, attended by the formation of so many wayside friendships, his postal expeditions, the printing presses set up by him at many different points, his private fortune, his public services, his electrical experiments were all breath for the tramp of his fame. He knew colonial America as few colonial Americans knew it. He was born and reared in Boston, and after his removal to Philadelphia, he revisited his native city at regular intervals. The Boston manner, turn of phrase, and even tone of voice and accent and pronunciation all please and seem to refresh and revive me, he said in his old age in a letter to the Reverend John Lathrop. Philadelphia, the most populous and opulent of the colonial towns, was his lifelong place of residence. In the autobiography, he refers to it as a city I love, having lived many years in it very happily. He appears to have been quite frequently in New York. His postal duties took him as far south as Williamsburg, and the Albany Congress drew him as far north of New York as Albany. He was in the camp of Braddock at Frederick, Maryland, just before that rash and ill-starred general set out upon his long, dolorous march through the wilderness where disaster and death awaited him. Facts like these signify but little now when transit from one distant point to another in the United States is effected with such amazing rapidity, but they signify much under the crude conditions of colonial life. Once at least did Franklin have his shoulder dislocated by an accident on the atrocious roads of colonial New England. Once he was thrown into the water from an upset canoe near Staten Island. His masterly answers when examined before the House of Commons showed how searchingly conversant he was with everything that related to America. For some of our most penetrating glances into colonial life we are indebted to his writings, particularly instructive being his observations upon population in the colonies, the economic condition and political temper of their people, and the characteristics and habits of the Indians. It was a broad experience which touched at one extreme the giddy and artificial life of Paris on the eve of the French Revolution, and at the other the drunken Indian orgies at the conclusion of the treaty at Carlisle, which Franklin has depicted in the autobiography with a brush worthy of Rembrandt in these words: "Their dark-colored bodies, half naked, seen only by the gloomy light of the bonfire, running after and beating one another with firebrands, accompanied by their horrid yellings, formed a scene the most resembling our ideas of hell that could well be imagined." But the peculiar distinction of Franklin is that his life stands out vividly upon an European as well as an American background. It is interesting to contrast the scene at Carlisle with the opera in honor of the Comte du Nord, at which he was present during the French mission. The house, he says in his journal of the negotiation for peace with Great Britain, being richly furnished with abundance of carving and gilding, well illuminated with wax tapers, and the company all superbly dressed, many of the men in cloth of tissue, and the ladies sparkling with diamonds, formed altogether the most splendid spectacle my eyes ever beheld. Until the august figure of Washington filled the eye of mankind, Franklin was the only American who had ever won a solid and splendid European reputation. The opportunity had not yet arisen for the lively French imagination to declare that he had snatched the scepter from tyrants, but the first half of Turgot's tremendous epigram had been realized. For the lightning he had snatched, or rather filched from the sky. It may well be doubted whether any one private individual with such limited pecuniary resources ever did as much for the moral and intellectual welfare of any one community as Franklin did for pre-revolutionary Philadelphia. But it was impossible that such aspirations and powers as his should be confined within the pale of colonial provincialism. His widespread fame, his tolerant disposition, his early residence in England, his later residence there for long periods, his excursions into Scotland and Ireland and continental countries, the society of men of the world in London, and other great cities combined to endow him with a character truly cosmopolitan, which was to be still further liberalized by French influence. During his life he crossed the Atlantic no less than 8 times. After 1757 the greater part of his life was spent abroad. Of the 84 years of which his existence was made up, some 26 were passed in England and France. He was as much at home on the Strand as on Market Street in Philadelphia. The friendships that he formed in England and France were almost as close as those that he had formed in Pennsylvania with his cronies, Hugh Roberts and John Bartram. He became so thoroughly domesticated in England during his periods of sojourn in that country that he thought of remaining there for the rest of his life. And yet, if the Bryans had only been willing to confer the hand of their daughter upon his grandson, William Temple Franklin, he would contentedly have died in France. If there ever was an American, if there ever was a citizen of the world, if there ever was a true child of the 18th century, it was he. His humanitarian sympathies, his Catholic temper, his generous, unobstructed outlook enabled him without difficulty to adjust himself with ease to the genius of every people with whom he was brought into familiar contact. In America he was such a thorough American in every respect that Carlyle is said to have termed him on one occasion the father of all the Yankees. In England he was English enough to feel the full glow of her greatness and to see her true interests far more clearly than she saw them herself. He had too many Anglo-Saxon traits to become wholly a Frenchman when he lived in France, but he became French enough to truly love France and her people and to be truly beloved by them. In the opinion of Sainte-Beuve, he is the most French of all Americans. End of section 1. Section 2 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Franklin's Moral Standing and System, Part 1. Until a comparatively recent period, totally false conceptions in some respects of Franklin's character were not uncommon. To many he was merely the father of a penurious, cheese-bearing philosophy, and to no little extent the idea prevailed that his own nature and conduct corresponded with its precepts. There could be no greater error. Of the whole science of prudential economy, a master indeed he was. His observations upon human life in its pecuniary relations, and upon the methods by which affluence and ease are to be wrested from the reluctant grasp of poverty, are always sagacious in the highest degree. Poor Richard is quite as consummate a master of the science of rising in the world as Aristotle is of the science of politics, or Mill of the science of political economy. Given health and strength, a man who faithfully complied with his shrewd injunctions and yet did not prosper would be as much a freak of nature as a man who thrust his hand into the fire and yet received no physical hurt. The ready and universal assent given to their full truth and force by human experience is attested by the fact that the way to wealth, or the speech of Father Abraham, the plain, clean old man with white locks, in which Franklin, when writing one of the prefaces of Poor Richard's Almanac, condensed the wit and wisdom, original and second-hand, of that incomparable manual of the art of material success, has through innumerable editions and reprints and translations into every written tongue from the French to the Russian and Chinese, become almost as well known to the entire civilized globe as the unbroken strain of the martial airs of England. So well calculated, it was thought, was it, to promote sound principles of diligence and frugality, that it was, we are told by Franklin, reprinted in England to be set up in the form of a broadside in houses, and when translated into French was bought by the clergy and gentry of France for distribution among their poor parishioners and tenants. But so far from being the slave of a parsimonious spirit was Franklin that it would be difficult to single out any self-made man who ever formed a saner estimate of the value of money than he did, or lived up to it more fearlessly. In seeking money he was actuated, as his early retirement from business proved, only by the high-minded motive to self-enrichment which is so pointedly expressed in the lines of Burns: not for to hide it in a hedge, nor for a train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent. No sooner did he accumulate a sufficient fortune to provide for the reasonable wants of his family and himself than he proceeded to make this fortune the handmaid of some of the higher things of life: wholesome reading, scientific research, public usefulness, schemes of beneficence. In 1748, when he was in the full flush of business success and but 42 years of age, he deliberately, for the sake of such things, retired from all active connection with business pursuits. In a letter to Abiah Franklin, his mother, shortly after he found himself free forever from the cares of his shop, he speaks of himself in these words: "I enjoy, through mercy, a tolerable share of health. I read a great deal, write a little, do a little business for myself, more for others, retire when I can, and go into company when I please. So the years roll round, and the last will come, when I would rather have it said he lived usefully than he died rich." About the same time he wrote to William Strahan, a business correspondent, that the very notion of dying worth a great sum was to him absurd. and just the same as if a man should run in debt for 1,000 superfluities, to the end that when he should be stripped of all and imprisoned by his creditors, it might be said he broke worth a great sum. On more than one occasion, when there was a call upon his public zeal, his response was generous to the point of imprudence. The bond that he gave to indemnify against loss the owners of the wagons and horses procured by his energy and address for Braddock's expedition led to claims against him to the amount of nearly £20,000, which would have ruined him if the British government had not rescued him after long delay from his dreadful situation. Without hesitation he entered during his first mission to England into a personal engagement that an act taxing the estate of the proprietaries of Pennsylvania in common with the estates of the people of Pennsylvania would not result in any injustice to the proprietaries. On a later occasion, in order to prevent war between Great Britain and her colonies, he was willing to bind himself to the whole extent of his private fortune to make pecuniary reparation for the destruction of the tea cast into Boston harbor, if the province of Massachusetts did not do so. One of his last acts before leaving America for his mission to France was to place the sum of £3,000 or £4,000, which was a large part of his fortune, and all the ready money at his command, at the disposal of Congress. His salary as President of Pennsylvania was all given or bequeathed by him to public objects, the small sums to which he became entitled as one of the next of kin of his father and his cousin, Mrs. Fisher, of Wellingborough, England, he relinquished to members of the family connection who needed them more than he did. Once, though a commercial panic was prevailing, he pledged his credit to the extent of £5,000 for the purpose of supporting that of a London friend. His correspondence nowhere indicates any degree of pecuniary caution in excess of the proper demands of good sense. On the contrary, it furnishes repeated testimony to his promptitude in honoring the solicitations of private distress or subscribing to public purposes. Conspicuously unselfish was he when the appeal was to his public spirit or to his interest in the general welfare of mankind. Among his innumerable benefactions was a gift of £1,000 to Franklin College, Pennsylvania. When he invented his open stove for the better warming of rooms, he gave the model to his friend Robert Grace, who found, Franklin tells us in the autobiography, the casting of the plates for the stove at his furnace near Philadelphia a profitable thing. So far from begrudging this profit to his friend, he wrote his interesting account of the new invented Pennsylvania fireplaces to promote the public demand for the invention. A London ironmonger made some small changes in the stove, which were worse than of no value to it, and reaped, Franklin was told, a little fortune by it. And this, he says in the autobiography, is not the only instance of patents taken out for my inventions by others, though not always with the same success, which I never contested, as having no desire of profiting by patents myself, and hating disputes. When he was actually engaged in the business of printing, a similar motive, so far as public spirit went, led him to offer to print a treatise by Cadwallader Colden on the cause of gravitation, at his own expense and risk. If he could be the means of communicating anything valuable to the world, he wrote to Colden, he did not always think of gaining, nor even of saving, by his business. That the character of Franklin should ever have been deemed so meanly covetous is due to Poor Richard's Almanac and the autobiography, the former with its hard, bare homilies upon the gospel of getting on in life and its unceasing accent upon the duty of scrimping and saving, circulated so long and so widely throughout the colonies that the real Franklin came to be confused in many minds with the fictitious Poor Richard. Being intended mainly for the instruction and amusement of the common people, whose chief hope of bettering their condition lay in rigid self-denial, it is naturally keyed to unison with the ruder and austerer principles of human thrift. As to the autobiography with its host of readers, the only Franklin known to the great majority of persons who have any familiarity with Franklin at all is its Franklin, and this Franklin is the one who had to make the night joint labour with the day, breakfast on bread and milk, eaten out of 2-penny earthen porringer with a pewter spoon, and closely heed all the sage counsels of Poor Richard's Almanac before he could even become the possessor of a china bowl and a silver spoon. It is in the autobiography that the story of Franklin's struggle, first for the naked means of subsistence and then for pecuniary competency, is told. And the harsh self-restraint, the keen eye to every opportunity for self-promotion, and the grossly mechanical theory of morals disclosed by it, readily give color to the notion that Franklin was nothing more than a sordid materialist. It should be remembered that it is from the autobiography that we obtain the greatest part of our knowledge of the exertions through which he acquired his fortune, and that the successive ascending stages by which he climbed the steep slopes that lead up from poverty and obscurity are indelibly set forth in this lifelike book, with a pen as coarse, but at the same time as vivid and powerful as the pencil with which Hogarth depicts the descending stages of the rake's progress. And along with these facts, it should also be remembered that the didactic purpose by which the autobiography was largely inspired should be duly allowed for before we draw too disparaging inferences about Franklin from anything that he says in that book with respect to his career. It is a curious fact that almost every reproach attaching to the reputation of Franklin is attributable to the candor of the autobiography. It is true that in the political contest between the proprietary and popular parties in colonial Pennsylvania, he was often visited with virulent abuse by the retainers of the proprietaries. This was merely the dirty froth brought to the surface by every boiling pot. It is also true that after the transmission of the Hutchinson letters to New England, he was the object of much savage censure at the hands of British Tories. But this censure, for the most part, was as empty as the ravings of the particular bigot who endorsed on the first page of a volume of letters in the Public Record Office in London a statement that the 13 letters of Dr. Franklin in the volume were perhaps then only precious or important so far as they prove and discover the duplicity, ingratitude, and guilt of this arch traitor, whom they unveil and really unmask, displaying him as an accomplished proficient in the blacker arts of dissimulation and guile. Not less hollow was the invective with which the distempered mind of Arthur Lee assailed the character of Franklin when they were together in France, nor can it be denied that in such Rabelaisian jeu d'esprit as Polly Baker's speech, the letter on the choice of a mistress, and the essay on perfumes dedicated to the Royal Academy of Brussels, in the naivete which marked Franklin's relations to his natural son, William Franklin, and to his natural son, William Temple Franklin, and in the ease with which he adopted in his old age the tone, if not the practices of French gallantry, we cannot but recognize a nature too deficient in the refinements of early social training, too physically ripe for sensual enjoyment, and too unfettered in its intellectual movements to be keenly mindful of some of the nicer obligations of scrupulous conduct. In moral dignity, Franklin was not George Washington, though there was no one held in higher honor by him. If it were a scepter, he has merited it, and would become it, he said, in bequeathing a fine crab-tree walking stick to Washington, whom he termed my friend and the friend of mankind. If for no other reason, Franklin was not Washington because he lacked the family traditions and early social advantages of Washington. And perhaps Washington might have been more like Franklin if he had had some of Franklin's humor. While the resemblance is limited, Franklin does resemble in some respects Jefferson, who was too scientific in spirit and too liberal in his opinions not to be a little of a skeptic and a heretic himself. But nothing can be more certain than the fact that Franklin was esteemed by his contemporaries not only a great but a good man. We pass by the French extravagance which made him out a paragon of all the virtues, as well as the plus grand philosophe du siècle, for the French were but mad idolaters where he was concerned. It is sufficient for our purposes to limit ourselves to his English and American panegyrists. Referring to Franklin's humble birth, Benjamin Vaughan, a dull but good man, wrote to him that he proved how little necessary all origin is to happiness, virtue, or greatness. In another place, Vaughan speaks of the affection, gratitude, and veneration he bears to Franklin. To the sober Quaker Abel James, the author of the autobiography, was the kind, humane, and benevolent Ben Franklin, whose work almost insensibly led the youth into the resolution of endeavoring to become as good and eminent as himself. In urging Franklin to complete the story of his life, he added, "I know of no character living, nor many of them put together, who has so much in his power as thyself to promote a greater spirit of industry and early attention to business, frugality, and temperance with the American youth." As Franklin's letters bring to our knowledge, friend after friend of his, amongst the wisest and best men of his day on both sides of the Atlantic, we begin to ask ourselves whether anyone ever did have such a genius for exciting the sentiment of true, honest friendship in virtuous and useful men. His correspondence with Catherine Ray, Polly Stephenson, and Georgiana Shipley, though several of his letters to the first of the three are blemished by the freedom of the times and vulgar pleasantry, demonstrates that his capacity for awakening this sentiment was not confined to his own sex. Inclined as he was in his earlier and later years, to use Madame Brillon's phrase, to permit his wisdom to be broken upon the rocks of femininity, unbecoming his advanced age and high position as was the salacious strain which ran through his letters to this beautiful and brilliant woman, as we shall see hereafter, nothing could illustrate better than his relations to Polly Stephenson how essentially incorrupt his heart was when his association was with any member of the other sex who really had modesty to lose. Such was the pure affection entertained for him by this fine woman, that after the death of her celebrated husband, Dr. William Hewson, she removed from London to Philadelphia with her children to be near the friend, little less than a father, who had lavished upon her all that was best in both his mind and heart. There is much in the life of Franklin to make us believe that his standards of sexual morality were entirely too lax, but there is everything in it to make us believe that he would not have only have been incapable of seducing female innocence, but would have been slow to withhold in any regard the full meed of deferential respect due to a chaste girl or a virtuous matron. It is hard to repress a smile when we read under the head of humility in his table of virtues, just below the words in which under the head of chastity he deprecates the use of venery to the injury of one's own or another's peace or reputation, the injunction for his own guidance, imitate Jesus and Socrates. All the same, it is a fact that one person, at any rate, Jane Meekum, his sister, even thought him not unworthy to be compared with our Savior. I think, she said, it is not profanity to compare you to our blessed Savior, who employed much of his time while here on earth in doing good to the body as well as souls of men. Elizabeth Hubbard, the stepdaughter of his brother John, even warned him that if he was not less zealous in doing good, he would find himself alone in heaven. Through all the observations of his contemporaries vibrates the note that he was too wise and benevolent to belong to anything less than the entire human race. Jonathan Shipley, the good bishop, suggested as a motto suitable to his character, "He is country's friend, but more of humankind." Burke called him the lover of his species. By Sir Samuel Romilly he was pronounced by one of the best and most eminent men of the present age. Chatham eulogized him in the House of Lords as one whom all Europe held in high estimation for his knowledge and wisdom, and ranked with our Boyles and Newtons, who was an honour not to the English nation only, but to human nature. In one of his works, Lord Kames spoke of him as a man who makes a great figure in the learned world, and who would make a still greater figure for benevolence and candour, where virtue is much regarded in this declining age as knowledge. Less formal was the heartfelt tribute of Dr. Samuel Cooper of Massachusetts after many years of intercourse. "Your friendship has united two things in my bosom that seldom meet, pride and consolation. It has been the honour and the balm of my life." And when towards the close of Franklin's life he wrote to George Washington, "In whatever state of existence I am placed hereafter, if I retain any memory of what has passed here, I shall with it retain the esteem, respect, and affection with which I have been long, my dear friend, yours most sincerely." He received a reply which was not only a reply, but the stately measured judgment of a man who never spoke any language except that of perfect sincerity. If, said Washington, to be venerated for benevolence, if to be admired for talents, if to be esteemed for patriotism, if to be beloved for philanthropy, can gratify the human mind, you must have the pleasing consolation to know that you have not lived in vain. And I flatter myself," he continued, "that it will not be ranked among the least grateful occurrences of your life to be assured that so long as I retain my memory, you will be recollected with respect, veneration, and affection by your sincere friend." These were credentials indeed for the old printer to take with him on his journey to the bright orbs which it was a part of his early religious fantasies to believe were swayed by gods, intermediate in the scale of intelligent existence between ourselves and the one supreme, most perfect being, author and father of the gods themselves. It is, we repeat, the autobiography which is mainly responsible for the unfavorable impressions that have been formed about the character of Franklin. It is there that we learn what heady liquor his sprightly mind and free spirit quaffed from the cup of boyhood, and what errata blurred the fair, fresh page of his early manhood. It is there that he has told us how, as the result of his written attacks upon the established order, Puritan Boston began to consider him in an unfavorable light as a young genius that had a turn for libeling and satire. How his indiscreet disputations about religion caused him to be pointed at with horror by good people in the same starch town as an infidel or atheist. How he availed himself of a fraud in the second indentures of apprenticeship between his brother and himself to claim his freedom before his time was up. How in distant London he forgot the troth that he had plighted to Deborah Reed. How he attempted familiarities with the mistress of his friend Ralph, which she repulsed with a proper resentment. How he broke into the money which Mr. Vernon had authorized him to collect. How he brought over Collins and Ralph to his own free-thinking ways. How he became involved in some foolish intrigues with low women which, from the expense, were rather more prejudicial to him than to them. It is in the autobiography also that we learn from him how he thought that the daughter of Mrs. Godfrey's relation should bring him as his wife enough money to discharge the remainder of the debt on his printing house, even if her parents had to mortgage their house in the loan office. How partly by sheer force and pinching economy, and partly by dexterity and finesse, sometimes verging upon cunning, he pushed himself further and further along the road to fortune, and finally how he was so successful with the help of his art of virtue, despite occasional stumblings and slips in realizing his dream of moral perfection, as to be able to write complacently upon the margin of the autobiography, nothing so likely to make a man's fortune as virtue. It is things like these in the autobiography that have tended to create in minds which know Franklin only in this narrative the idea that he was a niggard, a squalid, utilitarian, and even a little of a rogue, though the same autobiography witnesses also that he was not so engrossed with his own selfish interests as not to find time for the enlarged projects of public utility, which to this day render it almost impossible for us to think of Philadelphia without recalling the figure of Franklin. Si momentum requiris circumspice was the proud inscription placed over the grave of Sir Christopher Wren in the city where his genius had designed so many edifices. The same inscription might be aptly placed over the grave of Franklin in Christ Church Yard in the city where his public spirit and wisdom laid the foundations of so much that has proved enduring. There is unquestionably a shabby side to the autobiography, despite the inspiring sacrifice of his physical wants, which Franklin made in his boyhood to gratify his intellectual cravings, the high promptings which the appetites and unregulated impulses of his unguarded youth were powerless to stifle, the dauntless resolution and singleness of purpose with which he defied and conquered his adverse star, the wise moderation of his hour of victory, the disinterested and splendid forms of social service to which he devoted his sagacious and fruitful mind, his manly hatred of injustice and cruelty, his fidelity to the popular cause which neither flattery could cajole nor power overawe. In its mixture of what is noble with what is ignoble, the autobiography reminds us of the merchandise sold at the new printing office near Market in Philadelphia, where Franklin conducted his business as a printer and a merchant, where his wife Deborah assisted him by folding and stitching pamphlets, tending shop and purchasing old linen rags, and where his mother-in-law, Mrs. Reed, compounded her sovereign remedy against the itch and lice. Now it was a translation of Cato's Moral Districts, or a pamphlet against slavery, fresh from his own press. Now it was a copy of some devotional or useful work which the last packet had brought over from London. Now it was a lot of goose feathers or old rags or a likely young negro wench. But on the whole we cannot help thinking that the calm view which Franklin himself in the cool of the evening of his life takes of the early part of his existence was, with some qualifications, not far wrong. Notwithstanding the dangerous season of youth and the hazardous situations in which he was sometimes placed among strangers, when he was remote from the eye and advice of his sterling father, Josiah Franklin, he believed, as we know from the autobiography, that he had not fallen into any wilful gross immorality or injustice. And start as the student of Franklin may at times at things which might chill for the moment the enthusiasm of even such a Boswellian as the late John Bigelow, to whose editorial services the reputation of Franklin is so deeply deeply indebted. He is likely in his final estimate to find himself in very much the same mood as that which impelled Franklin in the autobiography to make the famous declaration, so true to his normal and intensely vital nature that were it offered to his choice he should have no objection to a repetition of the same life from its beginning, only asking the advantages authors have in a second edition to correct some faults of the first. Be this as it may, it is at least safe to say that it is very unfair to judge the character of Franklin by the autobiography without bearing in mind one of the leading motives by which he was induced to write his own life. To his great honor, it can be said that to do good in the higher social sense, to promote the lasting interests of humanity, to free the march of the race from every handicap, every impediment, whether arising in or outside of ourselves, to instruct, to enlighten, were the dominant incentives, the mellow yet commanding passions of his existence. Like many another philosopher before and since, in his zeal to subserve the general interest, he forgot himself. If other young men treading in his footsteps could be deterred by the warnings of his errors from becoming involved in the mistakes and moral lapses in which his youth and inexperience were involved, he was willing, though not without some misgivings, to lay before them and the whole world all the details of these errors. In composing the autobiography, he was influenced to no little degree by the spirit of a man who bequeaths his own body to the surgeons for the advancement of science. If his reputation suffered by his tender of himself as a corpus vile for the benefit of future generations, he was prepared to take this risk, as he was prepared to take the risk of 2 electric shocks, which nearly cost him his life, in the promotion of human knowledge. It is impossible for anyone who is not familiar with the perfect lack of selfish reserve brought by Franklin to the pursuit of truth or the universal interests of mankind to understand the extent to which, in composing the autobiography, he was moved by generous considerations of this sort. In no other production of his did he show the same disposition to turn the seamier side of his existence to the light, for the simple reason that no other production of his was written with the same homiletic purpose as the autobiography. And if this purpose had not been so strong upon him, how easy it would have been for him, by a little judicious expression here and a few softening touches there, to have altered the whole face of the autobiography, and to have rendered it as faithless a transcript of the slips and blots of his life as are most autobiographies of human beings, even those of men who have enjoyed a high repute for moral excellence in their relations to the indiscretions, the follies, and the transgressions of their immature years. At any rate, of the offences of Franklin mentioned in the autobiography may be said what cannot be said of the similar offences of many men. He handsomely atoned for them all so far as the opportunities to atone for them arose. It was undoubtedly a serious breach of the moral law for him to have begotten William Franklin out of lawful wedlock, and in the impartial affection which he publicly bestowed upon his illegitimate son and his legitimate daughter, we see another illustration of his sensibility to the finer inflections of human scruples. But when we see him accept this illegitimate son as if he had come to him over his right shoulder instead of his left, take him under his family roof, give him every advantage that education and travel could confer, seek an honorable alliance for him, put him in the way to become the governor of colonial New Jersey, even affectionately recognize his illegitimate son as a grandson, we almost feel as if such ingenuous naturalism had a kind of bastard moral value of its own. The autobiography is interesting in every respect, but in none more so than in relation to the system of morals adopted by Franklin for his self-government in early life, when, to use his own words in that work, he conceived the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection. This project once formed, he went about its execution in a manner as strictly mechanical as if he had been rectifying a smoky chimney or devising a helpful pair of glasses for his defective eyesight. The virtues were classified by him under 13 heads: temperance, silence, order, resolution, frugality, industry, sincerity, justice, moderation, cleanliness, tranquillity, chastity, and humility. These terms are all tabulated by him in a little pocket-book kept for that especial purpose, and to each virtue the close attention of a week was successively given by him. If an offence was committed by him on a certain day, it was entered by a little black mark under that date opposite the affronted virtue. The object was to so concentrate his vigilance upon each virtue in turn, and to so strengthen his capacity to resist every temptation to violate it, as to finally render its practice habitual and instinctive. The plan in spirit was not unlike the system of prudential algebra to which he told Joseph Priestley many years afterwards that he resorted when his judgment was in a state of uncertainty about some problem. In one column he would jot down on a piece of paper all the pros of the case, and in another all the cons, and then by appraising the relative value of each pro and con set down before his eye, and cancelling equivalent considerations, decide upon which side the preponderance of the argument lay. Even Franklin himself admits that his plan for making an automatic machine of virtue did not work in every respect. Order he experienced extreme difficulty in acquiring. Indeed, this virtue was so much against his grain that he felt inclined to content himself with only a partial measure of fidelity to it. Like the man, he said in the autobiography, who, though at first desirous of having his whole axe bright, grew so tired of turning the grindstone on which it was being polished that when the smith who was holding it remarked that it was only speckled and asked him to turn on, he replied, "But I think I like a speckled axe best." The humility, too, which Franklin acquired, he was disposed to think was more specious than real. Pride, he moralizes in the autobiography, is perhaps the hardest of our natural passions to subdue, and even if he could conceive that he had completely overcome it, he would probably, he thought, be proud of his humility. This reminds us of his other observation in the autobiography, that he gave vanity fair quarter wherever he met with it, and that in many cases it would not be altogether absurd if a man were to thank God for his vanity among the other comforts of life. In the effort, however, to acquire humility, Franklin did, he informs us in the same work, acquire, as time wore on, the habit of expressing his opinions in such conciliatory forms that no one perhaps for 50 years past had ever heard a dogmatic expression escape him. And to this habit, after my character of integrity, he declares, I think it principally owing that I had early so much weight with my fellow citizens when I proposed new institutions or alterations in the old, and so much influence in public councils when I became a member, for I was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, hardly correct in language, and yet I generally carried my points. On the whole, even though Franklin did find order and humility not easy of attainment, he was very well satisfied with the results of his plan for imparting the force of habit to virtue. In his 79th year, the former tradesman sat down to count deliberately his moral gains. To his little artifice, with the blessing of God he owed, he felt the constant felicity of his life until that time. To temperance he ascribed his long-continued health and what was still left to him of a good constitution, to industry and frugality, the early easiness of his circumstances, and the acquisition of his fortune, with all that knowledge that enabled him to be a useful citizen and obtain for him some degree of reputation among the learned. To sincerity and justice, the confidence of his country in the honorable employs it conferred upon him, and to the joint influence of the whole mass of the virtues, even in the imperfect state that he was able to acquire them, all that evenness of temper and all that cheerfulness in conversation which made his company still sought for and agreeable even to his younger acquaintance. From other expressions of his in the autobiography, we are left to infer that he believed that frugality and industry, by freeing him from the residue of the debt on his printing house and producing affluence and independence, had made more easy the practice of sincerity and justice and the like by him. End of section 2. Section 3 of Benjamin Franklin Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2, Franklin's Moral Standing and System. So highly did Franklin esteem his method that he intended to follow it up with a treatise to be known as The Art of Virtue, containing a practical commentary upon each of the virtues inserted in his little book, and showing just how anyone could make himself virtuous if he only had a mind to. In this treatise it was his desire, he says in the autobiography, to expound the doctrine that vicious actions are not hurtful because they are forbidden, but forbidden because they are hurtful, the nature of man alone considered, and that it is therefore to the interest of every one to be virtuous who wishes to be happy even in this world. I should from this circumstance, he said, there being always in the world a number of rich merchants, nobility, states, and princes who have need of honest instruments for the management of their affairs, and such being so rare, have endeavored to convince young persons that no qualities were so likely to make a poor man's fortune as those of probity and integrity. The thought was more fully developed in a letter to Lord Kaimes, dated May 3, 1760. I propose likewise, he said, a little work for the benefit of youth, to be called The Art of Virtue. From the title, I think you will hardly conjecture what the nature of such a book may be. I must therefore explain it a little. Many people lead bad lives that would gladly lead good ones, but know not how to make the change. They have frequently resolved and endeavored it, but in vain, because their endeavors have not been properly conducted. To expect people to be good, to be just, to be temperate, etc., without showing them how they should become so, seems like the ineffectual charity mentioned by the Apostle, which consisted in saying to the hungry, the cold, and the naked, Be ye fed, be ye warmed, be ye clothed, without showing them how they should get food, fire, or clothing. Most people have naturally some virtues, but none have naturally all the virtues. To acquire those that are wanting, and secure what we require, as well as those we have naturally, is the subject of an art. It is as properly an art as painting, navigation, or architecture. If a man would become a painter, navigator, or architect, it is not enough that he is advised to be one, that he is convinced by the arguments of his adviser that it would be for his advantage to be one, and that he resolves to be one, but he must also be taught the principles of the art, be shown all the methods of working, and how to acquire the habits of using properly all the instruments, and thus regularly and gradually he arrives by practice at some perfection in the art. The virtue which this new art was to fabricate was obviously too much in keeping with the national tendency to turn over tasks of every sort to self-directed machinery. The art of virtue, however, was never actually penned, owing to the demands of private and public business upon Franklin's time, and the world was consequently left to get along as it best could with virtue of the old, impulsive, and untutored type. We are also apprised in the autobiography that the art of virtue itself was to be but an incident of a great and extensive project, which likewise never reached maturity, for the same reasons that arrested the completion of that work. This project was the formation of a united party for virtue, to be composed of virtuous men of all nations, under the government of suitable good and wise rules. The conditions of initiation into this body, which was to move on sin and debt throughout the world with embattled ranks of flying banners, were to be the acceptance of Franklin's final religious creed, of which we shall have something to say presently, and the continuous practice for 13 weeks of Franklin's moral regimen. And the members were to engage to afford their advice, assistance, and support to each other in promoting one another's interests, business, and advancement in life. For distinction, the association was to be called the Society of the Free and Easy, free as being by the general practice and habit of the virtues, free from the dominion of vice, and particularly by the practice of industry and frugality, free from debt, which exposes a man to confinement and a species of slavery to his creditors. It is in the autobiography also that Franklin states that he filled the spaces between the remarkable days in the calendar in his Poor Richard's Almanac with proverbial sentences, chiefly such as inculcated industry and frugality as the means, he declared, of procuring wealth, and thereby securing virtue, it being more difficult for a man in want to act always honestly, as, to use here one of those proverbs, it is hard for an empty sack to stand upright. This prudential view of morality also found utterance in other forms in the writings of Franklin. In the first of the two graceful dialogues between Philocles, the man of reason and virtue, and Horatio, the man of pleasure, which appeared in the Pennsylvania Gazette. The former warns the latter in honeyed words that he would lose even as a man of pleasure if in the pursuit of pleasure he did not practice self-denial by taking as much care of his future as his present happiness, and not building one upon the ruins of the other. All of which, of course, was more epigrammatically embodied in that other injunction of Poor Richard, deny self for self's sake. No wonder that Horatio was so delighted with the theory of self-denial, which left him still such a comfortable margin for sensual enjoyment, that when Philocles bids him good night, he replies, "Adieu, thou enchanting reasoner." Money makes men virtuous, virtue makes them happy. This is perhaps an unfair way of summarizing Franklin's moral precepts, but it is not remote from fairness. Truth and sincerity, he had written in his journal of a voyage from London to Philadelphia when he was but 20 years of age, have a certain distinguishing native luster about them, which cannot be perfectly counterfeited. They are like fire and flame that cannot be painted. It would have been well for the moralist of later years to have remembered this statement when he made up his mind to contract the habit of moral perfection. His Milton, from which he borrowed the hymn to the Creator, that is, a part of his articles of belief and acts of religion, might have told him, "Virtue could see to do what virtue would by her own radiant light, though sun and moon were in the flat sea sunk." Or, in other words, from the same strains of supernal melody, "If virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her." In teaching and pursuing a system of morals which was nothing but a scheme of enlightened selfishness, dependent for its aliment upon pecuniary ease and habit, he was simply faithful to a general conception of life and character entirely too earthbound and grovelling to satisfy those higher intuitions and ideals which, be the hard laws of our material being what they may, not only never permit our grosser natures to be at peace, but reject with utter disdain the suggestion that they and our vices and infirmities are but offshoots of the same parent stock of selfishness. It cannot be denied that, as a general rule, a man with some money is less urgently solicited to commit certain breaches of the moral law than a man with none, or that we should be in a bad way indeed if we did not have the ply of habit, as well as the whisper of conscience, to assist us in the struggle between good and evil that is ever going on in our own breasts. But the limited freedom from temptation secured by the possession of money, and the additional capacity for resisting temptation bred by good habits, are, it is hardly necessary to say, foundations too frail to support alone the moral order of the universe. Beyond money, however conducive it may be in some respects to diminished temptation, there must be something to sweeten the corrupting influence of money. Beyond good habits, however desirable as aids to virtue, there must be something to create and sustain good habits. This thing no merely politic sense of moral necessity can ever be. Franklin's idea of supplying our languid moral energies with a system of moral practice as material as a go-cart or a swimming bladder is one, it is safe to say, upon which neither he nor anyone else could build a character that would, as Charles Townsend might have said, be anything but a habit of lute string, a mere thing for summer wear. His art of virtue was a spurious, pinchbeck, shoddy substitute for the real virtue which has its home in our uninstructed as well as our instructed moral impulses. And for one man who would be made virtuous by it, 10, we dare say, would be likely to be made shallow formalists or canting scamps. It is a pity that Poor Richard did not make more of that other time-honored maxim, "Virtue is its own reward." Indeed, we shrewdly suspect that even Franklin's idea that he was such a debtor to his factitious system of moral practice was not much better than a conceit. The improvement in his moral character after he first began to carry the virtues around in his pocket is, we think, far more likely to have been due to the natural decline of youthful waywardness and dissent, the discipline of steady labor, the settling and sober effects of domestic life, and the wider vision in every respect in our relations to the world which comes to us with our older years. It is but just to Franklin to say that even before he adopted this little artifice, his character as respects the virtues which he specifically names as having had a hand in producing the constant felicity of his life, namely temperance, industry, frugality, sincerity, and justice, was, so far as temperance, industry, and frugality were concerned, exceptionally good, and so far as sincerity and justice were concerned, not subject to any ineffaceable reproach. In truth, even he, we imagine, would have admitted with a laugh, accompanied perhaps by a humorous story, that the period of his life before his dream of moral perfection was formed, when he was so temperate as to be known to his fellow printers in London as the Water American, and to be able to turn from the common diet to the vegetarian, and back again without the slightest inconvenience, would compare quite favorably with the period of his life after his dream of moral perfection had been formed, when he had to confess on one occasion to Polly Stephenson that he had drunk more at a venison feast than became a philosopher, or on another to his friend John Bartram, that if he could find in any Italian travels a recipe for making Parmesan cheese, it would give him more satisfaction than a transcript of any inscription from any old stone whatever. How far the effect of his moral regimen was to strengthen the virtues of silence, resolution, moderation, cleanliness, and tranquillity, we lack sufficient materials for judgment. These, assuming that cleanliness must have gone along with such an eager propensity for swimming as his, were all native virtues of his anyhow, we should say. But as to chastity, the invigorating quality of the regimen is certainly open to the most serious doubt. There is only too much in the correspondence which has survived him to give color to the statement of John Adams, that even at the age of 70 odd he had neither lost his love of beauty nor his taste for it. When we bear this in mind and recall what he had to say in the autobiography about the hard-to-be-governed passion of youth, which frequently hurried him into intrigues with low women that fell in his way before he resolved to acquire the habit of chastity with the aid of his book, we realize that the artificial scaffolding which he proposed to build up around his character reasonably enough broke down at just the point where the natural vigor of his character was the weakest. In point of sexual morality, Franklin was no better than the Europe of the 18th century, distinctly worse than the America of that century. His domestic affections were uncommonly strong, but the notable peculiarity about his domestic life is that he was not a whit less soberly dutiful in his irregular than in his regular family connections, and always acted as if the nuptial ceremony was a wholly superfluous form, so far as a proper sense of marital or paternal obligation, or the existence of deep unreserved affection upon the part of a husband or father went. His lack of scruples in this respect almost reminds us of the question put by his own Polly Baker when she was prosecuted the 5th time for giving birth to a bastard. Can it be a crime, in the nature of things I mean, to add to the king's subjects in a new country that really wants people? Apparently no ceremony of any kind ever preceded his union with Deborah, though accompanied by circumstances of cohabitation and acknowledgment which unquestionably rendered it a valid binding marriage in every respect under the liberal laws of Pennsylvania. He simply remarks in the autobiography, "I took her to wife September 1, 1730. The artlessness with which he extended the full measure of a father's recognition to William Franklin excited comment abroad as well as at home, and together with the political wounds inflicted by him upon the official arrogance and social pride of the proprietary party in Pennsylvania, was mainly responsible for the opprobrium in which his memory was held in the higher social circles of Philadelphia long after his death. So far as we know, there is nothing in his utterances or writings to indicate that the birth of William Franklin ever caused him the slightest shame or embarrassment. His dignity of character, in its way, it has been truly said by Sidney George Fisher, was as natural and instinctive as that of Washington, and in its relations to illegitimacy, for which he was answerable, seems to have felt the lack of conventional support as little as our first parents, in their pristine state, did the lack of fig leaves. He accepted his natural son and William Temple Franklin, William's natural son, exactly as if both had come recommended to his outspoken affection by betrothal, honest wedding ring, and all. The idea that any stigma attached to either, or that they stood upon any different footing from his legitimate daughter Sarah Batch and her children, was something that his mind does not appear to have harbored at all. His attitude towards them was as unblushingly natural and demonstrative, to get back to the Garden of Eden, as the mutual caresses of Adam and Eve before the fall of man. William was born a few months after the marriage of Franklin and Deborah, and his father, so far as we can see, took him under his roof with as little constraint as if his introduction had been duly provided for in the marriage contract. Indeed, John Bigelow, who is always disposed in the spirit of Franklin's own limping lines on Deborah to deem all his Joan's faults exceedingly small, rather ludicrously observes, William may therefore be said to have been born in wedlock, though he was not reputed to be the son of Mrs. Franklin. So identified did he become with all the other members of Franklin's household that Franklin in his letters not only frequently conveyed Billy's duty to his mother and Billy's love to his sister, but on one occasion at least even Billy's duty to his grandmother, Mrs. Reed, the mother of Mrs. Franklin. As the boy outgrew his pony, of which we obtain a pleasant glimpse in a lost notice in the Pennsylvania Gazette, we find Franklin in a letter to his own mother, Abiah Franklin, in which he couples the name of Billy in the most natural way with that of his daughter Sally, saying, Will is now 19 years of age, a tall, proper youth, and much of a beau. It was with William Franklin, when governor of New Jersey, that Sally took refuge at the time that her father's house in Philadelphia was there threatened with destruction by a Stamp Act mob. And it was to him shortly afterwards, when the tide of popular approval was again running in favor of Franklin, then the agent of Pennsylvania at London, that she dispatched these joyful words, Dear brother, the old ticket forever. We have it by 34 votes. God bless our worthy and noble agent and all his family. Through the influence of his father, the son obtained a provincial commission, which brought him some military experience, and also filled the office of postmaster at Philadelphia, and afterwards the office of clerk of the General Assembly of Pennsylvania. He was with Franklin when the latter sent his kite on its memorable flight into the skies, when he visited Braddock's camp, and when he conducted his military expedition against the murderous Indians. When Franklin sailed for England in 1757, William accompanied him with the view of obtaining a license from the Inns of Court, in which he had already been entered by the former to practice as a barrister. Abroad he still remained his father's inseparable companion, living with him, accompanying him in his travelling excursions, attending him when he was so signally honoured at Cambridge and Oxford, even poring with him over the parish records and gravestones at Ecton, from which Franklin sought to rescue such information as he could about his humble ancestors, who could not have excited his curiosity more keenly if they had all been princes of the blood. What the two learned at Ecton of the abilities and public spirit of Thomas, an uncle of Franklin and a man of no little local prominence, suggested such a close resemblance between the uncle and nephew that William Franklin remarked, had he died on the same day, one might have supposed a transmigration. Alexander Carlyle, in his autobiography, has something to say about an occasion at Dr. Robertson's house in Edinburgh, when the pair, as well as Hume, Dr. Cullen, Adam Smith, and others, were present. The son, Carlyle tells us, was open and communicative, and pleased the company better than his father, and some of us observed indications of that decided difference of opinion between father and son which in the American War alienated them altogether. The favorable impression made by William Franklin on this company at this period of his life he also made on William Strahan, of whom we shall have much more to say. Your son, Strahan wrote to Franklin's wife, I really think one of the prettiest young gentlemen I ever knew from America. Indeed, even in extreme old age, the handsome presence, courtly manners, and quick intelligence of William Franklin won their way at any social gathering. Speaking of an occasion on which he had met him, Crabb Robinson says in his diary, "Old General Franklin, son of the celebrated Benjamin, was of the party. He is 84 years of age, has a courtier-like mien, and must have been a very fine man. He is now very animated and interesting, but does not at all answer to the idea one would naturally form of the son of the great Franklin." A few days after the departure of Franklin from England in August 1762, the son was married to Miss Elizabeth Downes of St. James Street, a very agreeable West India lady, if her father-in-law may be believed. Before the marriage took place, he had been appointed, in the 32nd year of his age, governor of New Jersey. If the appointment was made, as has been supposed, to detach Franklin from the colonial cause, it failed, of course, to produce any such result, but it did have the effect of completely bringing over William Franklin to the Loyalist side when the storm finally broke, and Franklin pledged his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to the patriot cause. As the Revolution drew on, William Franklin became a partisan of the British government, and when he still held fast to his own office, in spite of the dismissal of his father from his office as Deputy Postmaster General for the colonies, Franklin wrote to him bluntly, "But you, who are a thorough courtier, see everything with government eyes." The son even disregarded what was practically a request from the father that he should give up an office which was becoming more and more complicated with the arbitrary measures of the English ministry, and had been year after year a drain upon the purse of the father. Then followed his ignominious arrest as a Tory by the New Jersey Assembly. His defiant vaunt, pro regi and patria, was the motto I assumed when I first commenced my political life, and I am resolved to retain it till death shall put an end to my mortal existence. His breach with his father, his rancorous activity as the president of the Board of Associated Loyalists, which drew down on him the suspicion of having abetted at least one murderous outrage, and his subsequent abandonment of America for England, where he died long after the war, a pensioner of the British Crown. With the breach between father and son ended forever, the visits that the members of the Franklin family in Philadelphia had been in the habit of paying from time to time to the colonial governor, the personal intercourse between the two, which, upon the part of the father, we are told by William Strahan, was at once that of a friend, a brother, and an intimate and easy companion. And such filial letters as the one, for example, in which William Franklin wrote to Franklin that he was extremely obliged to him for his care in supplying him with money, and should ever have a grateful sense of that, with the other numberless indulgences that he had received from his parental affection. After the restoration of peace between the two waning countries, overtures of reconciliation were made by William Franklin. "I am glad," his father wrote, "to find that you desire to revive the affectionate intercourse that formerly existed between us. It would be very agreeable to me. Indeed, nothing has ever hurt me so much, and affected me with such keen sensations, as to find myself deserted in my old age by my only son. And not only deserted, but to find him taking up arms against me in a cause wherein my good fame, fortune, and life were all at stake." Then, with an uncertain touch of the native sense of justice which was so deeply seated in his breast, he continued, "I ought not to blame you for differing in sentiment with me in public affairs. We are men, all subject to errors. Our opinions are not in our own power. They are formed and governed much by circumstances that are often as inexplicable as they are irresistible. Your situation was such that few would have censured your remaining neuter, though there are natural duties which precede political ones and cannot be extinguished by them." Responding to a statement in this same letter that the writer would be glad to see him when convenient, but would not have him come to Paris at that time, William Franklin had a brief interview with his father at Southampton, when the letter was returning, after the restoration of peace between Great Britain and the United States, full of gratified patriotism as well as of years and infirmities, to the land from which the son was an outcast. That immedicable wound, however, was not to be healed by one or even by many interviews, and while Franklin did subsequently devise his land Nova Scotia to William Franklin and release him from certain debts, he could not refrain from a bitter fling in doing so. "The part he acted against me in the late war, which is of public notoriety," the will ran, "will account for my leaving him no more of an estate he endeavored to deprive me of." Again, the remorseless moral system, in comparison with which the flimsy moral system of the autobiography is, to use Bismarck's figure, but a lath painted to look like iron, and reminded one who had had the temerity to violate its ordinances that what is now as luscious as locusts may shortly be as bitter as coloquintida. Surely there are few things in history more pathetic than that the relationship for which the father had set aside the world and the world's law, and to which the incalculable workings of human love had almost communicated the genuineness and dignity of moral legitimacy, should have been the one thing to turn to ashes upon the lips of a life blessed with prosperity and happiness almost beyond the measure of any that the past has brought home to us. It has been suggested that Franklin had another natural child in the wife of John Foxcroft. In a letter to the former Foxcroft, acquaints him that his daughter had been safely brought to bed, and had presented this writer with the sweet little girl. And in several letters to Foxcroft, Franklin speaks of Mrs. Foxcroft as my daughter. God send my daughter a good time, and you a good boy, are the words of one of them. The suggestion had been rejected by Albert Henry Smith, the accomplished editor of Franklin's writings, on chronological grounds which, it seems to us, are by no means conclusive. The term daughter, however, standing alone, would certainly under any circumstances be largely deprived of its significance by the fact that Franklin, in his intercourse with other women than Mrs. Foxcroft, seems in the course of his life to have been addressed in both English and French by every paternal appellation from pappy to très cher papa known to the language of endearment. Moreover, so singularly free from self-consciousness was he in relation to his own sexual vagaries, so urgent were his affectionate impulses, that it is hard to believe that he could have been the father of such an illegitimate daughter, when there is no evidence to show that, aside from a little concession to the jealousy of Mrs. Franklin, he treated her exactly as he did his acknowledged daughter Sally. The unsophisticated relations of Franklin to William Franklin were also his relations to William Temple Franklin, who was born in England when his father was in that country with Franklin during the latter's first mission abroad. The mother of his father is unknown, and so is his own. Silence was one of the virtues enjoined on Franklin by his little book, and was an innate attribute of his strong character besides. The case was certainly one in which, if he had been reproached by his father, William Franklin could have found an extenuating example very near at hand, even if not very readily available for the purposes of recrimination. But there is nothing to lead us to believe that Franklin was more concerned about the second bar sinister in his coat of arms than the first. On the contrary, his affection appropriated his little grandson with a promptitude which reminds us of the story told in one of his letters to his wife about the boy who asked another boy, when the latter was crying over a pennyworth of spilled vinegar for fear that his mother would whip him, "Have you then got ne'er a grandmother?" Almost as if not from the very beginning, Franklin, and not William, was Temple's real father. And after William became estranged from Franklin, the grandson thenceforth occupied the place in the heart of the latter, which the son had previously occupied, or one, if anything, even warmer. When William was appointed governor of New Jersey and sailed away with his bride to his province, Temple, then about 2 years old, was left in London. As he grew older, he was placed by his grandfather, after the return of the grandfather to England in 1764, in a school near London, from which he often came to visit the latter, at Mrs. Stevenson's house at No. 7, Craven Street. After one of these visits, Franklin writes to William, "Temple has been at home with us during the Christmas vacation from school. He improves continually, and more engages the regard of all that are acquainted with him by his pleasing, sensible, manly behavior." On another occasion, in settling an account with William Franklin, he says proudly, after referring to outlays required by the maintenance and education of Temple, but that his friends will not grudge when they see him. For a time, Temple was an inmate of the Craven Street house. When Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1775, he took him with him and turned him over to William Franklin, whose family name the youth, until then known as William Temple, assumed for the future. Temple, however, after spending some happy months in New Jersey, was soon again with his grandfather at Philadelphia for the purpose of attending the College of Philadelphia, and here he was when Franklin was on the point of setting out on his mission to France. When he did sail, Temple, then 16 or 17 years of age, and Benjamin Franklin Batch, the oldest son of Franklin's daughter Sally, a boy of 7, accompanied him. it being the purpose of Franklin to place Temple at some foreign university, with the design of ultimately making a lawyer of him, and Benjamin at some school in Paris. Governor Franklin, who was a prisoner in Connecticut, did not hear of the departure of his father until several weeks after the three had sailed. If, he wrote to his wife, the old gentleman has taken the boy with him, I hope it is only to put him into some foreign university. Abroad, the idea of giving Temple a legal education was first deferred and then finally dismissed. His grandfather, with an infinite amount to do, and with no clerical help provided by Congress to assist him in doing it, was constrained to employ him as his private secretary without any aid except that of a French clerk, who was paid a salary of 50 louis per annum. Engaging in person, endowed to some degree with the vivacity of his grandfather and father, speaking French much better than his grandfather, possessed of fair abilities, and attentive to his duties, he appears to have filled the post of secretary creditably, though Congress, for one reason or another, could never be induced to recognize his appointment officially. Later on, when John Adams, John Jay, Henry Lawrence, and Franklin were appointed with Jefferson, who declined to serve, commissioners to negotiate peace with Great Britain, he became their secretary at an annual salary of £1,000. But the vain, pathetic efforts of the grandfather, both before and after his return to America from France, when too much time had been lost for Temple to resume the thought of taking up the study of law, to obtain some secondary diplomatic or other position in the public service for the grandson, make up one of the despicable chapters in the history of Congress. Remarkable as it now seems, at one time there was even an effort on foot in America to oust Temple from his position as the private secretary of Franklin. It called forth a remonstrance in a letter from the latter to Richard Batch, his son-in-law, which is not only deeply interesting because of its stirring measured force of expression, but also because of the tenderness for Temple which it manifests. I am surprised to hear, he said, that my grandson Temple Franklin being with me should be an objection against me, and that there is a cabal for removing him. Methinks it is rather some merit that I have rescued a valuable young man from the danger of being a Tory, and fixed him in honest Republican Whig principles, as I think from the integrity of his disposition, his industry, his early sagacity, and uncommon abilities for business, he may in time become of great service to his country. It is enough that I have lost my son. Would they add my grandson? An old man of 70, I undertook a winter voyage at the command of the Congress, and for the public service, with no other attendant to take care of me. I am continued here in a foreign country where, if I am sick, his filial attention comforts me, and if I die, I have a child to close my eyes and take care of my remains. His dutiful behavior towards me, and his diligence and his fidelity in business are both pleasing and useful to me. The same indulgent estimate of Temple's capacity is also indicated in a letter to Samuel Huntington, in which Franklin requested Congress to take his grandson under his protection. After stating that Temple seemed to be qualified for public foreign affairs by a sagacity and judgment above his years, and great diligence and activity, exact probity, a genteel address, a facility in speaking well the French tongue, and all the knowledge of business to be obtained by a 4 years' constant employment in the Secretary's office, he added, after all the allowance I am capable of making for the partiality of a parent to his offspring, I cannot but think he may in time make a very able foreign minister for Congress, in whose service his fidelity may be relied on. A thing most earnestly desired by Franklin was the marriage of Temple to a daughter of Madame Brillon, who sometimes referred to Temple as Monsieur Franklinet. So ardent was the chase upon his part that he even assured the mother that he was ready to spend the rest of his life in France, if the only obstacle to the union was the fear that Temple would return to America with him. Mademoiselle Brillon does not seem to have been inclined to let Temple despair, but her parents were unwilling to give their consent. Madame Brillon declared that it would have been sweet to her heart and most agreeable to Monsieur Brillon to have been able to form a union which would have made but one family of the Brillon and the Franklins, and that they liked Temple and believed that he had everything requisite to make a man distinguished and to render a woman happy, but they must have, she said, a son-in-law who would be in a situation to succeed her husband in his office, and who was also a man of their religion. This was in reply to a letter from Franklin in which he proposed the match, and had said of Temple, "He is still young, and perhaps the partiality of a father has made me think too highly of him. But it seems to me that he has the stuff in him to make, in time, a distinguished man." After reading the letters from Franklin about his grandson, we can readily believe that Lafayette did not exaggerate when he wrote to Washington that Franklin loved his grandchild better than anything else in the world. Even when Temple was some 24 years of age, Franklin, in one of his letters, addresses him as "my dear child," and signs himself "your loving grandfather." While the two remained in France, the old man improved every opportunity to advance the fortunes of the younger one, matrimonial or otherwise. When his legs grew too gouty to enable him to keep pace in mounting the stairways at Versailles with the other foreign ministers, it was by Temple that he was represented at court levees. By him Temple was also introduced to Voltaire, and enjoyed the unusual honor of having that great man with an expressive gesture say to him, "My child, God and liberty, recollect those two words." To Temple, too, was delegated by our envoys the office of handing de Vergennes the memorial proposing an alliance between France, Spain, and the United States, and it was he who actually delivered to Lafayette, on behalf of his grandfather, the handsome sword with which Congress had honored the former. When the olive branch extended by William Franklin to Franklin was accepted by him, Temple was sent over by him to William in England for a season as the best peace offering in the gift of the sender. "I send your son over to pay his duty to you," he wrote to William. "You will find him much improved. He is greatly esteemed and beloved in this country, and will make his way anywhere." A letter written to Temple during his absence on this occasion by his grandfather, in which his grandfather pathetically complains of his silence, is another minor proof of the devotion felt by Franklin for Temple. And there is every reason to believe that the feeling was fully returned, for even the prospect of being united to the daughter of Madame Brillon, with the full sanction of his grandfather, was not sufficient to reconcile Temple to the thought of being left behind in France by him. So far from being heeded by Congress was the request to Franklin that some public office be conferred upon Temple, that the latter was even displaced in his secretaryship by another person without a line of notice from Congress to his grandfather. And when the two arrived in America, after they had lingered long enough at Southampton for William Franklin to transfer to his son a farm of some 600 acres at Rancocas in the state of New Jersey, purchased for Temple by Franklin, Temple fared no better at the hands of the American government than in France. His efforts first to secure the secretaryship of the Federal Convention of 1787, and afterwards to obtain some appointment under the administration of Washington, met with no success despite all that his grandfather could do for him. For a while he lived on his tear, as Franklin called it, at Rancocas, but after the death of Franklin, who did not forget him in his will, he became restless and wandered back to the old world, where he delayed so long the publication of his grandfather's writings, bequeathed to him by the latter, that he was strongly but unjustly suspected for a time of having been bribed by the British government to suppress them. His slender literary qualifications for giving the proper perspective to such a mass of material had simply stood appalled at the magnitude of their task. End of section 3. Section 4 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Franklin's Religious Beliefs, Part 1. Closely akin to Franklin's system of morals were his views about religion. Scattered through his writings are sentences full of gratitude to God for his favor in lifting him up from such a low to such a high estate, in bringing him substantially unscathed through the graver dangers and baser temptations of human life, and in affording him the assurance that the divine goodness of which he had received such signal proofs in his career would not cease with his death. In the autobiography, after alluding in modest terms to the poverty and obscurity in which he was born and bred, and the affluence and reputation subsequently won by him, he says, "And now I speak of thanking God, I desire with all humility to acknowledge that I owe the mentioned happiness of my past life to his kind providence, which led me to the means I used and gave them success. My belief of this induces me to hope, though I must not presume, that the same goodness will still be exercised toward me in continuing that happiness, or enabling me to bear a fatal reverse, which I may experience as others have done, the complexion of my future fortune being known to him only, in whose power it is to bless to us even our afflictions. These words, though they occur in the work which Franklin tells us was written when he was not dressed for a ball, he well knew would be read by other eyes than those of the son for whom they were primarily intended. But one of his familiar letters to his wife, written some years before the autobiography was begun, contains expressions equally devout. Associated on this occasion, however, with the aspirations for the welfare of his fellow creatures which constituted the real religion of his life. God is very good to us both in many respects, he wrote. Let us enjoy his favors with a thankful and cheerful heart, and as we can make no direct return to him, show our sense of his goodness to us by continuing to do good to our fellow creatures without regarding the returns they make us, whether good or bad. For they are all his children, though they may sometimes be our enemies. The friendships of this world are changeable, uncertain, transitory things, but his favor, if we can secure it, is an inheritance for ever. With respect to the successful issue to which a manifest Providence had, after so many vicissitudes and perils, conducted the American Revolution, he wrote to Josiah Quincy in words as solemn as a Te Deum. Considering all our mistakes and mismanagements, it is wonderful we have finished our affair so well and so soon. Indeed, I am wrong in using that expression, we have finished our affair so well. Our blunders have been many, and they serve to manifest the hand of Providence more clearly in our favor, so that we may much more properly say, These are thy doings, O Lord, and they are marvelous in our eyes. Franklin might well have seen the hand of Providence in the momentous result for which he had dared so much and labored so long, and which meant so much to human history, but its shaping power over the destiny of even such a Murad the Unlucky as his hapless nephew Benny Meekum is recognized by him in a letter to his beloved sister Jane Meekum and her husband when Benny had gone off to seek his fortune as a printer in Antigua. After all, he concludes, having taken care to do what appears to be for the best, we must submit to God's providence, which orders all things really for the best. On another occasion, in an ingenious paper on water spouts, the sage philosopher, seeing in the benign manner in which the waters of the ocean rid themselves of salt, in the process of evaporation, the same God that the poor Indian sees in the clouds or hears in the wind, impressively exclaims, He who hath proportioned and given proper qualities to all things was not unmindful of this. Let us adore him with praise and thanksgiving. There are certain human feelings which rise in moments of uncommon stress or fervor from the profoundest depths of our being to our lips and take on the form and rhythm of sonorous religious utterance, if for no better reason, because no other language is lofty or musical enough to serve aptly the purposes of such supreme occasions, and this is true even of an individuality so meagerly spiritual as that of Franklin. Other expressions of the same character furnish a religious or quasi-religious setting to Franklin's thoughts upon his own dissolution, to his brave and cheerful spirit, which experienced so little difficulty in accommodating its normal philosophy to all the fixed facts and laws of existence. Death was as natural as life, a thing not to be invited before its time, but to be accepted with unmurmuring serenity when it came. The only certain things in this world, he said in his homespun way, are death and taxes. It is the will of God and nature, he wrote in his 51st year to Elizabeth Hubbard after the death of his brother John, that these mortal bodies be laid aside when the soul is to enter into real life. This is rather an embryo state, a preparation for living. A man is not completely born until he be dead. Why then should we grieve that a new child is born among the immortals, a new member added to their happy society? We are spirits. That bodies should be lent us while they can afford us pleasure, assist us in acquiring knowledge, or in doing good to our fellow creatures, is a kind and benevolent act of God. when they become unfit for these purposes and afford us pain instead of pleasure, instead of an aid, become an encumbrance, and answer none of the intentions for which they were given, it is equally kind and benevolent that a way is provided by which we may get rid of them. Death is that way. We ourselves, in some cases, prudently choose a partial death. A mangled, painful limb, which cannot be restored, we willingly cut off. He who plucks out a tooth parts with it freely, since the pain goes with it. And he who quits the whole body parts at once with all pains and possibilities of pains and diseases which it was liable to or capable of making him suffer. Our friend and we were invited abroad on a party of pleasure which is to last forever. His chair was ready first, and he has gone before us. We could not all conveniently start together, and why should you and I be grieved at this, since we are soon to follow, and know where to find him? Adieu. It was a sane, bright conception of human destiny, indeed, which could convert the grim ferryman of the Styx into little more than an obsequious chairman, waiting at the portals of life until it suited the convenience of his fare to issue from them. That being, he wrote to George Whitefield, who gave me existence, and through almost 80 years has been continually showering his favours upon me, whose very chastisements have been blessings to me, can I doubt that he loves me? And if he loves me, can I doubt that he will go on to take care of me, not only here but hereafter? This to some may seem presumption. To me it appears the best grounded hope of the future built on experience of the past. The same thought is repeated in a letter to William Strahan, followed, however, by the dig which he rarely failed to give to his Tory friend Straney when he had the chance. God has been very good to you, from whence I think you may be assured that he loves you, and that he will take at least as good care of your future happiness as he has done of your present. What assurance of the future can be better founded than that which is built on experience of the past? Thank me for giving you this hint, by the help of which you may die as cheerfully as you live. If you had Christian faith quantum suff, this might not be necessary, but as matters are, it may be of use. This hopeful outlook continued until the end. In a letter to his dear old friend George Whately, which was written about 5 years before the writer's death, he adds a resource borrowed from his scientific knowledge to the other resources of his tranquil optimism. You see, he said, I have some reason to wish that in a future state I may not only be as well as I was, but a little better, and I hope it, for I too, with your poet, trust in God. And when I observe that there is a great frugality as well as wisdom in his works, since he has been evidently sparing both of labor and materials, for by the various wonderful inventions of propagation he has provided for the continual peopling this world with plants and animals, without being at the trouble of repeated new creations, and by the natural reduction of compound substances to their original elements, capable of being employed in new compositions, he has prevented the necessity of creating new matter, so that the earth, water, air, and perhaps fire, which being compounded form wood, do, when the wood is dissolved, return and again become air, earth, fire, and water. I say that when I see nothing annihilated, and not even a drop of water wasted, I cannot suspect the annihilation of souls, or believe that he will suffer the daily waste of millions of minds, ready-made, that now exist, and put himself to the continual trouble of making new ones. Thus, finding myself to exist in the world, I believe I shall, in some shape or other, always exist. In a letter to M. Montaudoin in 1779, in reply to one from that friend applying to him the prayer of Horace for Augustus, he remarked, though the form is heathen, there is good Christian spirit in it, and I feel myself very well disposed to be content with this world, which I have found hitherto a tolerable good one, and to wait for heaven, which will not be the worse for keeping, as long as God pleases. But later on, when 7 more years of waning strength had passed, he wrote to his friend Jonathan Shipley, the Bishop of St. Asaph's, I still have enjoyment in the company of my friends, and being easy in my circumstances, have many reasons to like living, but the course of nature must soon put a period to my present mode of existence. This I shall submit to with less regret, as having seen during a long life a good deal of this world, I feel a growing curiosity to be acquainted with some other, and can cheerfully, with filial confidence, resign my spirit to the conduct of that great and good parent of mankind, who created it, and who has so graciously protected and prospered me from my birth to the present hour. At times his unfailing humor or graceful fancy even plays lambently over the same stern prospect. In a letter to Mrs. Hewson, written 4 years before his death, he mentions cards among his amusements, and then adds, "I have indeed now and then a little compunction in reflecting that I spend time so idly, but another reflection comes to relieve me, whispering, 'You know that the soul is immortal. Why then should you be such a niggard of a little time, when you have a whole eternity before you?' So being easily convinced, and like other reasonable creatures satisfied with a small reason, when it is in favour of doing what I have a mind to do, I shuffle the cards again and begin another game." "We were long fellow labourers in the best of all works, the work of peace," he wrote to David Hartley, when the writer was on the point of returning to America from France. "I leave you still in the field, but having finished my day's task, I'm going home to go to bed. Wish me a good night's rest, as I do you a pleasant evening." This was but another way of expressing the thought of an earlier letter of his to George Whately. "I look upon death to be as necessary to our constitution as sleep. We shall rise refreshed in the morning." "Your letter," he said to another friend, Thomas Jordan, "reminds me of many happy days we have passed together, and the dear friends with whom we passed them. Some of them, alas, have left us, and we must regret their loss, although our Hawkesworth, the compiler of the South Sea discoveries of Captain Cook, is become an adventurer in more happy regions, and our Stanley, the eminent musician and composer, gone where only his own harmony can be exceeded." Many of these letters, so full of peace and unflinching courage, it should be recollected, were written during hours of physical debility or grievous pain. Every sheet of water takes the hue of the sky above it, and intermixed with these observations of Franklin, which were themselves, to say the least, fully as much the natural fruit of a remarkably equable and sanguine temperament as of religious confidence, are other observations of his upon religious subjects, which were deeply colored by his practical genius, tolerant disposition, and shrewd insight into the imperfections of human institutions and the shortcomings of human character. With the purely theological and sectarian side of religion he had no sympathy whatever. It was a source of regret to him that, at a time in his boyhood when he was consuming books as insatiably as the human lungs consume oxygen, he should have read most of the treatises in polemic divinity, of which his father's little library chiefly consisted. In a letter to Strahan, when he was in his 39th year, he said that he had long wanted a judicious friend in London to send him from time to time such new pamphlets as were worth reading on any subject, religious controversy excepted. To Richard Price he imparted his belief that religious tests were invented not so much to secure religion itself as its emoluments, and that if Christian preachers had continued to teach as Christ and his apostles did, without salaries, and as the Quakers did even in his day, such tests would never have existed. "When a religion is good," he asserted, "I conceive that it will support itself, and when it cannot support itself, and God does not take care to support, so that its professors are obliged to call for the help of the civil power, it is a sign, I apprehend, of its being a bad one." A favourite saying of his was the saying of Richard Steele, that the difference between the Church of Rome and the Church of England is that the one pretends to be infallible, and the other to be never in the wrong. "Orthodoxy is my doxy, and heterodoxy your doxy," is a saying which has been attributed to him as his own. His heart went out at once to the Dunkers when Michael Welfare, one of the founders of that sect, gave as his reason for its unwillingness to publish the articles of its belief the fact that it was not satisfied that this belief would not undergo some future changes for the better with further light from heaven. This modesty in a sect, he remarks in the autobiography, is perhaps a singular instance in the history of mankind, every other sect supposing itself in possession of all truth, and that those who differ are so far in the wrong. Like a man travelling in foggy weather, those at some distance before him on the road he sees wrapped up in the fog, as well as those behind him, and also the people in the fields on each side. But near him all appears clear, though in truth he is as much in the fog as any of them. The great meeting house built at Philadelphia when George Whitefield had worked its people into a state of religious ecstasy by his evangelistic appeals, and the circumstances under which Franklin was elected to fill a vacancy among the trustees appointed to hold this building, were two things of which he speaks with obvious pleasure in the autobiography. The design in erecting the edifice, he declares, was not to accommodate any particular sect, but the inhabitants of Philadelphia in general, so that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. The trustees to hold this building were each the member of some Protestant sect. In process of time, the Moravian died, and then there was opposition to the election of any other Moravian as his successor. The difficulty then was, Franklin tells us, how to avoid having two of some other sect by means of the new choice. Several persons were named, and for that reason not agreed to. At length one mentioned me, with the observation that I was merely an honest man, and of no sect at all, which prevailed with them to choose me. The manner in which Franklin came to occupy this position of sectarian detachment is also set forth in the autobiography. On his father's side he was descended from sturdy pietists, to whom the difference between one sect and another did not mean merely polemical warmth, as in Franklin's time, but the heat of the stake. In the reign of Bloody Mary, Franklin's great-great-grandfather kept his English Bible open and suspended by tapes under the concealing cover of a joint stool, and when he inverted the stool to read from the pages of the book to his family, one of his children stood at the door to give timely warning of the approach of the dreaded apparitor. In the reign of Charles II, the religious scruples of Franklin's father and his uncle Benjamin, before they crossed the sea to Boston, had been strong enough to induce them to desert the soft lap of the Church of England for the harried conventicles of the despised and persecuted nonconformists. To the earlier Franklin's religion meant either all or much that it meant to men in the ages when not calculating skill, but as Emerson tells us, love and terror laid the tiles of cathedrals. But Benjamin Franklin was not a scion of the 16th century, nor even of the 17th, but of the searching and skeptical 18th. Some of the dogmas of the creed in which he was religiously educated by his father, such as the eternal decrees of God, election, reprobation, and the like, appeared to him unintelligible. Others doubtful, he declares in the autobiography. The consequence was that he early absented himself from the public assemblies of the Presbyterian sect in Philadelphia, Sunday being his studying day, though he never was, he says, without some religious principles. I never doubted, for instance, the existence of the deity, that he made the world and governed it by his providence, that the most acceptable service of God was the doing good to man, that our souls are immortal, and that all crime will be punished and virtue rewarded, either here or hereafter. These I esteemed the essentials of every religion, and being to be found in all the religions we had in our country, I respected them all, though with different degrees of respect, as I found them more or less mixed with other articles which, without any tendency to inspire, promote, or confirm morality, served principally to divide us and make us unfriendly to one another. And then he goes on to inform us that as Pennsylvania increased in peoples and new places of worship were continually wanted, and were generally erected by voluntary contributions, his mite for such purposes, whatever might be the sect, was never refused. This impartial attitude towards the different religious sects he maintained in every particular throughout his life, and from his point of view he had no reason to be dissatisfied with the result. If we may believe John Adams, who tells us the Catholics thought him almost a Catholic, the Church of England claimed him as one of them, the Presbyterians thought him half a Presbyterian, and the Friends believed him a wet Quaker. Mr. Franklin was, as far as Adams himself got in stating his own personal opinion about Franklin's religious views. To have been regarded as an adherent of every sect was a compliment that Franklin would have esteemed as second only to the declaration that he was merely an honest man and of no sect at all. It is certainly one of the most amusing facts narrated in the autobiography that such a man, only a few years after religious bigotry had compelled him to fly from New England, the land for which poor Richard on one occasion safely predicted a year of dry fish and dry doctrine, should have been invited by Keimer, the knavish eccentric of the autobiography, to become his colleague in a project he had of setting up a new sect. George Whitefield appears to have come nearer than anyone else to the honor of reducing Franklin to a definite religious status. For this celebrated man he seems to have felt an even warmer regard than that which he usually entertained for every clergyman who was a faithful exponent of sound morals. He begins one of his letters to his brother John Franklin with a reference to Whitefield, and then he laconically adds, "He is a good man, and I love him." In the autobiography, he certifies that, in his opinion, Whitefield was in all his conduct a perfectly honest man. But even Whitefield's call to the unconverted, which awakened the conscience of Philadelphia to such a degree that one could not walk through the town in an evening without hearing psalms sung in different families of every street, failed to bring Franklin within the great preacher's fold. He used, indeed, sometimes to pray for my conversion, but never had the satisfaction of believing that his prayers were heard. Ours was a mere civil friendship, sincere on both sides, and lasted to his death. These are the statements of the autobiography, and a mere civil friendship. Franklin was inflexibly determined to keep it. For we learn from the same source that when Whitefield answered an invitation to Franklin's house by saying that if Franklin made that kind of offer for Christ's sake, he would not miss of a reward, the reply promptly came back, "Don't let me be mistaken. It was not for Christ's sake, but for your sake." One of our common acquaintance, as Franklin jocosely remarked, that knowing it to be the custom of the saints, when they received any favor, to shift the burden of the obligation from off their own shoulders and place it in heaven, I had contrived to fix it on earth. It may truly be said, however, that nothing is recorded of the persuasive eloquence of Whitefield more amazing than the fact that it once swept Franklin for a moment off his feet on which he stood so firmly. He had made up his mind not to contribute to one of Whitefield's charitable projects, which did not meet with his approval, but let Aesop tell the story in his own characteristic way. I happened soon after to attend one of his sermons, in the course of which I perceived he intended to finish with the collection, and I silently resolved he should get nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded, I began to soften, and concluded to give the coppers. Another stroke of his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver, and he finished so admirably that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all. But Franklin was not long in recovering his equipoise, and in again wondering why Whitefield's auditors should so admire and respect him, notwithstanding his common abuse of them, by assuring them they were naturally half beasts and half devils. Whitefield, he thought, made a great mistake in publishing his sermons, for litera scripta manet, and affords a full opportunity for criticism and censure. If the sermons had not been published, Whitefield's proselytes would have been left, Franklin believed, to feign for him as great a variety of excellences as their enthusiastic admiration might wish him to have possessed. A deist, if anything, Franklin was when Whitefield first came to Philadelphia, and a deist, if anything, he was when Whitefield left it for the last time. When the latter wrote in his journal, M.B. was a deist, I had almost said an atheist. Franklin, indisposed to be deprived of all religious standing, dryly commented, "That is chalk, I had almost said charcoal." A man, he tells us in the autobiography, is sometimes more generous when he has but a little money than when he has plenty, perhaps through fear of being thought to have but little, and it is possible that religious faith may sometimes be influenced by the same kind of sensitiveness. The truth of the matter was that as respects theological tenets and sectarian distinction, Franklin was an incurable heretic, if such a term is appropriate, to the listless indifference to all dogmas and sects, rarely broken except by some merry jest or gentle parable, like his parable against persecution, or his parable of brotherly love, with which he regarded every sour fermentation of the odium theologicum. When he heard that a New Englander, John Thayer, had become a Catholic, the worst that he could find it in his heart to say was, "Our ancestors from Catholic became the first Church of England men, and then refined into Presbyterians. To change now from Presbyterianism to Popery seems to me refining backwards from white sugar to brown." In commenting in a letter to Elizabeth Partridge, formerly Hubbard, a year or so before his own death, on the death of a friend of theirs, he uses these words: "You tell me our poor friend Ben Kent is gone, I hope to the regions of the blessed, or at least to some place where souls are prepared for those regions. I found my hope on this, that though not so orthodox as you and I, he was an honest man, and had his virtues. If he had any hypocrisy, it was of that inverted kind with which a man is not so bad as he seems to be. And with regard to future bliss, I cannot help imagining that multitudes of the zealously orthodox of different sects, who at the last day may flock together in hopes of seeing mutilated, damned, will be disappointed and obliged to rest content with their own salvation." Franklin's kingdom of heaven was one into which there was such an abundant entrance that even his poor friend Ben Kent could hope to arrive there thoroughly disinfected after a brief quarantine on the road. But it is in his cant that the spirit of religious charity by which this letter is animated is given the sparkling, graceful form with which his fancy readily clothed its creations when form and finish were what the workmanship of the occasion required. Montresor is very sick, tells his curate that he has had a vision during the night which has set his mind entirely at rest as to his future. What was your vision? Said the good priest. I was, replied Montresor, at the gate of paradise with a crowd of people who wished to enter, and St. Peter asked each one what his religion was. One answered, I am a Roman Catholic. Ah, well, said St. Peter, enter and take your place there among the Catholics. Another said that he belonged to the Anglican Church. Ah, well, said St. Peter, enter and take your place there among the Anglicans. Another said that he was a Quaker. Enter, said St. Peter, and take your place among the Quakers. Finally, my turn being come, he asked me what my religion was. Alas, replied I, unfortunately, poor Jacques Montresor has none. That is a pity, said the saint. I do not know where to place you, but enter all the same and place yourself where you can. End of section 4. Section 5 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2, Franklin's Religious Beliefs. Perhaps, however, in none of Franklin's writings is his mental attitude towards religious sects and their varied creeds and organizations disclosed with such bland insouciance and delicate raillery as in his letter to Mason Weems and Edward Gant. Weems was the famous Parson Weems, whose legendary story of the cherry tree and the hatchet made for many years such a sublime enfant terrible of Washington, and Gant was a native of Maryland, who was destined in the course of time to become a chaplain of the United States Senate. In this letter, after acknowledging a letter from Weems and Gant, telling him that the Archbishop of Canterbury would not permit them to be ordained unless they took the oath of allegiance, he says that he had obtained an opinion from a clergyman of his acquaintance in Paris that they could not be ordained there, or that if they were, they would be required to vow obedience to the Archbishop of Paris. He next inquired of the Pope's nuncio whether they might not be ordained by the Catholic bishop in America, but received the answer that the thing was impossible unless the gentlemen became Catholics. Then, after a deprecatory statement that the affair was one of which he knew very little, and that he might therefore ask questions or propose means that were improper or impracticable, he pointedly adds, "But what is the necessity of your being connected with the Church of England? Would it not be as well if you were of the Church of Ireland?" The religion was the same, though there was a different set of bishops and archbishops, and perhaps the Bishop of Derry, who was a man of liberal sentiments, might give them orders as of the Irish Church. If both Britain and Ireland refused them, and he was not sure that the bishops of Denmark or Sweden would ordain them unless they became Lutherans, then, in his humble opinion, next to becoming Presbyterians, the Episcopal clergy of America could not do better than follow the example of the first clergy of Scotland, who, when a similar difficulty arose, assembled in the cathedral, and the mitre, crosier, and robes of a bishop being laid upon the altar, after earnest prayers for direction in their choice, elected one of their own number, when the king said to him, "Arise, go to the altar, and receive your office at the hand of God." If the British Isles were sunk in the sea, he continued in the surface of the globe, but suffered greater changes. His correspondents would probably take some such method as this, and persistence in the denial of ordination to them by the English Church came to the same thing. 100 years later, when people were more enlightened, it would be wondered at that men in America, qualified by their learning and piety to pray for and instruct their neighbors, should not be permitted to do it until they had made a voyage of 6,000 miles out and home to ask leave of a cross old gentleman at Canterbury, who seemed, by the account of his correspondence, to have as little regard for the souls of the people of Maryland as King William's Attorney General Seymour had for those of the people of Virginia, when, in reply to the reminder of the Reverend Commissary Blair of William and Mary College that the latter had souls to be saved as well as the people of England, he exclaimed, "Souls, damn your souls, make tobacco." Here we have Franklin absolutely impure, a naturalibus as respects the sacerdotal side of religion, lavishing upon his correspondence in a single letter a series of half-serious, half-mocking sentiments, flavored with some of his best intellectual qualities, and doubtless leaving them in a teasing state of uncertainty as to whether he intended to ridicule them or not. In the light of such a letter as this, the reader will hardly be surprised to learn that he did not quit the world until he had put on record his high opinion of heretics. After asking Benjamin Vaughan, in one of his letters about a year and a half before his death, to remember him affectionately to the honest heretic, Dr. Priestley, he said, "I do not call him honest by way of distinction, for I think all the heretics I have known have been virtuous men. They have the virtue of fortitude, or they would not venture to own their heresy, and they cannot afford to be deficient in any of the other virtues, as that would give advantage to their many enemies, and they have not, like orthodox sinners, such a number of friends to excuse or justify them." Holding these views about heretics, it is natural that Franklin should at times have stigmatized religious bigotry as it deserved. In his remarks on a late protest, when he was being assailed for one of the most creditable acts of his life, his unsparing denunciation of the murder of hapless Indians by the Paxton Boys, he had a fearless word to say about those religious bigots who are of all savages the most brutish. And it would be difficult to find a terser or more graphic picture of religious discord than this in one of his letters to Jane Meekum. Each party abuses the other. The profane and the infidel believe both sides and enjoy the fray. The reputation of religion in general suffers, and its enemies are ready to say not what was said in the primitive times, "Behold how these Christians love one another, but mark how these Christians hate one another." Indeed, when religious people quarrel about religion, or hungry people about their victuals, it looks as if they had not much of either among them. Not only did Franklin have no sympathy with sects and their jarring pretensions, but he had little patience with either doctrinal theology or ecclesiastical rites and forms of any sort. Even after he decided to keep away from public worship on Sundays, he still retained, he said, a sense of its utility when rightly conducted, and continued to pay regularly his annual subscription to the Presbyterian Church in Philadelphia, which he had attended. Later he was induced by its pastor to sit now and then under his ministrations. Once he states, as if with a slight elevation of the eyebrows, for 5 Sundays successively, it all proved unedifying, since not a single moral principle was inculcated or enforced, the aim of the preacher seeming to be rather to make them good Presbyterians than good citizens. At length the devout man took for his text the following verse from the 4th chapter of the Philippians: "Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, or of good report, if there be any virtue or any praise, think on these things." Now, thought Franklin in a sermon on such a text, we cannot miss of having some of the morality which was to him the entire meat of religion. But the text, promising as it was, had been subjected to such merciless desiccation that it resolved itself into 5 points only, as meant by the apostle, viz., 1. Keeping holy the Sabbath day; 2. Being diligent in reading the Holy Scriptures; 3. Attending duly the public worship; 4. Partaking of the sacrament; 5. Paying a due respect to God's ministers. Franklin was disgusted, gave his preacher up entirely, and returned to the use of the articles of belief and acts of religion which he had previously composed for his own private devotions. Subsequently, however, he was again enticed to church by the arrival in Philadelphia from Ireland of a young Presbyterian minister named Hemphill, who preached good works rather than dogma in excellent discourses, apparently extemporaneous, and set off with an attractive voice. This minister was soon formally arraigned for heterodoxy by the old Orthodox clergy, who were in the habit of paying more attention to Presbyterian doctrine than Franklin was, and found a powerful champion in Franklin, who, seeing that Hempel while an elegant preacher was, for reasons that afterwards became only too patent, a poor writer, wrote several pamphlets and an article in the Pennsylvania Gazette in his behalf. Unfortunately, when the war of words was at its height, Hemphill, who afterwards confessed to Franklin that none of the sermons that he preached were of his own composition, was proved to have purloined a part, at any rate, of one of his sermons from Dr. Foster, of whom Pope had written, "Let modest Foster, if he will excel 10 metropolitans in preaching well." The synod found against him, but so agreeable to Franklin was the all too brief taste that he had enjoyed of good works, that he adhered to Hemphill to the last. "I stuck by him, however," he says, "as I rather approved his giving us good sermons composed by others than bad ones of his own manufacture, though the latter was the practice of our common teachers," among whom he doubtless included the dreary shepherd who had made so little out of the verse in the 4th chapter of Philippians. Everything found its practical level in that mind at last. It might be added that Franklin's stand on this occasion was but in keeping with a final word of counsel which he wrote many years afterwards to his daughter Sally when he was descending the Delaware on his way to England. After enjoining upon her especial attention her Book of Common Prayer, he continued, "Yet I do not mean you should despise sermons, even of the preachers you dislike, for the discourse is often much better than the man, as sweet and clear waters come through very dirty earth." After the Hemphill disappointment, he ceased to attend the church in which his protégé had come to grief, though he continued to subscribe to the support of its minister for many years. He took a pew in an Episcopal church, Christ Church, and he was careful that his family should regularly worship every Sunday, notwithstanding the fact that he was too busy again with his studies on that day to worship there himself, or placed too much confidence in his art of virtue and articles of belief and acts of religion to feel the need for doing so. Here, too, his daughter and his son Francis, who died in childhood, were baptized, and here his wife and himself were buried. While he rarely attended the services at this church, he was one of its mainstays in every pecuniary sense. In more than one particular, Franklin was lax in France, where he was only liberal in America. At any rate, he was even less of a Sabbatarian in the former country than he was in the latter. As respects observance of the Sabbath, he fully fell in with French usages, and was in the habit of setting apart the day as a day for attending the play or opera, entertaining his friends, or amusing himself with chess or cards. One of Poor Richard's maxims was, "Work as if you were to live 100 years, pray as if you were to die tomorrow." And while Franklin was not the person to pray in just that rapt fashion, he seems to have thought rather better of prayer than of other religious ceremonies. In the letter of caution to his daughter Sally, from which we have already quoted, he tells her, "Go constantly to church, whoever preaches. The act of devotion in the Common Prayer Book is your principal business there, and if properly attended to, will do more towards amending the heart than sermons generally can do, for they were composed by men of much greater piety and wisdom than our common composers of sermons can pretend to be." He promptly repelled an intimation of his sister Jane that he was opposed to divine worship, with the statement that, so far from thinking that God was not to be worshipped, he had composed and written a whole book of devotions for his own use, meaning his articles of belief and acts of religion. This statement always brings back to us the reply of Charles Sumner when he was very sick and was asked whether he was prepared to die, viz., that he had read the Old Testament in the Greek version. A glance at the first principles with which the book begins would hardly, we fear, have allayed the fears of Jane. That Franklin should ever, even at the age of 22, have composed anything in the way of a creed so fanciful, not to say fantastic, is nothing short of an enormity, even more startlingly out of harmony with his usually sound and sure-footed intelligence than the whimsical letter to General Charles Lee, in which, on the eve of the American Revolution, he advised a return to bows and arrows as efficient instruments of modern warfare. "I believe," commences the creed, "there is one supreme, most perfect being, author and father of the gods themselves. For I believe that man is not the most perfect being, but one, rather that as there are many degrees of beings is inferior, so there are many degrees of beings superior to him." Then, after quite a lengthy preamble, follows this confession of faith: "Therefore I think it seems required of me and my duty as a man to pay divine regards to something." I conceive, then, that the Infinite has created many beings or gods, vastly superior to man, who can better conceive his perfections than we, and return him a more rational and glorious praise. As among men the praise of the ignorant or of children is not regarded by the ingenious painter or architect, who is rather honored and pleased with the approbation of wise men and artists. It may be that these created gods are immortal, or it may be that after many ages they are changed and others supply their places. Howbeit I conceive that each of these is exceeding wise and good, and very powerful, and that each has made for himself one glorious sun, attended with a beautiful and admirable system of planets. It is that particular wise and good God, who is the author and owner of our system, that I propose for the object of my praise and adoration. Under the same head of first principles there is a slight flavor of the art of virtue. Since without virtue man can have no happiness in this world, I firmly believe he delights to see me virtuous, because he is pleased when he sees me happy. That one of the sanest, wisest, and most serene of great men, and a man too who was not supposed in his time to have any very firm belief in the existence of even one God, should, young as he was, have peopled the stellar spaces with such a hierarchy, half pantheistic, half feudal, as this, is, we take it, one of the most surprising phenomena in the history of the human intellect. James Parton surmises that the idea probably filtered to Franklin when he was a youth in London, through Dr. Pemberton, the editor of the third edition of the Principia, from a conjecture thrown out in the conversation by Sir Isaac Newton. It reappears in Franklin's Arabian Tale. Men in general, says Balubal, the strong, do not know, but thou knowest, that in ascending from an elephant to the infinitely great, good, and wise, there is also a long gradation of beings who possess powers and faculties of which thou canst yet have no conception. The next head in the book of devotions is adoration, under which is arranged a series of liturgical statements accompanied by a recurrent note of praise, and preceded by an invocation and the following prelude in the nature of a stage direction. Being mindful that before I address the deity, my soul ought to be calm and serene, free from passion and perturbation, or otherwise elevated with rational joy and pleasure, I ought to use a countenance that expresses a filial respect, mixed with a kind of smiling that signifies inward joy and satisfaction and admiration. The liturgical statements are followed by another direction, that it will not be improper now to read part of some such book as Ray's Wisdom of God in the Creation, or Blackmore on the Creation, or the Archbishop of Cambray's Demonstration of the Being of a God, etc., or else to spend some minutes in a serious silence contemplating on those subjects. Then follows another direction calling for Milton's glorious hymn to the Creator. Then still another calling for the reading of some book or part of a book discoursing on and inciting to moral virtue. Then a succession of resonant supplications adjuring the aid of the particular wise and good God, who is the author and owner or subfeudatory of our system, in Franklin's efforts to shun certain vices and infirmities, and to practice certain virtues. All of the vices, infirmities, and virtues being set forth in the most specific terms, with the limpidity which marked everything that Franklin ever wrote, sacred or profane. One of the supplications was that he might be loyal to his prince and faithful to his country. This he was until it became impossible for him to be loyal to both. Another was that he might avoid lasciviousness. The prayer was not answered, for William Franklin, on account of whose birth he should have received 21 lashes under the laws of Pennsylvania, was born about 2 years after it was framed. Creed and liturgy, and with a series of thanks for the benefits which the author had already received. Both creed and liturgy, we are told by James Parton, were recorded with the utmost care and elegance in a little pocket prayer book, and the liturgy Franklin practiced for many years. For a large part of his life he bore his book of devotions and his book of moral practice about on his person wherever he went, as if they were amulets to ward off every evil inclination upon his part to yield to what he calls in the autobiography the unremitting attraction of ancient habits. It is likewise a fact that, notwithstanding the high opinion that he expressed to his daughter Sally of the Book of Common Prayer, he undertook at one time to assist Sir Francis Dashwood, Lord de Despencer, in reforming it. The delicious incongruity of the thing is very much enhanced when we remember that a part of Sir Francis' religious training for the task consisted in the circumstance that in his wilder days he had been the abbot of Medmenham Abbey, which numbered among its godless monks, named the Franciscans after himself, the Earl of Sandwich, Paul Whitehead, Bud Doddington, and John Wilkes. Over the portals of this infamous retreat was written, "Do what you please," and within it the licentious invitation was duly carried into practice by perhaps the most graceless group of blasphemers and libertines that England had ever known. However, when Sir Francis and Franklin became collaborators, the former had, with the advancing years, apparently reached the conclusion that this world was one where a decent regard should be paid to something higher than ourselves, in preference to giving ourselves up unreservedly to doing what we please, and intercourse bred by the fact that Sir Francis was a joint Postmaster General of Great Britain at the same time that Franklin was Deputy Postmaster General for America, led naturally to a cooperative venture on their part. Of Sir Francis, when the dregs of his life were settling down into the bottom of the glass, leaving nothing but the better elements of his existence to be drawn off, Franklin gives us a genial picture. Speaking of West Wycombe, Sir Francis county seat, he says, "But a pleasanter thing is the kind countenance, the facetious and very intelligent conversation of mine host, who, having been for many years engaged in public affairs, seen all parts of Europe, and kept the best company in the world, is himself the best existing." High praise this, indeed, from a man who usually had a social equivalent for whatever he received from an agreeable host. Franklin took his share of the revision of the Catechism and the Psalms. Of the Catechism he retained only 2 questions with the answers: "What is your duty to God?" and "What is your duty to your neighbor?" The Psalms he very much shortened by omitting the repetitions, of which he found, he said in a letter to Granville Sharp, more than he could have imagined, and the imprecations which appeared, he said in the same letter, not to suit well the Christian doctrine of forgiveness of injuries and doing good to enemies. As revised by the 2 friends, the book was shorn of all references to the sacraments and to the divinity of our Lord, and the commandments in the Catechism, the Nicene and the Athanasian creeds, and even the Canticle, "All ye works of the Lord," so close to the heart of nature, were ruthlessly deleted. All of the Apostles' Creed, too, went, except, to use Franklin's words, the parts that are most intelligible and most essential. The Te Deum and the Venite were also pared down to very small proportions. Some of the other changes assumed the form of abridgments of the services provided for communion, infant baptism, confirmation, and visitation of the sick, and the burial of the dead. Franklin loved his species too much. We may be sure not to approve unqualifiedly the resolution of Sir Francis to omit wholly the commination and all cursing of mankind. Nor was a man whose own happy marriage had begun with such little ceremony likely to object strongly to the abbreviation of the service for the solemnization of matrimony, upon which Sir Francis also decided. In fine, the whole of the Book of Common Prayer was reduced to nearly 1/2 its original compass. The preface was written by Franklin. Judging from its terms, the principal motive of the new version was to do away with the physical inconvenience and discomfort caused in one way or another by long services. If the services were abridged, the clergy would be saved a great deal of fatigue. Many pious and devout persons, unable from age or infirmities to remain for hours in a cold church, would then attend divine worship and be comfortable. The younger people would probably attend oftener and more cheerfully. The sick would not find the prayer for the visitation of the sick such a burden in their weak and distressed state, and persons standing around an open grave could put their hats on again after a much briefer period of exposure. Other reasons are given for the revision, but the idea of holding out brevity as a kind of bait to worship is the dominant one that runs through the preface. It is written exactly as if there was no such thing in the world as hallowed religious traditions, associations, or sentiments deep as human love, strong as death, to which an almost sacrilegious shock would be given by even moderate innovations. The book, Franklin says, as in letters to Granville Sharp, was printed for Wilkie in St. Paul's churchyard, but never much noticed. Some were given away, very few sold, and I suppose the bulk became waste paper. In the prayers so much was retrenched that approbation could hardly be expected. In America the abridgment was known as Franklin's Prayer Book, and worthless as it is in a religious sense since it became rare, Franklin's fame has been known to give a single copy of it a pecuniary value of not less than $1,000. The literary relations of Franklin to devotion began with a creed as eccentric as the Oriental notion that the whole world is upheld by a cow with blue horns, and ended with partial responsibility for a prayer book almost as devoid of a true religious spirit as one of his dissertations on chimneys. He was slow, however, to renounce a practical aim when once formed. The abridged prayer book was printed in 1773, and some 14 years afterward, in a letter to Alexander Small, he expressed his pleasure at hearing that it had met with the approbation of Small and good Mrs. Baldwin. "It is not yet that I know of," he said, "received in public practice anywhere, but as it is said that good motions never die, perhaps in time it may be found useful." Another incident in the relations of Franklin to prayer was the suggestion made by him in the Federal Convention of 1787 that thenceforth prayers imploring the assistance of heaven and its blessing on the deliberations of the convention should be held every morning before the convention proceeded to business. In this situation of this assembly, groping as it were in the dark to find political truth, and scarce able to distinguish it when presented to us, "How has it happened, sir," he asked, "that we have not hitherto once thought of humbly applying to the Father of lights to illuminate our understandings?" The question was a timely one, and was part of an eloquent and impressive speech, but resulted in nothing more fruitful than an exclamatory memorandum of Franklin. Indignant or humorous, we do not know which, the convention, except 3 or 4 persons, thought prayers unnecessary. It is only when insisting upon the charitable and fruitful side of religion that Franklin has any wholesome or winning message to deliver touching it, but when doing this, his utterances are often edifying in the highest degree. In an early letter to his father, who believed that the son had imbibed some erroneous opinions with regard to religion, after respectfully reminding his father that it is no more in a man's power to think than to look like another, he used these words: "My mother grieves that one of her sons is an Arian, another an Armenian. What an Armenian or an Arian is, I cannot say, that I very well know. The truth is, I make such distinctions very little my study. I think vital religion has always suffered when orthodoxy is more regarded than virtue, and the Scriptures assure me that at the last day we shall not be examined what we thought, but what we did. And our recommendation will not be that we said, 'Lord, Lord,' but that we did good to our fellow creatures." See Matthew 25. These convictions he was destined to reaffirm over and over again in the course of his life. They were most elaborately stated in his 48th year in a letter to Joseph Huey. He had received, he said, much kindness from men to whom he would never have any opportunity of making the least direct return, and numberless mercies from God, who was infinitely above being benefited by our services. Those kindnesses from men he could therefore only return on their fellow men, and he could only show his gratitude for these mercies from God by a readiness to help God's other children and his brethren. For he did not think that thanks and compliments, though repeated weekly, could discharge our real obligations to each other, and much less those to our Creator. He that for giving a draught of water to a thirsty person should expect to be paid with a good plantation would be modest in his demands compared with those who think they deserve heaven for a little good they do on earth. The faith Huey mentioned, he said, had doubtless its use in the world, but he wished it were more productive of good works than he had generally seen it. He meant real good works, works of kindness, charity, mercy, and public spirit, not holiday-keeping, sermon reading or hearing, performing church ceremonies, or making long prayers filled with flatteries and compliments, despised even by wise men, and much less capable of pleasing the Deity. The worship of God was a duty. The reading of sermons might be useful, but if men rested in hearing and praying, as too many did, it was as if a tree should value itself on being watered and putting forth leaves, though it never produced any fruit. Your great master, he continued, thought much less of these outward appearances and professions than many of his modern disciples. He preferred the doers of the word to the mere hearers. The son that seemingly refused to obey his father and yet performed his commands to him that professed his readiness but neglected the work, the heretical but charitable Samaritan to the uncharitable though orthodox priest and sanctified Levite. and those who gave food to the hungry, drink to the thirsty, raiment to the naked, entertainment to the stranger, and relief to the sick, though they never heard of his name, he declares shall in the last day be accepted, when those who cry, Lord, Lord, who value themselves on their faith, though great enough to perform miracles, but have neglected good works, shall be rejected. And then, after a word about the modesty of Christ, he breaks out into something as much like a puff of anger as anything that his perfect mental balance would allow. But nowadays we have scarce a little parson that does not think it the duty of every man within his reach to sit under his petty ministrations. Altogether the Reverend Mr. Hemphill never stole, and a few clergymen ever composed a more striking sermon on good works than this letter. And this was because the doctrines that it preached belonged fully as much to the province of human benevolence as of religion. A pretty sermon also was the letter of Franklin to his sister Jane on faith, hope, and charity, after quoting a homely acrostic in which his uncle Benjamin, who, humble as his place on Parnassus was, fumbled poetry with distinctly better success than the nephew, had advised Jane to raise faith and hope 3 stories higher. He went on to read her a lecture which is too closely knit to admit of compression. You are to understand, then, that faith, hope, and charity have been called the 3 steps of Jacob's ladder, reaching from earth to heaven. Our author calls them stories, likening religion to a building, and these are the 3 stories of the Christian edifice. Thus, improvement in religion is called building up and edification. Faith is then the ground floor, hope is up 1 pair of stairs. My dear, beloved Jenny, don't delight so much to dwell in those lower rooms, but get as fast as you can into the garret, for in truth the best room in the house is charity. For my part, I wish the house was turned upside down. 'Tis so difficult when one is fat to go upstairs, and not only so, but I imagine hope and faith may be more firmly built upon charity than charity upon faith and hope. However that may be, I think it is the better reading to say, raise faith and hope 1 story higher. Correct it boldly, and I'll support the alteration. For when you are up 2 stories already, if you raise your building 3 stories higher, you will make 5 in all, which is 2 more than there should be. You expose your upper rooms more to the winds and storms, and besides, I'm afraid the foundation will hardly bear them, unless indeed you build with such light stuff as straw and stubble, and that you know won't stand fire. Again, where the author says, kindness of heart by words express. Strike out words and put in deeds. The world is too full of compliments already. They are the rank growth of every soil, and choke the good plants of benevolence and beneficence. Nor do I pretend to be the first in this comparison of words and actions to plants. You may remember an ancient poet whose works we have all studied and copied at school long ago. A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds. 'Tis a pity that good works among some sorts of people are so little valued, and good words admired in their stead. I mean seemingly pious discourses instead of humane, benevolent actions. To the Reverend Thomas Combe, Franklin expressed the opinion that, unless pulpit eloquence turned men to righteousness, the preacher or the priest was not merely sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal, which were innocent things, but rather like the cunning man in the Old Bailey, who conjured and told fools their fortunes to cheat them out of their money. The general spirit of these various utterances of Franklin on vital religion were sarcastically condensed in a remark of Poor Richard. Serving God is doing good to man, but praying is thought an easier serving, and therefore most generally chosen. End of section 5. Section 6 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 3, Franklin's Religious Beliefs. In forming an accurate conception of the influences by which the mind of Franklin was brought into its posture of antagonism or indifference to the doctrinal side of religion, it is necessary to take into consideration not only the innate attributes of his intellect and character, but also the external pressure to which his opinions were subjected in his early life. It was the religious intolerance and proscriptive spirit of the Puritan society in which he was born and reared which drove him first into dissent and then into disbelief. Born the day he was born, if tradition may be believed, though the ground was covered with snow, to the Old South Church in Boston, and baptized there, so that he might escape every chance of dying an unregenerate and doomed infant. He grew into boyhood to find himself surrounded by conditions which tended to either reduce the free impulses of his nature to supine or sullen submission, or to force him into active revolt. It is hard to suppress a smile when he tells us in the autobiography that his father, who doubtless knew the difference between an Aryan and an Armenian even better than his mother, intended to devote him as the tithe of his sons to the service of the Church. He smiles himself when he adds, with a trace of his former commercial calling, that his uncle Benjamin approved of the idea and proposed to give him all his shorthand volumes of sermons as a stock Franklin supposed to set up with. The intention of Josiah was soon abandoned, and Benjamin became the apprentice of his brother James, the owner and publisher of the Boston Courant, the fourth newspaper published in America. During the course of this apprenticeship, first as a contributor to the Courant under the nom de plume of Silence Dogood, and then as its publisher in the place of his brother, who had incurred the censure of the Puritan Lord Brethren, he was drawn into the bitter attack made by it upon the religious intolerance and narrowness of the times. During its career, the paper plied the ruling dignitaries of the Boston of that day with so many clever little pasquinades that the Reverend Increase Mather was compelled to signify to the printer that he would have no more of their wicked Courants. I that have known what New England was from the beginning, he said, cannot but be troubled to see the degeneracy of this place. I can well remember when the civil government would have taken an effectual course to suppress such a cursed libel, which, if it be not done, I'm afraid that some awful judgment will come upon this land, and the wrath of God will arise, and there will be no remedy. Undaunted, the wicked Courant took pains to let the public know that, while the angry minister was no longer one of its subscribers, he sent his grandson for the paper every week, and by paying a higher price for it in that way was a more valuable patron than ever. The indignation of another writer, supposed to be Cotton Mather, lashed itself into such fury that it seemed as if the vile sheet would be buried beneath a pyramid of vituperative words. The Courant, he declared, was a notorious scandalous newspaper, full freighted with nonsense, unmannerliness, raillery, profaneness, immorality, arrogance, calumnies, lies, contradictions, and what not, all tending to quarrels and divisions, and to debauch and corrupt the minds and manners of New England. For a time the Church was too much for the scoffers. James Franklin was not hailed for his sins before the judgment seat of God, as Increase Mather said he might be, speedily though a young man, but he was, as we shall hereafter see more in detail, reduced to such a plight by the hand of civil authority that he had to turn over the management of the Courant to Benjamin, whose tart-witted literary skill made it more a cursed libel than ever to arbitrary power and clerical bigotry. The daring state of license into which the sprightly boy fell during his connection with the Courant is clearly revealed in the letter contributed by Silence Dogood to it on the subject of Harvard College. In this letter she tells how the greater part of the route that left Harvard College went along a large beaten path which led to a temple at the further end of the plain called the Temple of Theology. The business of those who were employed in this temple being laborious and painful, I wondered exceedingly, she said, to see so many go towards it. But while I was pondering this matter in my mind, I spied Pecunia behind a curtain, beckoning to them with her hand, which sight immediately satisfied me for whose sake it was that a great part of them, I will not say all, travelled that road. While the Courant was running its lively course, young Franklin was shunning church on Sundays, reading Shaftesbury and Anthony Collins, and drifting further and further away from all the fixed shore lights of religious faith. Then came the Egira, which ended, as all the world knows, at Philadelphia, the first place, curiously enough, in which the fugitive slept after reaching that city was the great Quaker meeting house, whither he had been swept by the concourse of clean-dressed people that he had seen walking towards it when he was sauntering aimlessly about the streets of his new home shortly after his arrival. I sat down among them, he says in the autobiography, and after looking round a while and hearing nothing said, being very drowsy through labor and want of rest the preceding night, I fell fast asleep, and continued so till the meeting broke up, when one was kind enough to rouse me. The halcyon calm of this meeting offers a strange enough contrast to the disputatious turn which had been engendered in him, as he tells us, by his father's books of dispute about religion before he left Boston. The state of mind with respect to religion that he brought with him to Philadelphia is thus described by him in the autobiography. My parents had early given me religious impressions, and brought me through my childhood piously in the dissenting way. But I was scarce 15 when, after doubting by turns of several points, as I found them disputed in the different books I read, I began to doubt of revelation itself. Some books against deism fell into my hands. They were said to be the substance of sermons preached at Boyle's lectures. It happened that they wrought an effect on me quite contrary to what was intended by them, for the arguments of the deists, which were quoted to be refuted, appeared to me much stronger than the refutations. Before the inevitable reaction set in, we obtained from the autobiography a few other items of religious or semi-religious interest. A passing reference has already been made to Keimer's invitation to Franklin to unite with him in founding another sect. He had been so often trepanned by Franklin's Socratic method of argument that he had finally come to entertain a great respect for it. He was to preach the doctrines, and his co-laborer was to confound all opponents. As he was in the habit of wearing his beard at full length, because somewhere in the Mosaic law it was said, "Thou shalt not mar the corners of thy beard," and was also in the habit of keeping the seventh day as his Sabbath, he insisted that these two habits of his should be enjoined as essential points of discipline upon the adherents of the new creed. Franklin agreed to acquiesce in this upon the condition that Keimer would confine himself to a vegetable diet. The latter consented, and though a great glutton, ate no animal food for 3 months. During this period their victuals were dressed and brought to them by a woman in their neighborhood, who had been given by Franklin a list of 40 dishes to be prepared for them at different times, in all which there was neither fish, flesh, or fowl. The whim, he declared, suited me the better at this time from the cheapness of it, not costing us above 18 sterling each per week. At the termination of 3 months, however, Keimer could live up to his Pythagorean vow, no longer invited 2 of his women friends and Franklin to dine with him, and ordered a roast pig for the occasion. Unfortunately for his guests, the pig was placed a little prematurely upon the table, and was all consumed by him before they arrived. With the disappearance of the pig, the new sect came to an end too. As sharp as the contrast between Franklin's spirit and the dove-like peace that brooded over the great Quaker meeting-house was the contrast between it and that of the self-devoted nun whom he was once permitted to visit in the garret in which she had immured herself, of his lodging-house in Duke Street, London, opposite the Romish chapel. As there was no nunnery in England, she had resolved to lead the life of a nun as nearly as possible under the circumstances. Accordingly, she had donated all her estate to charitable uses, reserving only £12 a year to live on, and out of this sum she still gave a great deal to charity, subsisting herself on water, gruel only, and using no fire but to boil it. For many years she had been allowed to live in her garret, free of charge, by successive Catholic tenants of the house, as they deemed it a blessing to have her there. A priest visited her to confess her every day. When asked how she could possibly find so much employment for a confessor, she replied, "Oh, it is impossible to avoid vain thoughts." Franklin found her cheerful and polite, and of pleasant conversation. Her room was clean, but had no other furniture than a mattress, a table with a crucifix and book, a stool which she gave him to sit on, and a picture over the chimney of Saint Veronica, displaying her handkerchief with the miraculous figure of Christ's bleeding face on it, which she explained to Franklin of all the persons in the world with great seriousness. She looked pale, but was never sick. I give it, says Franklin in the autobiography, as another instance on how small an income, life, and health may be supported. At no period of his existence was he less likely to be in sympathy with the ascetic side of religion than at this. Indeed, while in London at this time, believing that some of the reasonings of Wollaston's Religion of Nature, which he was engaged in composing at Palmer's printing house in Bartholomew Close, where he was employed as a printer, were not well founded, he wrote a dissertation on liberty and necessity, pleasure and pain, and dedicated it to his rapscallion friend James Ralph, whose own ideas about liberty may be inferred from the fact that he had deserted his family in Philadelphia to seek his fortune in England. This pamphlet Franklin afterwards came to regard as one of the errata of his life, and of the 100 copies of it that were printed, he then burnt all that he could lay his hands on, except one with marginal notes by Léon, the author of The Infallibility of Human Judgment. The argument of the pamphlet, as Franklin states it in the autobiography, was that as both virtue and vice owed their origin to an infinitely wise, good, and powerful God, nothing could possibly be wrong in the world, and vice and virtue were empty distinctions. Franklin's efforts to suppress the peace were, naturally enough, ineffectual, for there was an inextinguishable spark of vitality in almost everything that he ever wrote. These utterances make it apparent enough that the religious character of Franklin was subject to too many serious limitations to justify even early American patriotism in holding him up as an exemplar of religious orthodoxy, although our incredulity is not necessarily overtaxed by the statement of Parson Weems that, when Franklin was on his deathbed, he had a picture of Christ on the cross placed in such a situation that he could conveniently rest his eyes upon it, and declared, "That's the picture of him who came into the world to teach men to love one another." This kind of a teacher, divine or human, could not fail to awaken in him something as nearly akin to religious reverence as his nature was capable of entertaining. But his mental and moral constitution was one to which it was impossible that the supernatural or miraculous element in religion could address a persuasive appeal. In the affairs of this world, men are saved not by faith but by want of it, said Poor Richard, and it was with the affairs of this world that Franklin was exclusively concerned. When he visited the recluse in her Duke Street garret, it was not the crucifix and book, nor the picture over the chimney of Saint Veronica and her handkerchief that arrested his attention, nor was it the self-sacrificing fidelity of the lonely figure under her harsh restrictions to a pure and unselfish purpose. It was rather the small income, with its salutary lesson of frugality for the struggling world outside, on which he contrived to support life and health. If he deemed a set of sectarian principles to be whimsical, as he did some of those professed by the Quakers, he humored them in the spirit of his wife, who, he reminded his daughter in one of his letters, was in the habit of saying, "If people can be pleased with small matters, it is a pity but they should have them." Few men have ever been more familiar with the Scriptures than he. Some of his happiest illustrations were derived from its pictured narratives and rich imagery, but the idea that God had revealed his purposes to his children in its pages was one not congenial with his sober and inquisitive mental outlook, and equally uncongenial with the idea which of all others has exercised the profoundest degree of religious influence upon the human heart, that Christ, the only begotten Son of our Lord, was sent into the world to redeem us from our sins with his most precious blood. Even his belief in the existence of a superintending providence and a system of rewards and punishments here or hereafter for our moral conduct was a more or less vague, floating belief such as few thoroughly wise, well-balanced, and fair-minded men who have given any real thought to the universe in which they lived have ever failed to form to a greater or lesser degree. In a word, of that real, vital religion which vivifies even the common dull details of our daily lives, and irradiates with cheerful hope even the dark abyss to which our feet are hourly tending, which purifies our hearts, refines our natures, quickens our sympathies, exalts our ideals, and is capable of unassisted of inspiring even the humblest life with a subdued but noble enthusiasm equal to all the shocks of experience. Of this religion Franklin had none, or next to none. He went about the alteration of the Book of Common Prayer exactly as if he were framing a constitution for the Albany Congress or for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That the alterations were to be shaped by any but pure practical considerations, that deep religious feeling has unreasoning reservations which intuitively resent the mere suggestion of change, he does not seem to have realized at all. Religion to him was like any other apparatus, essential to the well-being of organized society, a thing to be fashioned and adapted to its uses without reference to anything but the ordinary principles of utility. If men are so wicked as we now see them with religion, what would they be if without it? Was a question addressed by him in his old age to a correspondent whom he was advising to burn a skeptical manuscript written by the former. At the age of 20, Franklin came back from London to Philadelphia, and it was then that the reaction in his infidel tendencies took place. From extreme dissent he was brought by a process of reasoning as purely inductive as any that he ever pursued as a philosopher to believe that he had wandered off into the paths of error and should make his way back to the narrow but safer road. Under his perverting influence, his friend Collins had become a free thinker, and Collins had soon acquired a habit of sodding with brandy, and had never repaid to him the portion of Mr. Vernon's money which he had borrowed from him. Under the same influence, his friend Ralph had become a free thinker, and Ralph had been equally faithless in the discharge of his pecuniary obligations to him. Sir William Keith, the colonial governor of Pennsylvania, whose fair promises, as we shall see, had led him on a fool's errand to London, was a free thinker, and Sir William had proved an unprincipled cozener. Benjamin Franklin himself was a free thinker, and Benjamin Franklin had forgotten the faith that he plighted to Deborah Reed, and had converted Mr. Vernon's money to his own use. The final result, Franklin tells us, was that his pamphlet on Liberty and Necessity appeared now not so clever performance as he once thought it, and he doubted whether some error had not insinuated itself unperceived into his argument, so as to infect all that followed, as was common with metaphysical reasonings. From this point, the drift of the Articles of Belief and Acts of Religion, the Little Book of Moral Practice, the Art of Virtue, the Reverend Mr. Cabell, and Christ Church was natural enough. We might add that the views upon which Franklin's mind finally settled down after its recoil from his pamphlet on Liberty and Necessity persisted until his last day. In a letter to Ezra Stiles, written but a little over a month before his death, he made the following statement of his faith. You desire to know something of my religion. It is the first time I have been questioned upon it, but I cannot take your curiosity amiss, and shall endeavor in a few words to gratify it. Here is my creed. I believe in one God, creator of the universe, that he governs it by his providence, that he ought to be worshipped, that the most acceptable service we render to him is doing good to his other children, that the soul of man is immortal and will be treated with justice in another life, respecting its conduct in this. These I take to be the fundamental principles of all sound religion, and I regard them as you do in whatever sect I meet with them. As to Jesus of Nazareth, my opinion of whom you particularly desire, I think the system of morals in his religion, as he left them to us, the best the world ever saw or is likely to see. But I apprehend it has received various corrupting changes, and I have with the most of the present dissenters in England some doubts as to his divinity, though it is a question I do not dogmatize upon, having never studied it, and think it needless to busy myself with it now, when I expect soon an opportunity of knowing the truth with less trouble. I see no harm, however, in his being believed, if that belief has the good consequence, as probably it has, of making his doctrines more respected and better observed. especially as I do not perceive that the Supreme takes it amiss by distinguishing the unbelievers in his government of the world with any peculiar marks of his displeasure. I shall only add respecting myself that having experienced the goodness of that being in conducting me prosperously through a long life, I have no doubt it is its continuance in the next, though without the smallest conceit of meriting such goodness. It is amusing to compare this letter written in America to the president of Yale College with what Franklin had previously written to Madame Brillon when she objected to the marriage of her daughter to William Temple Franklin, partly on the score of religious incompatibility. These are my ideas. In each religion there are certain essential things, and there are others that are only forms and modes, just as a loaf of sugar may happen to be wrapped up in either brown or white or blue paper, tied up with either red or yellow hempen or worsted twine. In every instance the essential thing is the sugar itself. Now the essentials of a good religion consist, it seems to me, in these 5 articles, viz. Then ensues a statement of practically the same fundamental tenets as those that he afterwards laid before Ezra Stiles, except that when he wrote to Madame Brillon, he was not certain whether we should be rewarded or punished according to our deserts in this life or in the life to come. He then adds, these essentials are found in both your religion and ours. The differences are only paper and twine. Dr. Priestley, in his autobiography, laments that a man of Dr. Franklin's general good character and great influence should have been an unbeliever in Christianity and should also have done as much as he did to make others unbelievers. Franklin acknowledged to his friend that he had not given as much attention as he ought to have done to the evidences of Christianity, and at his request Priestley recommended to him several books on the subject, which he does not seem to have read. As Priestley himself rejected the doctrines of the Trinity, the Atonement, original sin, and miraculous inspiration, and considered Christ to be a mere man, though divinely commissioned and assisted, his fitness for the office of winning Franklin over to Christianity might well have been questioned. He belonged to the same category as Dr. Richard Price, that other warm friend of Franklin, who came into Franklin's mind when Sir John Pringle asked him whether he knew where he could go to hear a preacher of rational Christianity. Franklin, it passes without saying, had his laugh at religion as he had at everything else at times. Some have observed, he says of the clergy in his Apology for Printers, that 'tis a fruitful topic, and the easiest to be witty upon of all others. For the earliest outbreak of his humor on this subject we are indebted to William Temple Franklin. Young Benjamin found the long graces uttered by his father before and after meals rather tedious. "I think, father," said he one day after the provisions for the winter had been salted, "if you were to say grace over the whole cask once for all, it would be a vast saving of time." Some of his later jests at the expense of religion read as if they were conceived at the period upon which his vow of silence called a halt, when, according to the autobiography, he was getting into the habit of prattling, punning, and joking, which only made him acceptable to trifling company. Others, however, have the earmarks of his humorous spirit in its more noteworthy manifestations. When he was off on his military excursion against the Indians, his command had for its chaplain a zealous Presbyterian minister, Mr. Beatty, who complained to him that the men did not generally attend his prayers and exhortations. When they enlisted, they were promised, besides pay and provisions, a gill of rum a day, which was punctually served out to them, half in morning and the other half in the evening. "I observed," says Franklin in the autobiography, "they were as punctual in attending to receive it, upon which I said to Mr. Beatty, 'It is perhaps below the dignity of your profession to act as steward of the rum, but if you were to deal it out, and only just after prayers, you would have them all about you.' He liked the thought, undertook the office, and with the help of a few hands to measure out the liquor, executed it to satisfaction, and never were prayers more generally and more punctually attended, so that I thought this method preferable to the punishment inflicted by some military laws for non-attendance on divine service." The efficacy itself of prayer also elicited some bantering comments from him, alluding to the prayers offered up in New England for the reduction of Louisburg. He wrote to John Franklin, "Some seem to think forts are as easy taken as snuff. Father Moody's prayers look tolerably modest. You have a fast and prayer day for that purpose, in which I compute 500,000 petitions were offered up to the same effect in New England, which added to the petitions of every family morning and evening, multiplied by the number of days since January the 25th, make 45 millions of prayers, which, set against the prayers of a few priests in the garrison to the Virgin Mary, give a vast balance in your favor. If you do not succeed, I fear I shall have but indifferent opinion of Presbyterian prayers in such cases as long as I live. Indeed, in attacking strong towns, I should have more dependence on works than on faith, for like the kingdom of heaven, they are to be taken by force and violence, and in a French garrison I suppose there are devils of that kind, that they are not to be cast out by prayers and fasting, unless it be their own fasting for want of provisions." We can readily imagine that more than one mirth-provoking letter like this from the pen of Franklin passed into the general circulation of colonial humor. As for the humorist, he did not fail to return to the subject a little later on, when Louisburg, after being bandied about between English and French control, was again in the hands of the English. "I congratulate you," he said to Jane Meekum, "on the conquest of Cape Breton, and hope as your people took it by praying the first time, you will now pray that it may never be given up again, which you then forgot." In his letter from China, he makes the sailor who is supposed to be narrating his experiences in China say that he asked his Chinese master why they did not go to church to pray, as was done in Europe, and was answered that they paid the priest to pray for them, that they might stay at home and mind their business, and that it would be folly to pay others for praying and then go and do the praying themselves, and that the more work they did while the priest prayed, the better able they were to pay them well for praying. After expressing his regret in a letter from New York to Colonel Henry Bouquet, the hero of the Battle of Bushy Run, that because of business he could enjoy so little of the conversation of that gallant officer at Philadelphia, he exclaimed, "How happy are the folks in heaven, who 'tis said have nothing to do but to talk with one another, except now and then a little singing and drinking of aqua vitae." His leniency in relation to the Sabbath also vented itself in a jocose letter to Jared Ingersoll. "I should be glad to know what it is that distinguishes Connecticut religion from common religion. Communicate, if you please, some of these particulars that you think will amuse me as a virtuoso. When I traveled in Flanders, I thought of our excessively strict observation of Sunday, and that a man could hardly travel on that day among you upon his lawful occasions without hazard of punishment, while where I was every one travelled if he pleased or diverted himself in any other way. And in the afternoon both high and low went to the play or the opera, where there was plenty of singing, fiddling, and dancing. I looked around for God's judgments, but saw no signs of them. The cities were well built and full of inhabitants, the markets filled with plenty, the people well favored and well clothed, the fields well tilled, the cattle fed and strong, the fences, houses, and windows all in repair, and no old tenor paper money anywhere in the country, which would almost make one suspect that the Deity is not so angry at that offense as a New England justice. The joke sometimes turns up when we are least expecting it, if it can be said that there is ever a time when a flash of wit or humor from Franklin surprises us. In a letter to Richard Price, asking him for a list of good books such as were most proper to inculcate principles of sound religion and just government, he informs Price that a new town in Massachusetts, having done him the honor to name itself after him, and proposing to build a steeple to their meeting house if he would give them a bell, he had advised the sparing themselves the expense of a steeple for the present, and that they would accept of books instead of a bell, sense being preferable to sound. There is a gleam of the same sort in his revised version of the Lord's Prayer, for almost incredible as the fact, his irreverent hand tinkered even with this most sacred of human petitions. Our liturgy, he said, uses neither the debtors of Matthew nor the indebted of Luke, but instead of them speaks of those that trespass against us. Perhaps the considering it as a Christian duty to forgive debtors was by the compilers of thought an inconvenient idea in a trading nation. Sometimes his humor is so delicate and subtle that even acute intellects without a keen sense of the ludicrous mistake it all for labored gravity. This is true of his modernized version of part of the first chapter of Job, where, for illustration, for the words, "But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face," he suggests the following: "Try him, only withdraw your favor, turn him out of his places, and withhold his pensions, and you will soon find him in the opposition." It is a remarkable fact that more than one celebrated man of letters has accepted this exquisite parody as a serious intrusion by Franklin into a reformatory field for which he was unfitted. We dare say that if Franklin could have anticipated such a result, he would have experienced a degree of pleasure in excess of even that which he was in the habit of feeling when he had successfully passed off his parable against persecution on someone as an extract from the Bible. There is undeniably a lack of reality, a certain sort of hollowness about his religious views. When we tap them, a sound as of an empty cask comes back to us. They are distinguished by very much the same want of spontaneous instinctive feeling, the same artificial cast, the same falsetto note as his system of moral practice and his art of virtue. Indeed, to a very great degree, they are but features of his system of morals. That he ever gave any sincere credence to the written creed of his youth, with its graded pantheon of gods, is of course inconceivable. This was a mere academic and transitional conceit, inspired by the first youthful impulses of his recession from extreme irreligion to lukewarm acquiescence in accepted religious conventions. Nor can we say that his belief in a single deity was much more genuine or vital, confidently as he professed to commit himself to the wisdom and goodness of this deity. There is nothing in his writings, full of well-rounded thanksgiving and praise, as they sometimes are, to justify the conclusion that to him God was anything more than the personification, more or less abstract, of those cosmic forces with which he was so conversant, and of those altruistic promptings of the human heart of which he himself was such a beneficent example. The fatherhood of God was a passive conception to which his mind was conducted almost solely by his active, ever-present sense of the brotherhood of man. But it is no greater misconception to think of Franklin as a Christian than to think of him as a scoffer. He was no scoffer. A laugh or a smile for some ceremonious or extravagant feature of religion he had at times, as we have seen, but no laugh or smile except such as can be reconciled with a substantial measure of genuine religious good faith. It was never any part of his purpose to decry religion, to undermine its influence, or to weaken its props. He was too full of the scientific spirit of speculation and distrust. He was too practical and worldly wise to readily surrender the right of private judgment, or to give himself over to any form of truly devotional fervor. But he had entirely too keen an appreciation of the practical value of religion in restraining human vices and passions, and promoting human benevolence, to have any disposition to destroy or impair its sway. The motive of his existence was not to unsettle men, nor to cast them adrift, nor to hold out to them novel projects of self-improvement, not rooted in fixed human prepossessions and experience, but to discipline them, to free them from social selfishness, to keep them in subjection to all the salutary restraints which the past had shown to be good for them. Of these restraints he knew that those imposed by religion were among the most potent, and to religion therefore he adhered, if for no other reason, because it was the most helpful ally of human morality, and of the municipal ordinances by which human morality is enforced. From what he said to Lord Kames, it seems that he regarded his art of virtue as a supplement to religion, though really with more truth it might be asserted that it was religion which was the supplement of his art of virtue. Christians, he said, are directed to have faith in Christ as the effectual means of obtaining the change they desire. It may, when sufficiently strong, be effectual with many, for a full opinion that a teacher is infinitely wise, good, and powerful, and that he will certainly reward and punish the obedient and disobedient, must give great weight to his precepts, and make them much more attended to by his disciples. But many have this faith in so weak a degree that it does not produce the effect. Our art of virtue may therefore be of great service to those whose faith is unhappily not so strong, and may come in aid of its weakness. How little Franklin was inclined to undervalue religion as a support of good conduct is, among other things, shown by the concern which he occasionally expressed in his letters when he was abroad that his wife and daughter should not be slack in attending divine worship. One of his letters to Sally of this nature we have already quoted. Another to his wife expresses the hope that Sally continues to love going to church, and states that he would have her read over and over again the whole duty of man and the ladies' library. In another letter to his wife he says, "You spent your Sunday very well, but I think you should go oftener to church." Fortified as he was by his art of virtue, he felt that church attendance was but a matter of secondary importance for him, but he was eager that his wife and daughter, who had not acquired the habitude of the virtues as he had, should not neglect the old immemorial aids to rectitude. Even to the levity with which religious topics might be handled he set distinct limits. He had no objection to a good-humored joke at the expense of their superficial aspects, even if it was a little broad, but with malignant or derisive attacks upon religion he had no sympathy whatever. In the autobiography he denounces with manifest sincerity as a wicked travesty the doggerel version of the Bible composed by Dr. Brown, who kept the inn 8 or 10 miles from Burlington, at which he lodged overnight on his first journey from Boston to Philadelphia. Nothing that he ever wrote is wiser or sounder than the letter which he addressed to a friend, dissuading him from publishing a piece impugning the doctrine of a special providence. In its utilitarian conceptions of religion and virtue, in the emphasis placed by it upon habit as the best security for righteous conduct, in the cautious respect that it manifests for the general sentiments of mankind on religious subjects, we have a concise revelation of his whole attitude towards religion when he was turning his face seriously towards it. By the argument it contains against the doctrines of a particular providence, he said, "Though you allow a general providence, you strike at the foundation of all religion. For without the belief of a providence that takes cognizance of, guards, and guides, and may favor particular persons, there is no motive to worship a deity, to fear its displeasure, or to pray for its protection." I will not enter into any discussion of your principles, though you seem to desire it. At present I shall only give you my opinion, that though your reasonings are subtle, and may prevail with some readers, you will not succeed so as to change the general sentiments of mankind on that subject, and the consequence of printing this piece will be a great deal of odium drawn upon yourself, mischief to you, and no benefit to others. He that spits against the wind spits in his own face. But were you to succeed, do you imagine any good be done by it? You yourself may find it easy to live a virtuous life without the assistance afforded by religion. You, having a clear perception of the advantages of virtue and the disadvantages of vice, and possessing a strength of resolution sufficient to enable you to resist common temptations. But think how great a proportion of mankind consists of weak and ignorant men and women, and of inexperienced and inconsiderate youth of both sexes, who have need of the motives of religion to restrain them from vice, to support their virtue, and retain them in the practice of it till it becomes habitual, which is the great point for its security. And perhaps you are indebted to her originally, that is, to your religious education, for the habits of virtue upon which you now justly value yourself. You might easily display your excellent talents of reasoning upon a less hazardous subject, and thereby obtain a rank with our most distinguished authors. For among us it is not necessary, as among the Hottentots, that a youth to be received into the company of men should prove his manhood by beating his mother. I would advise you, therefore, not to attempt unchaining the tiger, but to burn this piece before it is seen by any other person, whereby you will save yourself a great deal of mortification from the enemies it may raise against you, and perhaps a good deal of regret and repentance. End of section 6. Section 7 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1 by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1, Franklin the Philanthropist and Citizen. It may be that if Franklin had asked the angel who made the room of Abu Ben Adam rich, and like a lily in bloom, whether his name was among the names of those who love the Lord? The angel might have replied, Nay, not so, but there can be no question that, like Ben Adam Franklin, could with good right have added, I pray thee then, write me as one that loves his fellow men. As we have said, the desire to promote the welfare of his fellow creatures was the real religion of his life, a zealous, constant religion, which began with his early manhood and ceased only with his end. This fact reveals itself characteristically in a letter written by him to his wife just after he had narrowly escaped shipwreck off Falmouth harbor on his second voyage to England. Were I a Roman Catholic, he said, perhaps I should on this occasion vow to build a chapel to some saint, but as I am not, if I were to vow at all, it should be to build a lighthouse. The weaker side of human character was, in all its aspects, manifest enough to his humorous perceptions. In an amusing paragraph in the autobiography, he tells us how once in his youth he resolutely adhered to his vegetarian scruples, even when his nose was filled with the sweet savor of frying fish, until he recollected that he had seen some smaller fish removed from their stomachs. Then, thought he, if you eat one another, I don't see why we mayn't eat you. So convenient a thing, he adds, it is to be a reasonable creature, since it enables one to find or make a reason for everything one has a mind to do. On another occasion he was so disgusted with the workings of human reason as to regret that we had been furnished with a sound, sensible instinct instead. At intervals the sly humor dies away into something like real, heartfelt censure of his kind, especially when he reflects upon the baleful state of eclipse into which human happiness passes when overcast by war. Among other reasons, he hated war because he deprecated everything that tended to check the multiplication of the human species, which he was almost ludicrously eager to encourage. No writer, not even Malthus, who was very deeply indebted to him, has ever had a keener insight into the philosophy of population, and no man has ever been a more enthusiastic advocate of the social arrangements which furnish the results for the application of this philosophy. In one of her letters to him we find his daughter Sally saying, As I know my dear papa likes to hear of weddings, I will give him a list of my acquaintance that has entered the matrimonial state since his departure. And in one of his letters to his wife when he was in England on his first mission, he wrote, The accounts you give me of the marriages of our friends are very agreeable. I love to hear of everything that tends to increase the number of good people. The one thing in French customs that appears to have met with his disapproval was the inclination of French mothers to escape the burdens of maternity. In a letter to George Whately, he ventured to conjecture that in the year 1785 only one out of every 2 infants born in Paris was being nursed by its own mother. Is it right, he asked, to encourage this monstrous deficiency of natural affection? A surgeon I met with here excused the women of Paris by saying seriously that they could not give suck, car, dit-il, elles n'ont point de tétons, for, said he, they have no teats. He assured me it was a fact, and bade me look at them and observe how flat they were on the breast. They have nothing more there, said he, than I have upon the back of my hand. I have since thought that there might be some truth in his observation, and that possibly nature, finding they made no use of bubbies, has left off giving them any. I wish success to the new project of assisting the poor to keep their children at home. Franklin adds later in this letter, because I think there is no nurse like a mother, or not many, and that if parents did not immediately send their infants out of their sight, they would in a few days begin to love them, and thence be spurred to greater industry for their maintenance. Among his most delightful observations are these on marriage in a letter to John Sargent. The account you give me of your family is pleasing, except that your eldest son continues so long unmarried. I hope he does not intend to live and die in celibacy. The wheel of life that has rolled down on to him from Adam without interruption should not stop with him. I would not have one dead unbearing branch in the genealogical tree of the sergeants. The married state is, after all our jokes, the happiest being conformable to our natures. Man and woman have each other of them qualities and tempers in which the other is deficient, and which in union contribute to the common felicity. Single and separate, they are not the complete human being. They are like the odd halves of scissors. They cannot answer the end of their formation. Equally delightful are his observations upon the same subject in a letter to John Allen after Allen's marriage. Had you consulted me as a friend on the occasion, youth on both sides, I should not have thought any objection. Indeed, from the matches that have fallen under my observation, I am rather inclined to think that early ones stand the best chance for happiness. The tempers and habits of young people are not yet become so stiff and uncomplying as when more advanced in life. They form more easily to each other, and hence many occasions of disgust are removed. And if youth has less of the prudence that is necessary to conduct a family, yet the parents and elder friends of young married persons are generally at hand to afford their advice, which amply supplies that defect. And by early marriage, youth is sooner formed to regular and useful life, and possibly some of those accidents, habits, or connections that might have injured either the constitution or the reputation, or both, are thereby happily prevented. Particular circumstances of particular persons may possibly sometimes make it prudent to delay entering into that state, but in general, when nature has rendered our bodies fit for it, the presumption is in nature's favor that she has not judged amiss in making us desire it. Late marriages are often attended too with this further inconvenience, that there is not the same chance the parents shall live to see their offspring educated. Late children, says the Spanish proverb, are early orphans, a melancholy reflection to those whose case it may be. With us in America, marriages are generally in the morning of life. Our children are therefore educated and settled in the world by noon, and thus our business being done, we have an afternoon and evening of cheerful leisure to ourselves, such as your friend at present enjoys. By these early marriages we are blessed with more children, and from the mode among us, founded in nature, of every mother suckling and nursing her own child, more of them are raised. Thence the swift progress of population among us, unparalleled in Europe. Then, after speaking of the fate of many in England who, having deferred marriage too long, find at length that it is too late to think of it, and so live all their lives in a situation that greatly lessens a man's value, he comes back to what seems to have been a favorite course of illustration of his in relation to marriage. An odd volume of a set of books, you know, is not worth its proportion of the set. And what think you of the usefulness of an odd half of a pair of scissors? It cannot well cut anything. It may possibly serve to scrape a trencher. With these views about marriage, it is not surprising to find Franklin employing in a letter to Joseph Priestley such language about war as this: Men I find to be a sort of beings very badly constructed, as they are generally more easily provoked than reconciled, more disposed to do mischief to each other than to make reparation, much more easily deceived than undeceived, and having more pride and even pleasure in killing than in begetting one another. For without a blush they assemble in great armies at noonday to destroy, and when they have killed as many as they can, they exaggerate the number to augment the fancied glory. But they creep into corners or cover themselves with the darkness of night when they mean to beget, as being ashamed of a virtuous action. A virtuous action it would be, and a vicious one, the killing of them, if this species were really worth producing or preserving. But of this I begin to doubt. In the same letter he suggests to the celebrated clergyman and philosopher to whom he was writing that perhaps as the latter grew older he might look upon the saving of souls as a hopeless project or an idle amusement, repent of having murdered in mephitic air so many honest harmless mice, and wish that to prevent mischief he had used boys and girls instead of them. Nor are these by any means the only sentences in Franklin's writings in which he expressed his disgust for the human passions which breed war. A frequently repeated saying of his was that there hardly ever existed such a thing as a bad peace or a good war. All wars, he declared to Mrs. Mary Hewson after the establishment of peace between Great Britain and her revolted colonies, are follies, very expensive and very mischievous ones, When will mankind be convinced of this and agree to settle their differences by arbitration? Were they to do it even by the cast of a die, it would be better than by fighting and destroying each other. I join with you most cordially, he wrote 6 months later to Sir Joseph Banks, in rejoicing at the return of peace. I hope it will be lasting, and that mankind will at length, as they call themselves reasonable creatures, have reason and sense enough to settle their differences without cutting throats. For in my opinion there never was a good war or bad peace. What vast additions to the conveniences and comforts of living might mankind have acquired if the money spent in wars had been employed in works of public utility? What an extension of agriculture, even to the tops of our mountains! What rivers rendered navigable or joined by canals! What bridges, aqueducts, new roads, and other public works, edifices, and improvements, rendering England a complete paradise, might have been obtained by spending those millions in doing good, which in the last war have been spent in doing mischief, in bringing misery into thousands of families, and destroying the lives of so many thousands of working people who might have performed the useful labor. The same sentiments are repeated in a letter to David Hartley. What would you think of a proposition if I should make it of a family compact between England, France, and America? America would be as happy as the Sabine girls if she could be the means of uniting in perpetual peace her father and her husband. What repeated follies are these repeated wars? You do not want to conquer and govern one another. Why then should you continually be employed in injuring and destroying one another? How many excellent things might have been done to promote the internal welfare of each country! What bridges, roads, canals, and other useful public works and institutions tending to the common felicity might have been made and established with the money and men foolishly spent during the last 7 centuries by our mad wars in doing one another mischief! You are near neighbors, and each have very respectable qualities. Learn to be quiet and to respect each other's rights. You are all Christians. One is the most Christian king, and the other defender of the faith. Manifest the propriety of these titles by your future conduct. By this, says Christ, shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye love one another. Seek peace and ensue it. We make daily great improvements in natural. There is one I wish to see in moral philosophy. He wrote to Richard Price, the discovery of a plan that would induce and oblige nations to settle their disputes without first cutting one another's throats. When will human reason be sufficiently improved to see the advantage of this? The aspiration is again voiced in a letter to Joseph Priestley. The rapid progress true science now makes occasions my regretting sometimes that I was born so soon. It is impossible to imagine the height to which may be carried in 1,000 years the power of man over matter. We may perhaps learn to deprive large masses of their gravity and give them absolute levity for the sake of easy transport. Agriculture may diminish its labor and double its produce. All diseases may by sure means be prevented or cured, not excepting even that of old age, and our lives lengthened at pleasure even beyond the antediluvian standard. Oh, that moral science were in as fair a way of improvement that men would cease to be wolves to one another, and that human beings would at length learn what they now improperly call humanity. Mixed with Franklin's other feelings about war, as we have seen, was a profound sense of its pecuniary wastefulness. It was the greediest of all rat-holes, an agency of impoverishment, worse even than the 4 specified in Poor Richard's couplet. Women and wine, game and deceit, make the wealth small and the wants great. When, he asked Benjamin Vaughan, will princes learn arithmetic enough to calculate, if they want pieces of one another's territory, how much cheaper it would be to buy them than to make war for them, even though they were to give 100 years' purchase? But if glory cannot be valued, and therefore the wars for it cannot be subjected to arithmetical calculation, so as to show their advantage or disadvantage, at least wars for trade which have gained for their object may be proper subjects for such computation. And a trading nation, as well as a single trader, ought to calculate the probabilities of profit and loss before engaging in any considerable adventure. This, however, nations seldom do, and we have had frequent instances of their spending more money in wars for acquiring or securing branches of commerce than 100 years' profit or the full enjoyment of them can compensate. A celebrated philosophical writer, Franklin said in the propositions relative to privateering, which he communicated to Richard Oswald, had remarked that when he considered the destruction to human life caused by the slave trade, so intimately connected with the industry of the sugar islands, he could scarce look on a morsel of sugar without conceiving it spotted with human blood. If this writer, Franklin added, had considered also the blood of one another, which the white nations had shed in fighting for these islands, he would have imagined his sugar not as spotted only, but as thoroughly dyed red. As for Franklin himself, he was satisfied that the subjects of the Emperor of Germany and the Empress of Russia, who had no sugar islands, consumed sugar cheaper at Vienna and Moscow, with all the charge of transporting it after its arrival in Europe, than the citizens of London or of Paris. And I sincerely believe he declared that if France and England were to decide by throwing dice which should have the whole of their sugar islands, the loser in the throw would be the gainer. The future expense of defending the islands would be saved. The sugar would be bought cheaper by all Europe, if the inhabitants of the islands might make it without interruption, and whoever imported it, the same revenue might be raised by duties on it at the custom houses of the nation that consumed it. You know, Franklin observed in his famous letter to his daughter Sally on the order of the Cincinnati, everything makes me recollect some story. As respects war, the inevitable story turned up in one of his letters to Priestley. In what light, he said, we are viewed by superior beings may be gathered from a piece of late West India news, which possibly has not yet reached you. A young angel of distinction, being sent down to this world on some business for the first time, had an old courier spirit assigned him as a guide. They arrived over the seas of Martinico in the middle of the long day of obstinate fight between the fleets of Rodney and De Grasse, when through the clouds of smoke he saw the fire of the guns, the decks covered with mangled limbs and bodies dead or dying, the ships sinking, burning, or blown into the air, and the quantity of pain, misery, and destruction. The crews yet alive were thus with so much eagerness dealing round to one another. He turned angrily to his guide and said, "You blundering blockhead, you are ignorant of your business. You undertook to conduct me to the earth, and you have brought me into hell." "No, sir," says the guide, "I've made no mistake. This is really the earth, and these are men. Devils never treat one another in this cruel manner. They have more sense and more of what men vainly call humanity." But how little acrid misanthropy there was in this lurid story, or any of the indignant utterances occasionally wrung from Franklin by the sanguinary tendencies of the human race, is clearly seen in this very letter, for after working up his story to its opprobrious climax, he falls back to the genial level of his ordinary disposition. "But to be serious, my dear old friend," he adds, "I love you as much as ever, and I love all the honest souls that meet at the London coffee house. Only wonder how it happened that they and my other friends in England came to be such good creatures in the midst of so perverse a generation. I long to see them and you once more, and I labor for peace with more earnestness, that I may again be happy in your sweet society." The truth is that Franklin was no Timon of Athens, and no such thing as lasting misanthropy could find lodgment in that earth-born and earth-loving nature which fitted into the world as smoothly as its own grass, its running water, or its fruitful plains. If for many generations there has been any man whose pronouncement homo sum, homini nihil ame alienum puto was capable of clothing that trite phrase with its original freshness, this man was Franklin. The day when the word went out in the humble Milk Street dwelling of his father that another man-child was born was a day that he never regretted. The long years of rational and useful existence which followed he was willing, as has been told, to live all over again, if he could only enjoy the author's privilege of correcting in the second edition the errata of the first. In his declining years he could still find satisfaction in the fact that he was afflicted with only 3 mortal diseases, and during his last 12 months, when he was confined for the most part to his bed, and in his paroxysms of pain was obliged to take large doses of laudanum to mitigate his tortures, his fortitude was such as to elicit this striking tribute from his physician, Dr. John Jones. In the intervals of pain he not only amused himself with reading and conversing cheerfully with his family and a few friends who visited him, but was often employed in doing business of a public as well as private nature, with various persons who waited on him for that purpose, and in every instance displayed not only that readiness and disposition of doing good which was the distinguishing characteristic of his life, but the fullest and clearest possession of his uncommon mental abilities, and not unfrequently indulged himself in those jeux d'esprit and entertaining anecdotes which were the delight of all who heard him. To the very last, his wholesome, sunny spirit was proof against every morbid trial. Dr. Jones tells us further that even during his closing days, when the severity of his pain drew forth a groan of complaint, he would observe that he was afraid that he did not bear his sufferings as he ought, acknowledged his grateful sense of the many blessings he had received from that Supreme Being who had raised him from small and low beginnings to such high rank and consideration among men, and made no doubt but his present afflictions were kindly intended to wean him from a world in which he was no longer fit to act the part assigned to him. It is plain enough that in practice as well as in precept to Franklin life was ever a welcome gift to be enjoyed so long as corporeal infirmities permit it to be enjoyed, and to be surrendered when the ends of its institution can no longer be fulfilled, as naturally as we surrender consciousness when we turn into our warmer beds and give ourselves over to our shorter slumbers. The spirit in which he lived is reflected in the concluding paragraph of his Articles of Belief, in which, with the refrain, "Good God, I thank thee," at the end of every paragraph except the last, and with the words, "My good God, I thank thee," at the end of the last, he expresses his gratitude to his God for peace and liberty, for food and raiment, for corn and wine and milk and every kind of healthful nourishment, for the common benefits of air and light, for useful fire and delicious water, for knowledge and literature and every useful art, for his friends and their prosperity, and for the fewness of his enemies, for all the innumerable benefits conferred on him by the Deity, for life and reason and the use of speech, for health and joy in every pleasant hour. Those thanks for his friends and their prosperity was Franklin indeed at his best. On the other hand, the spirit in which he regarded and met the hour of his dissolution is vividly reflected in the lines written by him in his 79th year. "If life's compared to a feast, near 80 years I've been a guest. I've been regaled with the best, and feel quite satisfied. 'Tis time that I retired to rest. Landlord, I thank thee. Friends, good night." These lines, unsteady upon their poetic feet as they are, like all of Franklin's lines, may perhaps be pronounced the best that he ever wrote, but they are not so good as his celebrated epitaph written many years before, when the hour at the end of existence was not so late. The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here food for worms, yet the work itself shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more beautiful edition, corrected and amended by the author. So far as we can see, the only quarrel that Franklin had with existence was that he was born too soon to witness many important human achievements which the future had in store. He was prepared to quit the world quietly when he was duly summoned to do so. The artist who was to paint his portrait for Yale College, he said a few days before his death to Ezra Stiles, must not delay about it, as his subject might slip through his fingers. But it was impossible for such an inquisitive man to repress the wish that, after his decease, he might be permitted to revisit the globe for the purpose of enjoying the inventions and improvements which had come into existence during his absence. The locomotive, the steamship, the Morse and Marconi telegraphs, the telephone, the autocar, the aeroplane, the abolition of American slavery, 20th century London, Paris, and New York. "I have been long impressed," he said in his 83rd year to the Reverend John Lathrop, "with the same sentiments you so well express of the growing felicity of mankind, from the improvements in philosophy, morals, politics, and even the conveniences of common living, by the invention and acquisition of new and useful utensils and instruments, that I have sometimes almost wished it had been my destiny to be born 2 or 3 centuries hence. For invention and improvement are prolific and beget more of their kind. The present progress is rapid. Many of great importance now unthought of will before that period be produced. And then I might not only enjoy their advantages, but have my curiosity gratified in knowing what they are to be. I see a little absurdity in what I have just written, but it is to a friend who will wink and let it pass, while I mention one reason more for such a wish, which is that if the art of physic shall be improved in proportion with other arts, we may then be able to avoid diseases, and live as long as the patriarchs in Genesis, to which I suppose we should make little objection." Such complete adjustment to all the conditions of human existence, even the harshest, as Franklin exhibited, would, under any circumstances, be an admirable and inspiring thing, but it becomes still more so when we recollect that he prized life mainly for the opportunity that it afforded him to do good, To his own country he rendered services of priceless importance, but it would be utterly misleading to think of him as anything less, to use a much abused term of his time, than a friend of man. Il est surtout pour sa philanthropie l'honneur de l'Amérique et de l'humanité. That was what one of his French eulogists sang, and that is what his contemporaries generally felt about him, and said of him with 1,001 different variations. It was the general belief of his age that his enlightened intelligence and breadth of charity placed him upon a plateau from which his vision ranged over the wants, the struggles, and the aberrations of his fellow beings everywhere, altogether unrefracted by self-interest or national prejudices. He might have scores to settle with princes, ministers, parliaments, or priests. Before the race he had nothing but light and love and compassion. To the poor he was the strong, shrewd, wise man who had broken through the hard incrustations of his own poverty and preached sound counsels of prudence and thrift as general in their application as the existence of human indigence and folly. To the liberal aspirations of his century he represented, to use his own figure, the light which all the window shutters of despotism and priestcraft were powerless to shut out longer. To men of all kinds his benevolent interest in so many different forms in the welfare and progress of human society, his efforts to assuage the ferocity of war, the very rod with which he disarmed the fury of the storm cloud, seemed to mark him as a benignant being, widely removed by his sagacity and goodness from the short-sighted and selfish princes and statesmen of his day, whose thoughts and aims appeared to be wholly centered upon intrigue and blood. It was in perfect sincerity that Edmund Burke appealed to Franklin not only as a friend but as the lover of his species, to assist him in protecting the parole of General Burgoyne. How well he knew that man may be inferred from his declaration when it was suggested that selfish considerations of personal safety had brought Franklin to France. "I never can believe," he said, "that he has come thither as a fugitive from his cause in the hour of its distress, or that he is going to conclude a long life which has brightened every hour it has continued with so foul and dishonorable flight." If Franklin is not mistaken, his career as a lover of his species can be traced back to a very early circumstance. In one of his letters in his old age to Samuel Mather, the descendant of Increase and Cotton Mather, he states that a mutilated copy of Cotton Mather's Essays to Do Good, which fell in his way when he was a boy, had influenced his conduct through life, and that if he had been a useful citizen, the public was indebted for the fact to this book. "I've always set a greater value on the character of a doer of good than on any other kind of reputation," he remarks in the letter. "The noblest question in the world," said Poor Richard, "is what good may I do in it?" But no matter how or when the chance seed was sown, it fell upon ground eager to receive it. It was an observation of Franklin that the quantity of good that may be done by one man, if he will make a business of doing good, is prodigious. The saying in its various forms presupposed the sacrifice of all studies, amusements, and avocations. No such self-immolation, it is needless to affirm, marked his versatile and happy career, yet rarely has any single person whose attention has been engaged by other urgent business besides that of mankind ever furnished such a pointed example of the truth of the observation. End of section 7. Section 8 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2, Franklin the Philanthropist and Citizen. The first project of a public nature organized by him was the Junto, a project of which he received the hint from the neighborhood benefit societies established by Cotton Mather, who it would be an egregious error to suppose did nothing in his life but hound hapless wretches to death for witchcraft. The Junto, founded by Franklin when he was a journeyman printer, about 21 years of age, was primarily an association for mutual improvement. It met every Friday evening, and its rules, which were drafted by him, required every member in turn to produce one or more queries on some point of morals, politics, or natural philosophy to be discussed by its members, and once every 3 months to produce and read an essay of his own writing on any subject he pleased. Under the regulations, the debates were to be conducted with the presiding officer in the chair, and in the sincere spirit of inquiry after truth, without fondness for dispute or desire for victory. Dogmatism and direct contradiction were made contraband and prohibited under small pecuniary penalties. With a few rough strokes, Franklin etches to the life in the autobiography all the first members of the association. We linger just now only on his portrait of Thomas Godfrey, a self-taught mathematician, great in his way, and afterward inventor of what is now called Hadley's quadrant. But he knew little out of his way, and was not a pleasing companion, as, like most great mathematicians I have met with, he expected universal precision in everything said, or was forever denying or distinguishing upon trifles, to the disturbance of all conversation. He soon left us. All of the first members, except Robert Grace, a young gentleman of some fortune, derived their livelihood from the simple pursuits of a small provincial town, but all in one way or another were under the spell exerted by a love of reading or something else outside of the dull treadmill of daily necessity. From the number of journeyman mechanics in it, the Junto came to be known in Philadelphia as the Leathern Apron Club. An applicant for initiation had to stand up and declare, with one hand laid upon his breast, that he had no particular disrespect for any member of the Junto, that he loved mankind in general, of whatsoever profession or religion, that he thought no person ought to be harmed in his body, name, or goods for mere speculative opinion, or for his external way of worship, that he loved the truth for the truth's sake, and would endeavor impartially to find and receive it, and communicate it to others. In all this the spirit of Franklin is manifest enough. Quite as manifest, too, is the spirit of Franklin in the 24 standing queries, which were read at every weekly meeting, with a pause between each, while one might fill and drink a glass of wine, and which propounded the following interrogatories. Have you read over these queries this morning in order to consider what you might have to offer the Junto touching any one of them? These: 1. Have you met with anything in the author you last read, remarkable or suitable to be communicated to the Junto, particularly in history, morality, poetry, physic, travels, mechanic arts, or other parts of knowledge? 2. What new story have you lately heard, agreeable for telling in conversation? 3. Hath any citizen, in your knowledge, failed in his business lately, and what have you heard of the cause? 4. Have you lately heard of any citizens thriving well, and by what means? 5. Have you lately heard how any present rich man, here or elsewhere, got his estate? 6. Do you know of a fellow citizen who has lately done a worthy action, deserving praise and imitation, or who has lately committed an error, proper for us to be warned against and avoid? 7. What unhappy effects of intemperance have you lately observed or heard, of imprudence, of passion, or of any other vice or folly? 8. What happy effects of temperance, prudence, of moderation, or of any other virtue? 9. Have you or any of your acquaintance been lately sick or wounded? If so, what remedies were used, and what were their effects? 10. Whom do you know that are shortly going voyages or journeys, if one should have occasion to send by them? 11. Do you think of anything at present in which the Junto may be serviceable to mankind, to their country, to their friends, or to themselves? 12. Hath any deserving stranger arrived in town since last meeting that you have heard of? And what have you heard or observed of his character or merits? And whether think you it lies in the power of the Junto to oblige him or encourage him as he deserves? 13. Do you know of any deserving young beginner lately set up, whom it lies in the power of the Junto any way to encourage? 14. Have you lately observed any defect in the laws of your country, of which it would be proper to move the legislature for an amendment? Or do you know of any beneficial law that is wanting? 15. Have you lately observed any encroachment on the just liberties of the people? 16. Hath anybody attacked your reputation lately, and what can the Junto do towards securing it? 17. Is there any man whose friendship you want, and which the Junto or any of them can procure for you? 18. Have you lately heard of any member's character attacked, and how have you defended it? 19. Hath any man injured you, from whom it is in the power of the junto to procure redress? 20. In what manner can the junto or any of them assist you in any of your honorable designs? 21. Have you any weighty affair on hand in which you think the advice of the junto may be of service? 22. What benefits have you lately received from any man not present? 23. Is there any difficulty in matters of opinion, of justice and injustice, which you would gladly have discussed at this time? 24. Do you see anything amiss in the present customs or proceedings of the junto which might be amended? These queries render it obvious that the junto in actual operation far transcended the scope of a mere association for mutual improvement. Such a strong desire was entertained by its members to bring their friends into it that Franklin finally suggested that each member should organize a separate club, secretly subordinate to the parent body, and in this way help to extend the sphere of the junto's usefulness. And this suggestion was followed by the formation of 5 or 6 such clubs with such names as the Vine, the Union, and the Band, which, as time went on, became centers of agitation for the promotion of public aims. Cotton Mather would scarcely have regarded a club with such liberal principles as the junto as an improvement upon its prototype, the Neighborhood Benefit Society. But between the answers to the standing queries of the junto, its essays, its debates, the declamations, which were also features of its exercises, the jolly songs sung at its annual meeting, and its monthly meetings during mild weather across the river for bodily exercise, it must have been an agreeable and instructive club indeed. It lasted nearly 40 years, and was, Franklin's claims in the autobiography, the best school of philosophy, morality, and politics that then existed in the province. A book in which he entered memoranda of various kinds in regard to it shows that he followed its proceedings with the keenest interest. Is self-interest the rudder that steers mankind? Can a man arrive at perfection in this life? Does it not, in a general way, require great study and intense application for a poor man to become rich and powerful, if he would do it without the forfeiture of his honesty? Why does the flame of a candle tend upward in a spire? Whence comes the dew that stands on the outside of a tankard that has cold water in it in the summer time? Such are some of the questions, thoroughly racy, of Franklin in his youth, which are shown by this book to have been framed by him for the junto. After the association had been under way for a time, he suggested that all the books owned by its members should be assembled at the room in which its meetings were held, for convenience of reference and discussion, and so that each member might have the benefit of the volumes belonging to every other member almost as fully as if they belonged to himself. The suggestion was assented to, and one end of the room was filled with such books as the members could spare. But the arrangement did not work well in practice and was soon abandoned. No sooner, however, did this idea die down than another shot up from its stump. This was the subscription library, now the Philadelphia City Library, founded by Franklin. In the autobiography, he speaks of this library as his first project of a public nature, but it seems to us, as we have already said, that the distinction fairly belongs to the junto. He brought the project to the attention of the public through formal articles of association and by earnest efforts in an unlettered community, which, moreover, had little money to spare for any such enterprise, induced 50 persons, mostly young tradesmen, to subscribe 40 shillings each as a contribution to a foundation fund for the first purchase of books, and 10 shillings more annually as a contribution for additional volumes. Later, the association was incorporated. It was while soliciting subscriptions at this time that Franklin was taught, by the objections or reserve with which his approaches were met, the impropriety of presenting oneself as the proposer of any useful project that might be supposed to raise one's reputation in the smallest degree above that of one's neighbors, when one has need of their assistance to accomplish that project. He therefore kept out of sight as much as possible, and represented the scheme as that of a number of friends who had requested him to submit it to such persons as they thought lovers of reading. This kind of self-effacement was attended with such happy consequences that he never failed to adopt it subsequently upon similar occasions. From his successful experience, he says in the autobiography, he could heartily recommend it. The present little sacrifice of your vanity, to use his own words, will afterwards be amply repaid. If it remains a while uncertain to whom the merit belongs, someone more vain than yourself will be encouraged to claim it, and then even envy will be disposed to do you justice by plucking those assumed feathers and restoring them to their right owner. Alexander Wedderburn's famous Philippic, of which we shall have something to say further on, did not consist altogether of misapplied adjectives. Franklin was at times the wily American, but usually for the purpose of improving the condition of his fellow creatures in spite of themselves. The library, once established, grew apace. From time to time huge folios and quartos were added to it by purchase or donation, from which nobody profited more than Franklin himself with his insatiable avidity for knowledge. The first purchase of books for it was made by Peter Collinson of London, who threw in with the purchase as presents from himself Newton's Principia and the Gardener's Dictionary, and continued for 30 years to act as the purchasing agent of the institution, accompanying each additional purchase with additional presents from himself. Evidence is not wanting that the first arrival of books was awaited with eager expectancy. Among Franklin's memoranda with regard to the junto we find the following: "When the books of the library come, every member shall undertake some author, that he may not be without observations to communicate." When the books finally came, they were placed in the assembly room of the junto. A librarian was selected, and the library was thrown open once a week for the distribution of books. The second year Franklin himself acted as librarian, and for printing a catalogue of the first books shortly after their arrival, and for other printing services, he was exempted from the payment of his annual 10 shillings for 2 years. Among the numerous donations of money, books, and curiosities made to the library were gifts of books and electrical apparatus by Thomas Penn, and the gift of an electrical tube with directions for its use by Peter Collinson, which proved of incalculable value to science in the hands of Franklin, who promptly turned it to experimental purposes. When Peter Kalm, the Swedish naturalist, was in Philadelphia in 1748, many little libraries, organized on the same plan as the original library, had sprung from it. Non-subscribers were then allowed to take books out of it, subject to pledges of indemnity sufficient to cover their value, and to the payment for the use of a folio of 8d. a week, for the use of a quarto of 6d., and for the use of any other book of 4d. Kalm, as a distinguished stranger, was allowed the use of any book in the collection free of charge. In 1764 the shares of the Library Company were worth nearly £20, and its collections were then believed to have a value of £1,700. In 1785 the number of volumes was 5,487. In 1807, 14,457. In 1861, 70,000. And in 1912, 237,677. After overflowing more contracted quarters, the contents of the library have finally found a home in a handsome building at the northwest corner of Locust and Juniper Streets, and in the Ridgeway Branch building at the corner of Broad and Christian Streets. But never, it is safe to say, will this library, enlarged and efficiently administered as it is, perform such an invaluable service as it did in its earlier years. This, Franklin declares in the autobiography, was the mother of all the North American subscription libraries, now so numerous. It is become a great thing itself, and continually increasing. These libraries have improved the general conversation of the Americans, made the common tradesmen and farmers as intelligent as most gentlemen from other countries, and perhaps have contributed in some degree to the stand so generally made throughout the colonies in defense of their privileges. Franklin next turned his attention to the reform of the city watch. Under the existing system, it was supervised by the different constables of the different wards of Philadelphia in turn. The dog-bearer in charge would warn a number of householders to attend him for the night. Such householders as desired to be wholly exempt from the service could secure exemption by paying him 6 shillings a year, which was supposed to be expended by him in hiring substitutes, but the fund accumulated in this way was much more than was necessary for the purpose, and rendered the constableship a position of profit. Often the ragamuffins gathered up by a constable as his aides were quite willing to act as such for no reward except a little drink. The consequence was that his underlings were for the most part tippling when they should have been moving around on their beats. Altogether they seem to have been men who would not have been slow to heed the older Dogberry's advice to his watchman that if one of them bid a vagrom man stand, and he did not stand, to take no note of him, but to let him go, and presently call the rest of the watch together and thank God that he was rid of a knave. To this situation Franklin addressed himself by writing a paper for the junto, not only setting forth the abuses of the existing system, but insisting upon its injustice in imposing the same 6 shillings tax upon a poor widow, whose whole property to be guarded by the watch did not perhaps exceed the value of £50, as upon the wealthiest merchant who had thousands of pounds worth of goods in his stores. His proposal was the creation of a permanent paid police to be maintained by an equal proportional property tax. The idea was duly approved by the junto and communicated to its affiliated clubs as if it had arisen in each of them, and though it was not immediately carried into execution, yet the popular agitation which ensued over it paved the way for a law providing for it, which was enacted a few years afterwards, when the junto and the other clubs had acquired more popular influence. About the same time, the same indefatigable propagandist wrote for the junto a paper which was subsequently published on the different accidents and defaults by which houses were set on fire, with warnings against them and suggestions as to how they might be averted. There was much public talk about it, and a company of 30 persons was soon formed under the name of the Union Fire Company for the purpose of more effectively extinguishing fires and removing and protecting goods endangered by them. Under its articles of agreement, every member was obliged to keep always in good order and fit for use a certain number of leather buckets, with strong bags and baskets for transporting goods, which were to be brought to every fire, and it was further agreed that the members of the company were to meet once a month and spend a social evening together in the discussion and interchange of such useful ideas as occurred to them upon the subject of fires. The formation of this company led to the formation of one company after another, until the associations became so numerous as to include most of the inhabitants of Philadelphia, who were men of property. It was still flourishing more than 50 years after its establishment, when its history was narrated in the autobiography, and Franklin and one other person, a year older than himself, were the only survivors of its original members. The small fines paid by its members as penalties for absence from its monthly meetings had been used to such advantage in the purchase of fire engines, ladders, fire hooks, and other useful implements for the different companies that Franklin then questioned whether there was a city in the world better provided than Philadelphia with the means for repressing incipient conflagrations. Indeed, he said, since the establishment of these companies, the city had never lost by fire more than 1 or 2 houses at a time, and often flames were extinguished before the house they threatened had been half consumed. Ideas will string themselves like ropes of onions, Franklin once declared. This was certainly true of the plans which his public spirit devised for the improvement of Philadelphia. The next thing to which his hand was turned was the creation of an academy. In 1743 he drew up a proposal for one, but being disappointed in his efforts to persuade the Reverend Mr. Peters to act as its head, he let the project lie dormant for a time. While it remained so, remembering poor Richard's maxim that leisure is time for doing something useful, he passed to the organization of a system of military defenses for the province and the founding of a philosophical society. Of the former task we shall speak hereafter. The latter was initiated by a circular letter from him to his various learned friends in the northern colonies, proposing the formation of a society for the purpose of promoting a commerce of speculation, discovery, and experimentation between its members with regard to scientific interests of every sort. A correspondence with the Royal Society of London and the Dublin Society, and all philosophical experiments that let light into the nature of things, tend to increase the power of man over matter and multiply the conveniences or pleasures of life, were among the things held out in the proposal. Colonial America was far more favorable to practical activity than to philosophical investigation, but the society nevertheless performed an office of no little usefulness. When Franklin built a new wing to his residence in Philadelphia, after his return from Paris, he provided a large apartment on the first floor of this edition for the accommodation of the American Philosophical Society, into which this society had been merged. When he made his will, he was the president of the new society, and he bequeathed to it his History of the Academy of Sciences in 60 or 70 volumes quarto, and when he died, one of its members, Dr. William Smith, pronounced an eulogy upon his character and services. The wing of his house in which space was set apart for the society was itself, in its precautions against fire, one worthy of a vigilant and enlightened philosopher. None of the woodwork of one room, for instance, communicated with the woodwork of any other. Franklin thought, however, that the staircases should have been of stone, and the floors tiled as in Paris, and that the roof should have been either tiled or slated. When the Philosophical Society of his early life had been founded, and the restoration of peace between Great Britain and her enemies had diverted his mind from his plans for the military protection of Philadelphia, he turned again to the slumbering academy. His first step was to secure the assistance of a considerable number of active friends, of whom the Junto furnished a good part, and his next to write and publish a pamphlet entitled Proposals Relating to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania. In this pamphlet he was careful, as usual, to bring his aim forward rather as that of a group of public-spirited gentlemen than of himself. It was distributed gratuitously among the most prominent citizens of Philadelphia, and as soon as he thought that their minds had been reduced to a receptive condition by its appeal, he solicited subscriptions for the establishment and maintenance of the academy, payable in 5 annual installments. £4,000 were subscribed, and Franklin and Tench Francis, the Attorney General of the province, and the uncle of Sir Philip Francis, of Junius fame, were appointed by the subscribers to draw up a constitution for the government of the foundation. This was drafted and signed, a house was hired, masters were engaged, and the institution was promptly opened. So fast did the scholars increase that need was soon felt for a larger school edifice. This was happily found in the great building, which had sprung up at the sound of Whitefield's voice, as if the sound of Amphion's lyre. By an arrangement between the trustees for the building, of whom Franklin was one, and the trustees for the academy, of whom Franklin was also one, the building was deeded to the latter trustees upon the condition that they would discharge the indebtedness with which it was burdened, keep forever open in it a large hall for occasional preachers according to the original intent of its builders, and maintain a free school for the instruction of poor children. With some internal changes and the purchase of an addition to its site, the edifice was soon, under the superintendence of Franklin, made ready for the use of the academy. Afterwards the trustees for the academy were incorporated, and the institution received various donations from British friends, the proprietaries, and the provincial assembly, and finally grew into the University of Pennsylvania. Franklin was one of its trustees for more than 40 years, and had, he says in the autobiography, the very great pleasure of seeing a number of the youth who had received their education in it distinguished by their improved abilities, serviceable in public stations, and ornaments to their country. In none of his creations did Franklin display a keener interest than in the academy. From its inception until he embarked upon his second voyage to England, his correspondence contains frequent references to it. One of his most earnest desires was to secure the celebrated Episcopal clergyman, Dr. Samuel Johnson of Connecticut, afterwards the president of King's College, New York, as its rector. A salary of £100 per annum, the opportunity to deliver a lecture now and then in the large hall, set apart for what might in our day be called tramp preachers, until he could collect a congregation strong enough to build him a church, the usual marriage and christening fees paid by persons of the best social standing, the occasional presents bestowed by wealthy individuals upon a minister of their liking, and the opening that, as time went on, the change of residence might afford to his son, who in the beginning might be employed as a tutor at a salary of £60 or £70 per annum, were the allurements with which the Reverend Doctor was approached by Franklin. To the doctor's objection that another Episcopal church in Philadelphia might sap the strength of the existing one, the resourceful tempter replied with the illustration which has been so much admired. I had for several years nailed against the wall of my house a pigeon box that would hold 6 pair, and though they bred as fast as my neighbours' pigeons, I never had more than 6 pair, the old and strong driving out the young and weak, and obliging them to seek new habitations. At length I put up an additional box with apartments for entertaining 12 pair more, and it was soon filled with inhabitants by the overflowing of my first box and of others in the neighbourhood. This I take to be a parallel case with the building a new church here. In spite of everything, however, Dr. Johnson proved obdurate to Franklin's coaxing pen. The Academy was opened in 1749. In a letter to Gerard Eliot in 1751, Franklin informs us that the annual salaries paid by it were as follows: the rector had taught Latin and Greek £200, the English master £150, the mathematical professor £125, and 3 assistant tutors, each £60. The annual fee paid by each pupil was £4. With one of the persons who did act as rector, Franklin seems to have been on intimate terms. This was David Martin, who, after a brief incumbency, died suddenly of a quinsy and was buried in much state. In a letter to William Strahan, Franklin speaks of him as honest David Martin, my principal antagonist at chess. Vice provost at one time was Francis Allison, whom Franklin, in a letter to Gerard Eliot in 1755, introduced as his particular friend, and 20 or more folio pages large paper, well filled on the subjects of agriculture, philosophy, Eliot's own Catholic divinity, and various other points of learning, equally useful and engaging. With still another rector, Dr. William Smith, Franklin's relations were at first very friendly, but afterwards, when Smith espoused the cause of the proprietary party and began to abuse Franklin unstintingly, became so constrained that the two ceased to be on speaking terms. In an early letter to Smith before Smith became rector, Franklin said that he should be extremely glad to see and converse with him in Philadelphia, and to correspond with him after he settled in England, for, he observed, an acquaintance and communication with men of learning, virtue, and public spirit is one of my greatest enjoyments. In the same letter, Franklin stated that the mathematical school was pretty well furnished with instruments, and that the English library was a good one, and included a middling apparatus for experimental philosophy, which they proposed to complete speedily. The library left by James Logan, the accomplished Quaker, to the public, one of the best collections in America, in the opinion of Franklin, was also shortly to be opened. Indeed, Franklin was in hopes. He further declared that in a few years they would see a perfect institution. In another letter to Smith, written a few days later, he said, in reference to a paper on the ideal college of Marinea, written by Smith, "For my part, I know not when I have read a piece that has more affected me. So noble and just are the sentiments, so warm and animated the language." He was too frank a man, however, not to express the wish that the author had omitted from this performance certain reflections upon the discipline and government of Oxford and Cambridge universities, and certain outbreaks of resentment against the author's adversaries. In such cases, he remarked, the noblest victory is obtained by neglect and by shining on. He little knew how soon he would be called up to wreck his own reed. A few years later, Franklin thanks Whitefield for a generous benefaction to the German school. They go on pretty well, he writes, and will do better. He adds dryly, in terms which make it apparent enough that the honeymoon of early prepossessions was over, when Mr. Smith, who has at present the principal care of them, shall learn to mind party writing and party politics less, and his proper business more, which I hope time will bring about. In the succeeding November, he was not even on speaking terms with Smith. This fact was communicated by him to Peter Collinson in a letter with his statement about Smith. He has scribbled himself into universal dislike here. The proprietary faction alone countenances him a little, but the Academy dwindles and will come to nothing if he is continued. A few weeks later, in another letter to Collinson, the case against Smith is stated more specifically. Smith continues still in the Academy, but I imagine will not much longer unless he mends his manners greatly, for the schools decline on his account. The number of scholars at present that pay not exceeding 118, though they formerly were 200. From a letter to David Hall, written by Franklin during his second sojourn in England, it would appear that Smith was quicker to pay off debts of resentment than any other kind. In this letter, the writer tells Hall that Osborne, the London bookseller, had asked him whether he would be safe in selling to Smith a large cargo of books, and that he had told Osborne that he believed that his townsmen, who were Smith's creditors, would be glad to see him come back with a cargo of any kind, as they might have some chance of being paid out of it. Smith, on his part, did not fail to do all in his power to keep Franklin from shining on. In a letter to Caleb Whiteford, shortly after his second return from England in 1762, Franklin borrowed a phrase from a line in the Newfoundling Hospital for Wit. "The piece from your own pencil," he said, "is acknowledged to bear a strong and striking likeness, but it is otherwise such a picture of your friend as Dr. Smith would have drawn, black and all black." But when it comes to what Franklin in the autobiography calls negrifying, he, though he had very little inclination for that kind of competition, was no mean artist himself, if it was an antagonist like Smith upon whose face the pigment was to be laid. I do no wonder at the behavior you mention of Dr. Smith towards me, he wrote to Polly Stevenson, for I have long since known him thoroughly. I made that man my enemy by doing him too much kindness. 'Tis the honestest way of acquiring an enemy, and since 'tis convenient to have at least one enemy, who by his readiness to revile one on all occasions may make one careful of one's conduct, I shall keep him an enemy for that purpose, and shall observe your good mother's advice, never again to receive him as a friend. She once admired the benevolent spirit breathed in his sermons. She will now see the justness of the lines your laureate Whitehead addresses to his poets, and which I now address to her. Full many a peevish, envious, slanderous self is in his works benevolence itself. For all mankind unknown his bosom heaves. He only injures those with whom he lives. Read then the man. Does truth his actions guide? Exempt from petulance, except from pride. To social duties does his heart attend, as son, as father, husband, brother, friend. Do those who know him love him? If they do, you've my permission. You may love him too. End of section 8. Section 9 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 3, Franklin the Philanthropist and Citizen. Several months later, some observations upon the character of Dr. Smith, equally emphatic, found their way into a letter from Franklin to William Strahan. Dr. Kelly, in his letter, he said in regard to a letter to Strahan, in which Dr. Kelly, a Fellow of the Royal Society, had indicated very plainly what he thought of Dr. Smith, appears the same sensible, worthy, friendly man I ever found him. And Smith, as usual, just his reverse. I've done with him, for I believe nobody here, Philadelphia, will prevail with me to give him another meeting. In his preface to the speech of Joseph Galloway, Franklin even refers to Smith as the poisoner of other characters. In one of his letters, William Franklin referred to him as that miscreant Parson Smith, an obscure or comparatively obscure person who is so unfortunate as to have a feud with a great man, is likely to experience some difficulty in obtaining justice at the hands of posterity, which is always ready to retain any number of clever brushes to whitewash the latter and to smear a black coat over the former. But it must be admitted that anyone who quarreled with such a social, genial, well-balanced being as Franklin cannot hope to escape a very strong presumption that the fault was his own. There is evidence, at any rate, that on one occasion, when Smith was in England and had written a letter to Dr. Fry, the president of St. John's College, Oxford, in which Franklin was aspersed, the latter was induced to meet him at Strahan's house, and succeeded in drawing from him, after the letter to Dr. Fry had been read over paragraph by paragraph, an acknowledgment that it contained many particulars in which the writer had been misled by wrong information, and that the whole was written with too much rancor and asperity. Indeed, Smith even promised that he would write to Dr. Fry, admitting the respects in which his statements were false. But when pressed by Strahan to write this letter on the spot, he declined to do so, though stating that he would call upon Strahan in a day or so and show it to him before it was sent, which he never did. On the contrary, when subsequently questioned at Oxford concerning his promise to write such a letter, he denied the whole, and even treated the question as a calumny. So wrote Dr. Kelly to Strahan in the letter already mentioned by us. I make no other comment on this behavior, said Dr. Kelly, further than in considering him, Smith, extremely unworthy of the honor he has received from our university. The fact that, despite all this, at Franklin's death, Dr. Smith, at the request of the American Philosophical Society, made Franklin's character and career the subject of an eulogistic address is certainly calculated to induce us all to unite in the prayer of Franklin and his articles of belief to be delivered from anger, that momentary madness. Dr. Smith proved to be one fly in the Academy gallipot. The other was the extent to which the Latin school was pampered at the expense of the English school, which was very close to the heart of Franklin. Its insidious encroachment steadily went on until finally the English school scarcely had a foothold in the institution at all. The result was that in 1769 it had been reduced from its first flourishing condition when, if Franklin may be believed, the academy was attended by some little boys under 7 who could deliver an oration with more propriety than most preachers, to a state of bare sufferance. The exercises in English reading and speaking, once the delight of the trustees and of the parents and other relations of the boys, when these boys were trained by Mr. Dove, the English master, with all the different modulations of voice required by sense and subject, languished after his resignation on account of his meagre salary, and at length, under the blighting neglect of the trustees, were wholly discontinued. The English school, to use Franklin's forcible expression, was simply starved. All this was set forth in a long, dignified, and able remonstrance, which he wrote in nearly his best manner some 10 months before his death, when his body was racked at times by excruciating pains. In this paper he narrated with uncommon clearness and skill the gradual succession of influences and events by which the English school had been reduced to a condition of atrophy, and contended that the intentions of the founders of the academy had been ruthlessly and unconsciously abused. When we recall the circular letter in which he proposed the establishment of the academy, and the fact that it is by no means lacking in deference to the dead languages which still held the human mind in bondage so firmly, we cannot but feel that the founders of the academy were not quite so alive to the supreme importance of the English school as Franklin would make out. The truth was that a long time was yet to elapse before the minds of educated men could become emancipated enough to see that a living language, which they are using every day, is quite as worthy of consideration, to say the least, as one which fulfills its highest function in perfecting that use with its own rare discipline, strength, and beauty. Franklin saw this before most men of his time, first because his own lack of academic training saved him from many of the narrowing effects of tradition and routine, and secondly because it was idle to expect any but a severely practical view of the relative importance of the dead languages and English from a man who did not shrink from even testing the readiness of the public mind to give its assent to radical alterations in the Lord's Prayer and the Episcopal Prayer Book. Be this as it may, Franklin did not hesitate in this paper to express in the strongest terms his sense of the inutility of Latin and Greek as parts of the course of instruction at the academy, and of course a picturesque illustration of his proposition was duly forthcoming. At what time, he said, hats were first introduced we know not, but in the last century they were universally worn throughout Europe. Gradually, however, as the wearing of wigs and hair nicely dressed prevailed, the putting on of hats was disused by genteel people, lest the curious arrangements of the curls and powdering should be disordered, and umbrellas began to supply their place. Yet still our considering the hat as a part of dress continues so far to prevail, that a man of fashion is not thought dressed without having one, or something like one, about him, which he carries under his arm. So that there are a multitude of the politer people in all the courts and capital cities of Europe who have never, nor their fathers before them, worn a hat otherwise than as a chapeau bras, though the utility of such a mode of wearing it is by no means apparent, and it is attended not only with some expense, but with a degree of constant trouble. The still prevailing custom of having schools for teaching generally our children in these days the Latin and Greek languages I consider, therefore, in no other light than as the chapeau bras of modern literature. Poor Richard had his word to say about the man who was so learned that he could name a horse in 9 languages, so ignorant that he bought a cow to ride on. This, however, was not the spirit in which Franklin sought to recruit the deficiencies of his own education, an effort which proved so extraordinarily successful that we are inclined to think that in the pedagogic insight as well as extensive knowledge disclosed in the circular letter proposing the establishment of the academy, the idea of the English school sketched out for the consideration of the trustees of the Philadelphia Academy, and the observations relative to the intentions of the original founders of the academy in Philadelphia, we have the most striking proofs, after all, of the natural power and assimilative capacity of a mind which, be it recollected, never had any teacher but itself after its possessor became 10 years of age. In the autobiography, we are told by Franklin that he was unable to remember when he could not read, that he was sent to the grammar school in Boston when he was 8 years of age, that after he had been at this school for not quite a year, though in that time he had become the head of his class and had even been advanced to the next class above it, he was shifted by his father to a school for writing and arithmetic in Boston, kept by a then famous man, Mr. George Brownell, that under Brownell he acquired fair writing pretty soon, but made no progress in arithmetic, and that at 10 years of age he was taken home to assist his father in his business as a tallow chandler and a soap boiler. Such was all the education, except what was self-imparted, that the founder of the University of Pennsylvania had to draw upon when he outlined the future courses of instruction of the academy. But this self-imparted education was no mean one, putting altogether out of sight the general reading to which, during a large part of his youth, Franklin devoted every moment left him by his duties when he was about 16 years of age. Having been made ashamed on some occasion of his ignorance of figures, he went through the whole of Cocker's arithmetic by himself with the greatest ease, and followed the feat up by acquainting himself with such little geometry as was contained in Sellers and Shermy's books on navigation. Some 10 or 11 years later he renewed the study of languages, for short as was his connection with the Boston Grammar School, he had obtained from it some knowledge of Latin. He quickly mastered French so far as to be able to read French books with facility. Italian he learned by refusing to play chess with a friend who was also learning it, except upon the condition that the victor in every game was to have the right to impose upon his defeated adversary tasks in Italian, which the latter was to be bound in point of honor to perform before the next bout. As we played pretty equally, says Franklin, we thus beat one another into that language. With a little painstaking, he afterwards acquired enough Spanish to read Spanish books too. Then it was that after acquiring this knowledge of French, Italian, and Spanish, he was surprised to find on looking over a Latin Testament that he had so much more familiarity with Latin than he imagined. This encouraged him to apply himself to that language again, which he did with the more success now that the 3 modern languages had smoothed his way. From these circumstances, he observes in the autobiography, I thought that there is some inconsistency in our common mode of teaching languages. We are told that it is proper to begin first with the Latin, and having acquired that, it will be more easy to attain those modern languages which are derived from it, and yet we do not begin with the Greek in order more easily to acquire the Latin. It is true that if you can clamber and get to the top of a staircase without using the steps, you will more easily gain them in descending, but certainly if you begin with the lowest, you will with more ease ascend to the top, and I would therefore offer it to the consideration of those who superintend the education of our youth, whether, since many of those who begin with the Latin quit the same after spending some years without having made any great proficiency, and what they have learnt becomes almost useless, so that their time has been lost, it would not have been better to have begun with the French, proceeding to the Italian, etc., for though after spending the same time they should quit the study of languages and never arrive at the Latin, they would, however, have acquired another tongue or two that, being in modern use, might be serviceable to them in common life. Even if some design for the benefit of the public did not originate with Franklin, it was likely to fall back ultimately upon him for success. When Dr. Thomas Bond undertook to establish a hospital in Philadelphia, he was compelled by the chariness with which his requests for subscriptions were received before it was known how Franklin felt about the project, to come to Franklin with the admission that he had found that to put any such public project through in Philadelphia, it was necessary to enlist his support. The response was not only a subscription by Franklin, but also the inevitable appeal from his hand pointing out the need for the hospital. After a stroke from that wand, the rock began to yield water more abundantly, but not so copiously that Franklin did not see that legislative aid was necessary as well as private liberality. The country voters, as is usual still in such cases in America, were inclined to think that the townsfolk were enjoying more than their just share of the blessings of civil society. They alleged that the hospital would be of exclusive benefit to the city, and even doubted whether the movement met with the general approval of the townsfolk themselves. Franklin's claim that £2,000 would be raised by voluntary subscriptions they regarded as highly extravagant. This was cue enough for his quick wit. A bill was introduced by him into the General Assembly, providing that when the private contributors had organized under the charter granted by it, and had raised £2,000 by voluntary subscription for the free maintenance of the sick poor in the hospital, then the Speaker, upon that fact being certified to his satisfaction, should draw his warrant on the treasurer of the province for the payment of £2,000 in 2 yearly payments to the treasurer of the hospital to be applied to its establishment. With the lubricant supplied by this timely condition, the bill slid smoothly down all the legislative grooves. Even the sincerest support of a good legislative measure is not more ardent, to all appearances, than the specious support sometimes given to such a measure by a member of the legislature who is opposed to it, but sees, or thinks he sees, that it will never become a law, even though he should vote for it. The opponents of Franklin's bill, conceiving that they had a chance to acquire the credit of generosity without paying the pecuniary penalty, agreed to its enactment, and on the other hand, the condition by affording to private subscribers the prospect of having their contributions practically doubled from the public purse furnished them with an additional motive to give. The private contributions even exceeded the sum fixed by the condition, and the credit with which the legislative adversaries of the bill had to content themselves was not that of deceitful but of real bounty. I do not remember any of my political maneuvers, Franklin complacently declares in the autobiography, the success of which gave me at the time more pleasure, or wherein, after thinking of it, I more easily excuse myself for having made some use of cunning. We experienced no difficulty in condoning this cunning when we realized that its fruit was the Pennsylvania Hospital, which, after many years of rare usefulness, is still one of the chief institutions of Philadelphia. It is gratifying to feel that its history has not been unworthy of the admirable inscription which Franklin wrote for its cornerstone. In the year of Christ, 1755, George II, happily reigning, for he sought the happiness of his people, Philadelphia flourishing, for its inhabitants were public-spirited, this building, by the bounty of the government and of many private persons, was piously founded for the relief of the sick and miserable. May the God of mercies bless the undertaking. The Reverend Gilbert Tennant, one of whose sermons caused Whitefield to say, "Never before heard I such a searching sermon. He is a son of thunder and does not regard the face of man," was not so fortunate as Dr. Bond when he asked Franklin to assist him in obtaining subscriptions for the erection of a new meeting house in Philadelphia for the use of a congregation drawn from among the Presbyterians who were originally disciples of Whitefield. Franklin says that he absolutely refused to do so because he was unwilling to make himself disagreeable to his fellow citizens by soliciting contributions from them too frequently. The truth, in part, we suspect, was that his zealous interest was not easily excited in any meeting house where even a missionary sent by the Mufti of Constantinople to preach Mohammedanism to the people of Philadelphia would not find a pulpit at his service. But if this incident has any general significance, it may be accepted as evidence that, though Franklin might contribute nothing else upon such an occasion, he was prepared to contribute a good joke. When Tennant found that he could get no other kind of assistance from him, he asked him to give him at least his advice. What followed would suffer in telling, if not told, as the autobiography tells it. "That I will readily do," said Franklin, "and in the first place I advise you to apply to all those whom you know will give something, next to those whom you are uncertain whether they will give anything or not, and show them the list of those who have given. And lastly, do not neglect those who you are sure will give nothing, for in some of them you may be mistaken." He laughed and thanked me and said he would take my advice. He did so, for he asked of everybody, and he obtained a much larger sum than he expected, with which he erected the capacious and very elegant meeting house that stands in Arch Street. Other services rendered by Franklin to Philadelphia related to the better paving and lighting of its streets. These streets were laid out with great regularity, but being wholly unpaved were mere quagmires in winter and stifling stretches of dust in summer. So bad was their condition as a rule that Philadelphia came to be known among the country people around it as filthy dirty. Franklin, when he lived near the Jersey market, witnessed with concern the miserable plight of its patrons as they waded about on either side of it in mire deep enough to have prompted the observation of Napoleon, based upon his campaigns in Poland, that mud should be accounted a fifth element. A step was taken when a stretch of ground down the middle of the market was paved with brick. This offered a firm footing when once attained, but before a pedestrian could attain it, he might be over shoes in wet clay. By tongue and pen, Franklin at length succeeded in having the spaces between the market and the foot pavements of the streets flanking it laid with stone. The result was that for a season a market woman could reach the market dry shop, but in the course of time the pavements became loaded with mud shaken off the wheels of passing vehicles, and this mud, after being thus deposited, was allowed, for lack of street cleaners, to remain where it fell. Here was an inviting situation indeed for such a municipal housewife as Franklin. Having hunted up a poor, industrious man who was willing to contract for the sum of 6 pence per month per house to sweep up and carry away the dirt in front of the houses abutting on these pavements, he wrote and published a paper setting forth the marked advantages to the neighborhood that would result from such a small expenditure. The reduced amount of mud that people would carry round on their shoes, the readier access that customers would have to the shops near the market, freedom from wind-borne dust, and other kindred benefits not likely to escape the attention of a man to whom even the dust on unpaved streets suggested the following reflections in the autobiography. Human felicity is produced not so much by great pieces of good fortune that seldom happen, as by little advantages that occur every day. Thus, if you teach a poor young man to shave himself and keep his razor in order, you may contribute more to the happiness of his life than in giving him 1,000 guineas. The money may be soon spent, the regret only remaining of having foolishly consumed it, but in the other case he escapes the frequent vexation of waiting for barbers, and of their sometimes dirty fingers, offensive breaths, and dull razors. He shaves when most convenient to him, and enjoys daily the pleasure of its being done with a good instrument. A copy of the paper was sent to each house affected by its proposals. Every householder agreed to pay his 6 pence, and the sense of comfort experienced by the entire population of Philadelphia in the more commodious use of the market prepared their minds for the bill which Franklin later introduced into the Assembly, providing for the paving of the whole city. He was on the point of embarking on his second voyage to England when this was done, and the bill was not passed until after he was gone, and then with an alteration in his method of assessing the paving costs, which his judgment did not deem an improvement. But the bill, as passed, contained a further provision for lighting as well as paving the streets of Philadelphia, which he did deem a great improvement. The merit of first suggesting the hospital, Franklin is studious to tell us, though ascribed to him, was due to Dr. Bond. So likewise he is quick to admit that the honor of giving the first impulse to municipal lighting in Philadelphia did not belong to him, as had been supposed, but to John Clifton, who had placed a private lamp at his own door. Franklin simply followed Clifton's example, but when the city began to light its streets, his fertile mind did bring forward a novel idea which proved a highly useful one. Instead of the globes imported from London, which became so black and opaque from smoke for lack of air when the lamps were lighted that they had to be cleaned every day, and which moreover were totally wrecked by a single blow, he suggested that the coverings for the city lamps should be composed of 4 flat panes with a long funnel above and inlets below for the free circulation of air. The result was a covering that remained untarnished until morning, and was not involved in complete ruin by a single fracture. Such were some of the principal achievements of Franklin for the benefit of Philadelphia. It is not easy to magnify unduly their significance when we bear in mind that they were all crowded into a period of some 30 years, during the greater part of which he was faithfully heeding Poor Richard's maxim, "Keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee," to say nothing of the claims upon his time of political duties and scientific studies and experiments. Franklin was not the Romulus of Philadelphia, nor was he its Augustus, who found it of brick and left it of marble. There was solid brick enough in the structure of American colonial life, but little marble. However, it can at least be said of him that rarely has any single private individual with no great fortune, and with no control over the public purse except what is conferred by the favor of public opinion, won by personal intelligence and public spirit, laid the foundations of so much that was of lasting and increasing utility to an infant community destined to become one of the populous and opulent cities of the world. In how many other respects his sympathy with human interests and their broader relations made its influence felt in colonial America, we can only conjecture, but in many ways, in addition to those already mentioned, its fructifying results have been brought home to us. It was at his instance that the merchants of Philadelphia sent the ship Argo to the Arctics to discover a northwest passage. Kalm, the Swedish botanist, when he came to Pennsylvania, found in him a most helpful friend and patron. He labored untiringly to obtain for Bartram, the American naturalist, the recognition which he richly merited. One of the proudest days of his life was when his eager exertions in behalf of silk culture in Pennsylvania were rewarded by the knowledge that the Queen of England had not only graciously condescended to accept a sample of Pennsylvania silk tendered to her by him, but proposed to wear it in the form of a dress. During his third sojourn in England, the hospital at home was frequently reminded of the strength of his concern for its welfare by gifts and suggestions more valuable than gifts. To him was entrusted the commission of purchasing a telescope and other instruments for the astronomical school at Harvard College. To the library of Harvard he occasionally forwarded parcels of books, either his own gifts or gifts from his friends. In addition to his zealous efforts in the latter part of his life in behalf of Negro emancipation and the relief of the free blacks, he was for several years one of the associates charged with the management of the Brave Fund for the conversion of Negroes in the British plantations. He was also a trustee of the Society for the Benefit of Poor Germans, one of the objects of which was the establishment of English schools in the German communities which had become so numerous in Pennsylvania. It was high time that this object should receive the attention of the Englishry of the province, as one of his letters indicates. I remember, he said in 1753 in a letter to Richard Jackson, when they, the Germans, modestly declined intermeddling in our elections, but now they come in droves and carry all before them, except in one or two counties. Few of their children in the country learn English. They import many books from Germany, and of the 6 printing houses in the province, 2 are entirely German, 2 half German and half English, but 2 entirely English. They have 1 German newspaper and 1 half German. Advertisements intended to be general are now printed in Dutch and English. The signs in our streets have inscriptions in both languages, and in some places only German. They begin of late to make all their bonds and other legal instruments in their own language, which, though I think it ought not to be, are allowed good in our courts, where the German business so increases that there is continued need of interpreters. And I suppose in a few years they will also be necessary in the Assembly to tell one half of our legislators what the other half say. As we are said to be indebted to Jefferson for the introduction into America of the Lombardy poplar, so it is said that we are indebted to Franklin for the domestication of the yellow willow, so useful in the manufacture of wickerwork. The story is that his observant eye noted the sprouts which a willow basket from abroad had put forth when refreshed by the water of a creek into which it had been tossed, and that he was at pains to plant some of them on a lot in Philadelphia. Apparently he was the first person to introduce the rhubarb plant into America. He obtained seed of the broom corn on one of his visits to Virginia, and took care to disseminate it in Pennsylvania and other colonies. When the Pennsylvania farmers were skeptical about the value of plaster, he framed in that substance on the surface of a conspicuous field the words, "This has been plastered," which were soon rewritten in vegetation that rose legibly above the general level of its surroundings. One of his suggestions was an office of insurance on the mutual assessment plan against losses from storms, blights, insects, etc., suffered by farmers. Among his essays is a concise but highly instructive one on maize or Indian corn, which was well calculated to make known to the world a plant now hardly less prized by the American for its general usefulness than the date palm is by the Arab. John Adams informs us in his diary that on one occasion, when in Massachusetts, Franklin mentioned that Rhenish grapevines had been recently planted at Philadelphia and had succeeded very well, whereupon his host, Edmund Quincy, expressed the wish that he could plant some in his own garden. A few weeks later, Quincy received a bundle of the Rhenish slips by sea from Franklin, and a little later another by post. Thus diarizes Adams at the time a young man of but 24, when the difficulty with which the slips had been procured by Franklin came to his knowledge. He took the trouble to hunt over the city, Philadelphia, and not finding vines there, he sends 75 miles into the country, and then sends one bundle by water, and lest they should miscarry, another by land, to a gentleman whom he owed nothing, and was but little acquainted with, purely for the sake of doing good in the world by propagating the Rhenish vines through these provinces. And Mr. Quincy has some of them now growing in his garden. This is an instance, too, of his amazing capacity for business, his memory and resolution. Amid so much business as counselor, postmaster, printer, so many private studies, and so many public avocations, too, to remember such a transient hint and exert himself so in answer to it is surprising. If Adams had only known Franklin better at the time when these words were penned, which was long before his analysis of Franklin's motives could be jaundiced by jealousy or wounded self-love, he might have added that this incident was also an illustration of that unfailing good nature which made the friendship of Franklin an ever-bubbling wellspring of kindly offices. Accept my kind offices to thy other children as the only return in my power for thy continual favors to me. One of the petitions in the little prayer prefixed to Franklin's manual of self-discipline expressed an aspiration which, in addition to more impressive forms of fulfillment, was realized many times over in the innumerable small offerings of good feeling that he was in the habit of laying from time to time upon the altar of friendship. In recounting the benefactions which he bestowed upon his fellow creatures by his public spirit and private benevolence, it is hard to refrain from speculating as to what he might have accomplished if his wealth had only, like that of Andrew Carnegie, been commensurate with his wisdom and philanthropic zeal. Then in truth would have been united such agencies as have not often worked together for the amelioration of human society. But independent as Franklin was according to the pecuniary standards of colonial America, he was in no position to contribute money lavishly to any generous object. When he gave it, he had to give it in such a way as to make it keep itself going until it had gone far by its own mere cumulative energy. This is very interestingly brought out in a letter from him when at Passy to Benjamin Webb, a distressed correspondent, to whom he was sending a gift of 10 louis d'or. "I do not pretend," he said, "to give such a sum. I only lend it to you. When you shall return to your country with a good character, you cannot fail of getting into some business that will in time enable you to pay all your debts. In that case, when you meet with another honest man in similar distress, you must pay me by lending this sum to him, enjoining him to discharge the debt by a like operation when he shall be able and shall meet with such another opportunity. I hope it may thus go through many hands before it meets with a knave that will stop its progress. This is a trick of mine for doing a deal of good with a little money. I'm not rich enough to afford much in good works, and so am obliged to be cunning and make the most of a little." It is to be hoped that Webb was but the first link in the golden chain which this letter sought to fashion. It is a remarkable fact that Franklin also endeavored to give even posthumous efficacy to this same idea of economizing pecuniary force. By a codicil to his will, he created 2 funds of £1,000 each, one for the benefit of the inhabitants of the town of Boston, and the other for the benefit of the inhabitants of the town of Philadelphia. The selectmen and the ministers of the oldest Episcopalian, Congregational, and Presbyterian churches in Boston were to be the trustees for the management of the Boston Fund, and the city corporation was to manage the Philadelphia Fund. The amounts were to be respectively lent in sums not exceeding £60 sterling, no less than £15 for any one person, in the discretion of the respective managers, to such young married artificers under the age of 25 years as should have served an apprenticeship in the respective towns and have faithfully fulfilled the duties stipulated for in their indentures, upon their producing certificates to their good moral character from at least 2 respectable citizens, and bonds executed by themselves and these citizens as sureties for the repayment of the loans in 10 equal annual installments, with interest at the rate of 5% per annum. If there were more applicants than money, the proportions in which the sums would otherwise have been allotted were to be rateably diminished in such a way that some assistance would be given to every applicant. As fast as the sums lent were repaid, they were again to be lent out to fresh borrowers. If the plan was faithfully carried out for 100 years, the fund projector calculated that at the end of that time the Boston as well as the Philadelphia fund would amount to £131,000, of which he would have the managers of the Boston fund lay out in their discretion £100,000 in public improvements. The remaining £31,000 to be lent out as the original £1,000 was for another 100 years. At the end of the second term, Franklin calculated that mishaps aside, the sum would be £4,061,000 sterling, of which he bequeathed £1,061,000 to the inhabitants of Boston absolutely, and £3,000,000 to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts absolutely. Not presuming, he said, to carry his views further, at the end of the first 100 years, if the purpose was not already executed, the city corporation was to use a part of the fund accumulated for the benefit of the inhabitants of Philadelphia in piping the water of Wissahickon Creek into that city, and the testator also recommended that the Schuylkill should be made completely navigable. In other respects, the conditions of the two gifts were the same. An English lawyer characterized the famous will by which Peter Thellisson tried to circumvent the legal rule against perpetuities as posthumous avarice. If Franklin, too, kept his hand clenched after he left the world, it was not in the vainglory of family pride, nor from the mere sordid, uncalculating love of treasured wealth, but only that he might open it as bounty's instrument, when overflowingly full, for the purpose of conferring upon men a far richer largesse of beneficence than it had been capable of conferring in life. Changes in industrial conditions defeated his intentions with respect to artificers, and the Philadelphia fund proved far less aggressive than the Boston one, but both have proved enough so to illustrate the procreative quality of money upon which Franklin was so fond of dilating. The Boston fund, including the sum applied at the end of the first 100 years to the use of Franklin Union, amounted on January the 1st, 1913, to $546,811.39, and the Philadelphia fund, including the amount applied to the use of Franklin Institute, amounted on January 1st, 1913, to $186,807.06. Poor Richard certainly selected a most effective way this time for renewing the reminder, which with he ended his hints for those that would be rich. A penny saved is twopence clear. A pin a day is a groat a year. End of section 9. Section 10 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 4. Franklin, the Philanthropist and Citizen. With the expanding horizon which came to Franklin in 1757, when he was drawn off into the world currents of his time, came also larger opportunities for promoting the welfare of the race. There was a double reason why he should not be tardy in availing himself of these opportunities. He was both by nature and training at once a philosopher and a philanthropist. God grant, he fervently exclaimed in a letter to David Hartley in 1789, that not only the love of liberty, but a thorough knowledge of the rights of man may pervade all the nations of the earth, so that a philosopher may set his foot anywhere on its surface and say, "This is my country." To Joseph Huey he wrote in the letter, from which we have already freely quoted, that the only thanks he desired for a kindness which he had shown the former was that he should always be equally ready to serve any other person who might need his assistance, and so let good offices go round. For mankind, Franklin added, are all of a family. During his third sojourn in England he entered earnestly into a scheme for supplying the islands of Akpi, Nomaway, and Tovi Po Namu, called in the maps New Zealand, which contained no useful quadrupeds but dogs, with fowls, hogs, goats, cattle, corn, iron, and other commodities of civilized life. The portion of the appeal for pecuniary aid for this purpose, which was borrowed from his pen, after beginning with the statement that Britain itself was said to have originally produced nothing but slows, adapts itself, as all his writings of this kind usually did, to both the unselfish and selfish instincts of his readers. It was the obligation, he insisted, of those who thought it their duty to ask bread and other blessings daily from heaven, to show their gratitude to their great benefactor by the only means in their power, and that was by promoting the happiness of his other children. Communiter bona profundere demium est, and then trade always throve better when carried on with a people possessed of the arts and conveniences of life than with naked savages. As events moved along apace, and Franklin found himself in a world once again ravaged and ensanguined by war, the triple birth of human folly, greed, and atrocity, his heart irrevocably enlisted, as it was in the American cause, went out into one generous effort after another to establish at least a few peaceful sanctuaries where the nobler impulses and aims of human nature might be safe from the destructive rage of its malignant passions. In 1779, when our minister to France, he issued instructions to the captains of all armed ships holding commissions from Congress not to molest in any manner the famous English navigator Captain Cook on his return from voyages of discovery into unknown seas upon which he had been dispatched before the Revolutionary War. This act was handsomely acknowledged by the British government. One of the gold medals struck in honor of Captain Cook was presented to Franklin by the hand of Sir Joseph Banks, the president of the Royal Society, and the British Admiralty Board also sent him a copy of the captain's book, with its elegant collection of plates, and a very polite letter from Lord Howe, stating that the gift was made with the express approval of the king. In the same year, similar instructions were given by Franklin for the protection of the vessel that was that year to transport the supplies which were annually conveyed from Europe to the Moravian mission on the coast of Labrador. And later the same aegis was likewise extended over the ship which was expected to bear provisions and clothing from the charitable citizens of Dublin for the relief of suffering in the West Indies. Of the rule that free ships shall make free goods, Franklin said in a letter to J. Torres, an agent for American cruisers at Dunkirk, "This rule is itself so reasonable and of a nature to be so beneficial to mankind that I cannot but wish it may become general." Nor did he stop there. In this letter such was his confidence that Congress would approve the new rule that he notified Torres that, until he had received its orders on the subject, he should condemn no more English goods found by American cruisers in Dutch vessels unless contraband of war. How unqualifiedly he was disposed to recognize the neutrality of all such goods is evidenced by other letters of his too, written when he was in France. But to him also belongs the peculiar glory of insisting that non-combatants should be exempt from the lamentable penalties of war. "I approve much," he said in a letter in 1780 to Charles W. F. Dumas, "of the principles of the Confederacy of the Neutral Powers, and am not only for respecting the ships as the house of a friend, though containing the goods of an enemy, but I even wish, for the sake of humanity, that the laws of nations may be further improved by determining that even in time of war all those kinds of people who are employed in procuring subsistence for the species, or in exchanging the necessaries or conveniences of life, which are for the common benefit of mankind, such as husbandmen on their lands, fishermen in their barks, and traders in unarmed vessels, shall be permitted to prosecute their several innocent and useful employments without interruption or molestation, and nothing taken from them, even when wanted by an enemy, but on paying a fair price for the same." This principle, as well as a stipulation against privateering, was actually made a part of the Treaty of Amity and Commerce between Prussia and the United States, which was signed shortly before Franklin returned to America from the French mission, and it was not for the lack of effort on his part that similar articles were not inserted in all the treaties between the United States and other European countries that were entered into about the same time. For the practice of privateering he cherished a feeling of intense abhorrence. It behooved merchants, he wrote to Benjamin Vaughan, to consider well of the justice of a war before they voluntarily engage a gang of ruffians to attack their fellow merchants of a neighboring nation, to plunder them of their property, and perhaps ruin them and their families if they yield it, or to wound, maim, or murder them if they endeavor to defend it. Yet these things are done by Christian merchants, whether a war be just or unjust, and it can hardly be just on both sides. They are done by English and American merchants, who nevertheless complain of private thefts, and hang by dozens the thieves they have taught by their own example. Rarely have the injurious results of privateering been presented with more force than they were by Franklin in his propositions relative to privateering sent to Richard Oswald. The industrial loss involved in the withdrawal of so many men from honest labor, who besides spend what they get in riot, drunkenness, and debauchery, lose their habits of industry, and are rarely fit for any sober business after a peace, and serve only to increase the number of highwaymen and housebreakers, and the pecuniary ruin into which their employers are drawn by inability, after the enjoyment of rapidly acquired wealth, to adjust the habits formed by it to normal conditions. A just punishment, Franklin adds, for their having wantonly and unfeelingly ruined many honest, innocent traders and their families, whose subsistence was employed in serving the common interests of mankind. And after all, he further said, as in the case of other lotteries, while a few of the adventurers secured prizes, the mass, for reasons that he stated very clearly, were losers. We have already seen how strongly his mind leaned in the direction of arbitration as the proper method for settling international differences. But a grave error it would be to think of Franklin as merely a wise, placid, humane Quaker, or as simply a benignant, somewhat visionary friend of man. He knew what the world ought to be, and might be made to be, but he also knew what the world was, and was likely for some time to be. He resembled the Quaker in his shrewd capacity to take care of himself, in his love of thrift and of all that appertains to the rational and useful side of life, and especially in his broad, unreserved human sympathies. It was for this reason that, though not a Quaker himself, he could usually count with more or less certainty upon the support of Quakers in his public undertakings and political struggles. But rigid, dogged scruples like those which made an effort in Franklin's time to coerce a Pennsylvania Quaker into taking up arms, as impotent as a rule as blows upon an unresisting punch-bag, were wholly out of keeping with such a character as Franklin's. For all that was best in the enthusiastic philanthropy of the French, too, he had no little affinity, but what Lecky has called his pedestrian intellect saved him from inane dreams of patriarchal innocence and simplicity in a world from which Roland was to hurry himself because it was too polluted with crime. It was a good story that Franklin's Quaker friend James Logan told of William Penn. He was coming over to Pennsylvania as the secretary of Penn when their ship was chased by an armed vessel. Their captain made ready for an engagement, but said to Penn that he did not expect his aid or that of his Quaker companions, and that they might retire to the cabin, which they all did except Logan, who remained on deck and was quartered to a gun. The supposed enemy proved to be a friend, and when this fact was announced by Logan to Penn and the other refugees below, Penn rebuked him for violating the Quaker principle of non-resistance. Nettled by being reproved before so many persons, Logan replied, "I being thy servant, why did thee not order me to come down? But thee was willing enough that I should stay and help to fight the ship when thee thought there was danger." Franklin abhorred the Medusa locks of war, and loved the fair, smiling face of peace as much as any Quaker, but when there was peril to be braved, he could always be relied upon to incur his share. Both in point of physique and manliness of spirit he was well fitted for leadership and conflict. Josiah, the father of Franklin, we are told in the autobiography, had an excellent constitutional body, was of middle stature but well set, and very strong. The description was true to Franklin himself. He is supposed to have been about 5 feet and 10 inches high, was robustly built, and when a printer at Watt's printing house in London could carry up and down stairs in each hand a large form of types which one of his fellow printers could carry only with both hands. In his boyhood he was as eager as most healthy-minded boys are to go off to sea, but his father already had one runagate son, Josiah the younger, at sea, and had no mind to have another. However, living as he did near the water, Benjamin was much in and about it, and learnt early to swim well and to manage boats. When in a boat or canoe with other boys, he says in the autobiography, I was commonly allowed to govern, especially in any case of difficulty, and upon other occasions I was generally a leader among the boys, and sometimes led them into scrapes, of which I will mention one instance, as it shows an early projecting public spirit, though not then justly conducted. He then tells us how, under his direction, a band of his comrades late in the afternoon, when no one was about, like so many emmets, abstracted all the stones collected for the foundation of a new building, and constructed them with them a wharf on a quagmire for the convenience of the marauders when fishing. The authors of the mischief were discovered. Several of us, says Franklin, were corrected by our fathers, and though I pleaded the usefulness of the work, mine convinced me that nothing was useful which was not honest. Another incident in Franklin's youth, indicative of the way in which leadership was apt to be conceded in moments of perplexity to his hardihood, is narrated in the journal of his first voyage from England to America, and arose when he and two companions, after wandering about the Isle of Wight until dark, were anxiously endeavoring to make their way back across an intercepting creek to their ship, the Berkshire, which was only awaiting the first favoring breeze to be up and away. On this occasion he stripped to his shirt and waded through the waters of the creek, and at one time threw mud as well up to his middle, to a boat staked nearly 50 yards offshore, the wind all the while blowing very cold and very hard. When he reached the boat, it was only to find, after an hour's exertions, that he could not release it from its fastenings, and that there was nothing for him to do but to return as he came. Then, just as the unlucky trio were thinking of looking up some haystack in which to spend the night, one of them remembered that he had a horseshoe in his pocket. Again the indomitable Franklin waded back to the boat, and this time, by wrenching out with the shoe the staple by which it was chained to the stake, secured it, and brought it ashore to his friends. On its way to the other shore it grounded in shoal water, and stuck so fast that one of its oars was broken in an effort to get it off. After striving and struggling for half an hour and more, the party gave up and sat down with their hands before them in despair. It looked as if, after being exposed all night to wind and weather, which was bad, they would be exposed the next morning to the taunts of the owner of the boat and the amusement of the whole town of Yarmouth. Which was worse, however, when their plight seemed utterly hopeless, a happy thought occurred to them, and Franklin and one of his companions, having got out into the creek and thus lightened the craft, contrived to draw it into deeper water. Still another incident brings into clear relief the resolute will of the youthful Franklin. It is told in the autobiography, he was in a boat on the Delaware with his free-thinking and deep-drinking friend Collins, who had acquired the habit of sotting with brandy, and some other young men. Collins was in the state pictured by one or more of the cant phrases descriptive of an inebriate condition, which were compiled with such painstaking thoroughness by Franklin in his Drinker's Dictionary for the Pennsylvania Gazette. It became Collins' turn to row, but he refused to do it. I will be rowed home, said Collins. We will not row you, said Franklin. You must, or stay all night on the water just as you please, said Collins. The others said, let us row, what signifies it? But Franklin's mind was soured by Collins' past misconduct, and he refused to do so. Thereupon Collins swore that he would make him row or throw him overboard, and advanced towards him and struck at him. As he did so, Franklin clapped his hand under Collins' crotch, and rising pitched him head foremost into the river. Knowing that Collins was a good swimmer, he felt little concern about him, so the boat was rowed a short distance from Collins, and with a few timely strokes removed slightly out of his reach whenever he attempted to board it, he being asked each time whether he would consent to row. He was ready to die with vexation, says Franklin, and obstinately would not promise to row. However, seeing him at last beginning to tire, we lifted him in and brought him home, dripping wet in the evening. We hardly exchanged a civil word afterwards, and a West India captain, who had a commission to procure a tutor for the sons of a gentleman at Barbados, happening to meet with him, agreed to carry him thither. He left me then, promising to remit me the first money he should receive in order to discharge the debt, but I never heard of him again. The debt was for money that Franklin had lent to Collins when in straits produced by his dissipated habits, out of the vexatious sum collected by Franklin for Mr. Vernon, which caused him so much self-reproach until remitted to that gentleman. The firmness exhibited by Franklin on this occasion he never failed to exhibit in his later life whenever it was necessary for him to do so. Even John Adams in 1778, though he had worked himself up to the point of charging Franklin with downright indolence and with the constant policy never to say yes or no decidedly but when he could not avoid it, admitted in the same breath that Franklin had as determined a soul as any man. If anyone doubts it, let him read the letters written by Franklin upon the rare occasions when he felt that, as a matter of justice or sober self-respect, he could not escape the duty of holding up the mirror of candid speech to the face of misconduct. On these occasions his rebuke was like a bitter draught administered in a measuring glass, not a drop too much, not a drop too little. Witness his letter of March 12, 1780, to Captain Peter Landais, in reply to the demand of that captain that he should be again placed in command of the Alliance. The demand, however, Franklin wrote, may perhaps be made chiefly for the sake of obtaining a refusal, of which you seem the more earnestly desirous, as the having it to produce many be of service to you in America. I will not therefore deny it to you, and it shall be as positive and clear as you require it. No one has ever learned from me the opinion I formed of you from the inquiry made into your conduct. I kept it entirely to myself. I have not even hinted it in my letters to America because I would not hazard giving to anyone a bias to your prejudice. By communicating a part of that opinion privately to you, it can do you no harm, for you may burn it. I should not give you the pain of reading it if your demand did not make it necessary. I think you then so imprudent, so litigious and quarrelsome a man, even with your best friends, that peace and good order, and consequently the quiet and regular subordination so necessary to success, are where you preside impossible. These are matters within my observation and comprehension. Your military operations I leave to more capable judges. If therefore I had 20 ships of war in my disposition, I should not give one of them to Captain Landais. All the higher forms of intellectual or moral power suggest the idea of reserve force, and of nothing is this truer than the self-controlled indignation of a really strong man like Franklin or Washington. What Franklin did for Philadelphia when peace prevailed, we have already seen. What he did for it when threatened by war remains to be told. In 1747, England was involved in a struggle with France and Spain, and the city lay at the mercy of French and Spanish privateers. All the efforts of Governor Thomas to induce the Quaker majority in the Assembly to pass a militia law and to make other provisions for the security of the province having proved wholly futile. Under these circumstances, Franklin wrote and published a pamphlet entitled Plain Truth, for the purpose of arousing people of the province to a true sense of their perilous predicament. The pamphlet, Franklin tells us in the autobiography, had a sudden and surprising effect, and we can readily believe it, for rarely has an alarum been more artfully sounded. In its pages is to be found every artifice of persuasion that could be skillfully used by an adroit pamphleteer for the purpose of playing upon the fears of his readers and inciting them to determined measures of self-defense. It began by pointing out the causes which had brought about an entire change in the former happy situation of the province, namely its increased wealth, its defenseless condition, the familiarity acquired by its enemies with its bay and river through prisoners, bearers of flags of truce, spies, and perhaps traitors, the ease with which pilots could be employed by these enemies, and the known absence of ships of war during the greatest part of the year, ever since the war began, from both Virginia and New York. That the enemies of the province might even then have some of their spies in the province could not be seriously doubted. It declared for to maintain such spies had been the practice of all nations in all ages, as for example the 5 men sent by the children of Dan to spy out the land of the Zidonians and search it. Book of Judges, chapter 18, verse 2. These men, while engaged in their enterprise, met with a certain idolatrous priest of their own persuasion. Would to God no such priests were to be found among the Pennsylvanians. And when they questioned him as to whether their way would be prosperous, he among other things said unto them, Go in peace, before the Lord is your way wherein you go. It was well known that there were many priests in the province of the same religion as those who of late encouraged the French to invade the mother country. And they came, verse 7, to Laish, and saw the people that were therein, how they dwelt careless after the manner of the Zidonians, quiet and secure. They thought themselves secure, no doubt, and as they never had been disturbed, vainly imagined they never should. It was not unlikely that some saw the danger they were exposed to by living in that careless manner, but it was not unlikely, too, that if these publicly expressed their apprehensions, the rest reproached them as timorous persons, wanting courage or confidence in their gods, who they perhaps said had hitherto protected them. But the spies, verse 8, returned, and among other things said to their countrymen, verse 9, Arise that we may go up against them, for we have seen the land, and behold, it is very good. When ye go, ye shall come into a people secure, that is, a people that apprehend no danger, and therefore have made no provision against it. Great encouragement this. And to a large land, and a place where there is no want of anything. What could they desire more? Accordingly, we find, continued plain truth in the succeeding verses, that 600 men only, appointed with weapons of war, undertook the conquest of this large land, knowing that 600 men, armed and disciplined, would be an overmatch, perhaps, for 60,000 unarmed, undisciplined, and off their guard. And when they went against it, the idolatrous priest, verse 17, with his graven image and his ephod and his teraphim and his molten image, plenty of superstitious trinkets, joined with them, and no doubt gave them all the intelligence and assistance in his power. His heart, as the text assures us, being glad, perhaps for reasons more than one. And now what was the fate of poor Laish? The 600 men being arrived found, as the spies had reported, a people quiet and secure. Verses 20-21. And they smote them with the edge of the sword, and burnt the city with fire. And there was no deliverer, because it was far from Zidon. Not so far from Zidon, however, as Pennsylvania was from Britain, and yet we are, said plain truth, more careless than the people of Laish. Having awakened in this clever fashion the slumbering strings of sectarian hatred and religious association, the author of Plain Truth brings the same sure and compelling touch to the other points of his theme, the danger that the Iroquois might, from considerations set forth in the pamphlet with telling force, be wholly gained over by the French, which meant deserted plantations, ruin, bloodshed, and confusion, the folly and selfishness of the view that rural Pennsylvania and the city of Philadelphia did not owe each other mutual obligations of assistance, the ruin in which commerce, trade, and industry were certain to be involved by the occlusion of the Delaware, the probability that the enemy, finding that he could come higher and higher up the river, seize vessels, land and plunder plantations and villages, and return with his booty unmolested, might finally be led to believe that all Pennsylvanians were Quakers against all defense from a principle of conscience, and thus be induced to strike one bold stroke for the city and for the whole plunder of the river. Then, after dispatching with a few practical observations the fallacy that the expense of a vessel to guard the trade of the province would be greater than any loss that the enemy could inflict upon the province at sea, and that it would be cheaper for the government to open an insurance office and to pay every such loss, the pamphlet presents a harrowing description of the fate that would befall Philadelphia if it passed into the hands of the enemy. It is all limned with the minuteness of a Dutch painting, the confusion and disorder, the outcries and lamentations, the stream of outgoing fugitives, including citizens reputed to be rich and fearful of the torture, hurrying away with their effects, the wives and children hanging upon the necks of their husbands and fathers and imploring them to be gone, the helplessness of the few that would remain, the sack, the conflagration. But what, as plain truth, would the condition of the Philadelphians be if suddenly surprised without previous alarm, perhaps in the night? Confined to their houses, they would have nothing to trust to but the enemy's mercy. Their best fortune would be to fall under the power of commanders of king's ships, able to control the mariners, and not into the hands of licentious privateers. Who could, without the utmost horror, conceive the miseries of the latter, when their persons, fortunes, wives, and daughters would be subject to the wanton and unbridled rage, rapine, and lust of negroes, mulattoes, and others, the vilest and most abandoned of mankind? And then, in a timely marginal note, Plain Truth tells how poor Captain Brown, for bravely defending himself in his vessel longer than the ragged crew of a Spanish privateer expected, was barbarously stabbed and murdered, though on his knees, begging quarter. It would not be so bad for the rich, said Plain Truth. The means of speedy flight were ready to their hands, and they could lay by money and effects in distant and safe places against the evil day. It was by the middling people, the tradesmen, shopkeepers, and farmers of the province and city, that the brunt would have to be borne. They could not all fly with their families, and if they could, how would they subsist? Upon them too the weight of the contributions exacted by the enemy, as was true of ordinary taxes, would rest. Though numerous, this class was quite defenceless, as it had neither forts, arms, union, nor discipline, and yet on whom could it fix its eyes with the least expectation that they would do anything for its security? Not on that wealthy and powerful body of the people, the Quakers, who had ever since the war controlled the elections of the province and filled almost every seat in the assembly. Should the Quakers be conjured by all the ties of neighborhood, friendship, justice, and humanity to consider the obligations that they owed to a very great part of the people, who could have no confidence that God would protect those that neglected the use of rational means for protecting themselves? And the distraction, misery, and confusion, desolation, and distress which might possibly be the effect of their unreasonable predominancy and perseverance, yet all would be in vain. For the Quakers had already been by great numbers of the people petitioned in vain. The late governor of the province did for years solicit, request, and even threaten them in vain. The council had twice remonstrated with them in vain. Their religious prepossessions were unchangeable, their obstinacy invincible. The manner in which Franklin makes his strictures on the Quakers in this pamphlet keen enough to shame them into letting the other elements of the population of the province have the use of enough of the public money to enable them to protect both themselves and the Quakers, and yet not keen enough to make the Quakers thoroughly incensed as well as obstinate, is one of the notable features of plain truth. This prospect of the middling people of the province, the pamphlet continues, was no better if they turned their eyes to those great and rich men, merchants and others, who were ever railing at the Quakers, but took no one step themselves for the public safety. With their wealth and influence they might easily promote military ardor and discipline in the province, and effect everything under God for its protection. But envy seemed to have taken possession of their hearts, and to have eaten out and destroyed every generous, noble, public-spirited sentiment, and rage at the disappointment of their little schemes for power gnawed their souls, and filled them with such cordial hatred to their opponents, that any proposal by the execution of which the latter might receive benefit as well as themselves was rejected with indignation. However, if the city and province were brought to destruction, it would not be for want of numerous inhabitants able to bear arms in their defense. It was computed that the province had at least, exclusive of the Quakers, 60,000 fighting men, acquainted with firearms, many of them hunters and marksmen, hardy and bold. All they lacked was order, discipline, and a few cannon. At present they were like the separate filaments of flax before the thread is formed, without strength because without connection. But union would make them strong and even formidable. Many of the inhabitants of the province were of the British race, and though the fierce fighting animals of those happy islands were said to abate their natural fire and intrepidity when removed to a foreign clime, yet with their people this was not so. Among the inhabitants of the province likewise were those brave men whose fathers in the last age made so glorious a stand for Protestantism and English liberty when invaded by a powerful French army, joined by Irish Catholics under a bigoted popish king, and also thousands of that warlike nation whose sons had ever since the time of Caesar maintained the character he gave their fathers of uniting the most obstinate courage to all the other military virtues, the brave and steady Germans. Poor Richard, of course, had to have his proverb in war as well as peace, where the union formed and the fighting men of the province, once united, thoroughly armed and disciplined, the very fame of strength and readiness, plain truth thought would be a means of discouraging the enemy. For, said Franklin, 'tis a wise and true saying that one sword often keeps another in the scabbard. The way to secure peace is to be prepared for war. After these weighty maxims, this remarkable pamphlet ends with the statement that if its hints were so happy as to meet with a suitable disposition of mind from the countrymen and fellow citizens of the writer, he would in a few days lay before them a form of association for the purposes mentioned in the pamphlet, together with a practical scheme for raising the money necessary for the crisis without laying a burthen on any man. End of section 10. Section 11 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 5. Franklin the Philanthropist and Citizen. Like the drum that makes the warrior's stomach come, was plain truth, with its sudden and surprising effect Agreeably with the popular response to it, Franklin drafted Articles of Association after consulting with others, and issued a call for a citizens' rally in the Whitefield Meeting House. When the citizens assembled, printed copies of the articles had already been struck off, and pens and ink had been distributed throughout the hall. Franklin then harangued the gathering a little, read and explained the articles, and handed around the printed copies. They were so eagerly signed that, when the meeting broke up, there were more than 1,200 signatures, and this number, when the country people were subsequently given an opportunity to sign, swelled to more than 10,000. All the signers furnished themselves as soon as they could with arms, organized into companies and regiments, chose their own officers, and met every week for military training. The contagion spread even to the women, and with money raised by their own subscriptions they procured silk colors for the companies, set off with devices and mottos furnished by Franklin himself, who had a peculiar turn for designing things of that sort. The next step was for the officers of the companies constituting the Philadelphia regiment to meet and choose a colonel. They did so, and selected the only man, or almost the only man, so far as we know, who has ever in the history of the American militia conceived himself to be unfit for the office of colonel, and that is Benjamin Franklin. "Conceiving myself unfit," says Franklin in the autobiography, "I declined that station, and recommended Mr. Lawrence, a fine person, a man of influence, who was accordingly appointed." But between building and equipping a battery on the river below Philadelphia and manipulating Quaker scruples, Franklin had his hands quite as full as were those of Colonel Lawrence. At that time, whether the souls of men were to be saved by the erection of a church, or their bodies to be destroyed by the erection of a battery, resort was had to a lottery. Franklin himself, for instance, was twice appointed by the vestry of Christ Church the manager of a lottery for the purpose of building a steeple and buying a chime of bells for that church. A lottery, therefore, was proposed by him to defray the expense of building and equipping the battery. The suggestion was eagerly acted upon, and with the current of popular enthusiasm running so swiftly, the lottery soon filled, and a battery with merlons, framed of logs and packed with earth, was rapidly erected. The problem was how to get the necessary ordnance. Some old cannon were brought in Boston, and not over-sanguine request for some was made of the stingy proprietaries, Richard and Thomas Penn. An order was given to other persons in England to purchase in case the request was not honored, and Colonel Lawrence, William Allen, Abram Taylor, and Franklin were dispatched to New York by the association to borrow what cannon they could from Governor George Clinton. Fortunately for Pennsylvania, the cockles of that governor's heart were of the kind that glow and expand with generous benevolence when warmed by the bottle. At first he refused peremptorily to let the embassy have any cannon, but later on, when he sat at meat, or rather drink, with the members of his council, there was, we are told by Franklin in the autobiography, great drinking of Madeira wine, as the custom of New York then was. With the progress of the dinner he softened by degrees, and said that he would lend 6. After a few more bumpers he advanced to 10, and at length he very good-naturedly conceded 18. They were fine cannon, 18-pounders, with their carriages, and were soon transported and mounted on the battery in Pennsylvania, where associators kept a nightly guard while the war lasted, and where, among the rest, Franklin regularly took his turn of duty as a common soldier. The activity of Franklin at this conjuncture not only won him a high degree of popularity with his fellow citizens, but also the goodwill of the governor of Pennsylvania and his council, who took him into their confidence and consulted with him whenever it was felt that their concurrence was needed by the association. When they approved his suggestion that a fast should be proclaimed for the purpose of invoking the blessing of heaven upon the association, and it was found that no such thing had ever been thought of in Pennsylvania before, he even fell back upon his New England training and drew up a proclamation for the purpose in the usual form, which was translated into German, printed in both English and German, and circulated throughout the province. The fast day fixed by the paper gave the clergy of the different sects in Pennsylvania a favorable opportunity for urging the members of their flocks to enroll themselves as members of the association, and it was the belief of Franklin that, if peace had not soon been declared, all the religious congregations in the province, except those of the Quakers, would have been enlisted in the movement for the defense of the province. The most interesting thing, however, connected with this whole episode was the conduct of the Quakers. James Logan, true to his former principles, wrote a cogent address to his fellow friends, justifying defensive war, and placed £60 in Franklin's hands, with instructions to him to apply all the lottery prizes that they might win to the cost of the battery. Other friends also, perhaps most of the younger ones, were in favor of defense, but many friends preferred to keep up silently the semblance of conformity with their dogma about war, though ready enough to have it refined away by Franklin's astuteness, which had a gift for working around obstacles when it could not climb over or break through them. That the Quakers as a body, even if they did not relish his newborn intimacy with the executive councillors, with whom they had had a feud of long standing, were not losing much of their placidity over the proposition to protect their throats and chattels against their will, an ambitious young gentleman who wished to displace Franklin as the clerk of the Quaker Assembly soon learnt. Like the generous Maori of New Zealand, who refrained from descending upon their English invaders until they had duly communicated to them the hour of their proposed onset, he advised Franklin, from good will, he said, to resign as more consistent with his honor than being turned out. He little realized, apparently, that he was attempting to intimidate one of the grimmest antagonists that ever entertained the robuster American ideas about public office, the manner in which it is to be sought, and the prehensile tenacity with which it is to be clung to when secured. But for the fact that Franklin was always a highly faithful and efficient office-holder, and the further fact that he gave his entire salary as President of Pennsylvania to public objects, he would not fall far short of being a typical American office-holder of the better class, as that class was before the era of civil service reform. On a later occasion, when his resignation as Deputy Postmaster General for America was desired, he humorously observed in a letter to his sister Jane that he was deficient in the Christian virtue of resignation. If they would have my office, he said, they must take it. And on another later occasion he strongly advised his son not to resign his office as governor of New Jersey, because while much might be made of a removal, nothing could be made of a resignation. As long as there was a son or grandson of his own, with no fear of the inclination of political competitors to pry into skeleton closets, or a relative of any sort to enjoy the sweets of public office, Franklin appears to have acted consistently upon the principle that the persons whose qualifications we know best through the accident of family intimacy are the persons that are likely to confer the highest degree of credit upon us when we appoint them to public positions. With this general outlook upon the part of Franklin in regard to public office, the young man who wished to be his successor as clerk soon found that there was nothing left for him to do except to go off sorrowfully like the young man in the Scriptures. My answer to him, says Franklin in the autobiography, was that I had read or heard of some public man who made it a rule never to ask for an office, and never to refuse one when offered to him. I approve, says I, of his rule, and will practice it with a small addition. I shall never ask, never refuse, nor ever resign an office. If they will have my office of clerk to dispose of to another, they shall take it from me. I will not, by giving it up, lose my right of some time or other making reprisals on my adversaries. Franklin never actually refused an office except when its duties could be discharged only from what was virtually his deathbed, and he never resigned an office, though he was removed from one under circumstances which furnished a fine illustration indeed of how much can be made of a removal. On the other hand, he did not keep his vow of never asking for an office. For melancholy to relate, like a raven eyeing a sick horse, we find him forehanded enough when it was manifest that Mr. Elliot Benger, the Deputy Postmaster General of America, was about to pay his last debt to nature, to apply for the reversion of his office before the debt was actually paid, and to offer through Chief Justice Allen of Pennsylvania the sum of £300 in perquisites and contingent fees and charges for it. Indeed, Benger, though thought to be near his end by Franklin when the latter first set to work to succeed him, did not die until more than 2 years afterwards. As we shall see hereafter, to Franklin, as an office-holder, was honorably allotted even the state of supreme beatitude under the spoils system of politics, which consists in holding more than one public office at one time. The young aspirant for Franklin's place had nothing but his generous motives to soothe his disappointment, for at the next election Franklin was unanimously elected clerk as usual. Indeed, Franklin had reason to believe that the measures taken for the protection of Pennsylvania were not disagreeable to any of the Quakers, provided that they were not required to participate actively in them. The proportion of Quakers sincerely opposed to resistance, he estimated, after having had a chance to look the field over, was as 1 to 21 only. His long contact with the Assembly as its clerk had afforded him excellent opportunities for observing how embarrassed its Quaker majority, which loved political power quite as much as it detested war and Presbyterians, was whenever applications were made to the Assembly for military grants by order of the Crown, and to what subtle shifts this majority was compelled to resort on such occasions to save its face, ending finally in its voting money simply for the King's use, and never inquiring how it was spent. Sometimes the demand was not directly from the Crown, and then the conflict that is being perpetually renewed between eccentric human opinions and the inexorable order of the universe became acute indeed, as for instance when this majority was urged by Governor Thomas to appropriate a sum of money with which to buy powder for the military needs of New England. Money to buy powder nakedly the Quakers were not willing to vote, but they appropriated £3,000 to be put into the hands of the governor for the purchase of bread, flour, wheat, and other grain. Some members of the governor's council, desirous of still further embarrassing the Assembly, advised him not to accept provisions instead of powder, but he replied, "I shall take the money, for I understand very well their meaning. Other grain is gunpowder." Gunpowder he accordingly bought, and the Quakers maintained a silence as profound as that which lulled Franklin to sleep in their great meeting-house when he first arrived in Philadelphia. The esoteric meaning of this kind of language was of course not likely to be lost upon a man so prompt as Franklin to take a wink for a nod. With his practical turn of mind, he was the last person in the world to boggle over Delphic words when they were clear enough for him to see that they gave him all that he wanted. So when it was doubtful whether the Quakers and the Union Fire Company would vote a fund of £60 for the purchase of tickets in the lottery, remembering the incident which has just been related, he said to his friend Singh, one of its members, "If we fail, let us prove the purchase of a fire engine with the money. The Quakers can have no objection to that, and then if you nominate me and I you as the committee for that purpose, we will buy a great gun, which is certainly a fire engine." But there was no real danger of the fund not being voted. The company consisted of 30 members, of whom 22 were Quakers. The remaining 8 punctually attended the meeting at which the vote was to be taken. Only one Quaker, Mr. James Morse, appeared to oppose the grant. The proposition, he said with the confidence that usually marks statements in a democratic community about the preponderance of popular opinion, ought never to have been made, as friends were all against it, and it would create such discord as might break up the company. At any rate, he thought that though the hour for business had arrived, a little time should be allowed for the appearance of other members of the company, who he knew intended to come for the purpose of voting against the proposition. While this suggestion was being combated, who should appear but a waiter to tell Franklin that 2 gentlemen below desired to speak with him. These proved to be 2 of the Quaker members of the company. 8 of them, they said, were assembled at a tavern just by, who were ready to come and vote for the proposition if they should be needed, but did not desire to be sent for if their assistance could be dispensed with. Franklin then went back to Mr. Morris, and after a little seeming hesitation, for at times he had a way of piecing out the skin of the lion with the tail of the fox, agreed to a delay of another hour. This, Mr. Morris admitted, was extremely fair. Nobody else came, and upon the expiration of the hour the proposition was carried by a vote of 8 to 1. Franklin was a thoroughly normal man himself, but his wit, patience, and rare capacity for self-transformation usually enabled him to deal successfully with any degree of abnormality in others, however pronounced. "Sensible people," he once said to his sister Jane, "will give a bucket or 2 of water to a dry pump, that they may afterwards get from it all they have occasion for." The next time Franklin crosses the stage of war is when General Braddock and his men, in the buskins of high tragedy, are moving to their doom. It had been reported to the general that not only had the Pennsylvania Assembly refused to vote money for the king's service, but that the Pennsylvanians themselves had sold provisions to the French, declined to aid in the construction of a road to the west, and withheld wagons and horses sorely needed by the expedition. And the general had just been compelled to settle down for a time in the temper of a chafed bull at Frederick, Maryland, for the want of wagons and horses to transport his army to Fort Duquesne, which he afterwards told Franklin could hardly detain him above 3 or 4 days on his triumphant progress to Niagara and Frontenac. Forts, he seemed to think to recall Franklin's simile, could be taken as easily as snuff. Under these circumstances, the Pennsylvania Assembly decided to ask Franklin to visit Braddock's camp, ostensibly as deputy postmaster general, for the purpose of arranging a plan by which the general could effectively keep in postal touch with the colonial governors, but really for the purpose of removing the prejudices which the general had formed against Pennsylvania. And a pleasant April journey that must have been for the mounted Franklin through Pennsylvania and Delaware and over the green-walled hills of Maryland, with his son and the governors of New York and Massachusetts also mounted as his companions. That such a brave company as it passed through the mild vernal air of that delightful season from stage to stage of its itinerary experienced no dearth of hospitable offices, we may rest assured. One Maryland gentleman, the amiable and worthy Colonel Benjamin Tasker, who entertained Franklin and William Franklin on this journey with great hospitality and kindness at his country place, even pleasantly claimed that a whirlwind, which Franklin made the subject of a most graphic description in a letter to Peter Collinson, had been got up by him on purpose to treat Mr. Franklin. It was probably the energy and resource of Franklin that were really responsible for Braddock's defeat, paradoxical as this may sound. When that brave but rash and infatuated general and his officers found that only 25 wagons could be obtained in Virginia and Maryland for the expedition, they declared that it was at an end, not less than 150 wagons being necessary for the purpose. Their hopes, however, were revived when Franklin remarked that it was a pity that the army had not landed in Pennsylvania, as almost every farmer in that colony had his wagon. This observation was eagerly pounced upon by Braddock, and Franklin was duly commissioned to procure the needed wagons. With such consummate art did he, in an address published by him at Lancaster, partly by persuasion and partly by threats, work upon the feelings of the prosperous farmers of York, Lancaster, and Cumberland counties, that in 2 weeks the 150 wagons with 259 pack horses were on their way to Braddock's camp. Nay, more, with the aid of William Franklin, who knew something of camp life and its wants, he drew up a list of provisions for Braddock's subaltern officers, whose means were too limited to enable them to victual themselves comfortably for the march, and induced the Pennsylvania Assembly to make a present of them to these officers. The 20 parcels in which the provisions were packed were each placed upon a horse and presented to a subaltern together with the horse itself. The 20 horses and their packs arrived in camp as soon as the wagons, and were very thankfully received. The kindness of Franklin in procuring them was acknowledged in letters to him from the colonels of the 2 regiments composing Braddock's army in the most grateful terms, and Braddock was so delighted with his services in furnishing the wagons and pack horses that he not only thanked him repeatedly, craved his further assistance, and repaid him £1,000 of a sum amounting to some £1,300, which he had advanced, but wrote home a letter in which, after inveighing against the false dealings of all in this country with whom he had been concerned, he commended Franklin's promptitude and fidelity, and declared that his conduct was almost the only instance of address and fidelity which he had seen in America. The balance of the amount that Franklin advanced he was never able to collect. It is foreign to the plan of this book to describe the horrors of the Sylvan Inferno, in which the huddled soldiers of Braddock stood about as much chance of successfully retaliating upon their flitting assailants as if the latter had been invisible spirits. It is enough for our purpose to say that as soon as the wagoners whom Franklin had gathered together saw how things were going, they each took a horse from his wagon and scampered away as fast as his steed could carry him, leaving too many wagons, provisions, pieces of artillery, stores, and scalps behind them to make it worth the while of the victors to pursue them. Franklin states in the autobiography that when Braddock, with whom he dined daily at Frederick, spoke of passing from Fort Duquesne to Niagara, and from Niagara to Frontenac, as lightly as a traveller might speak of the successive inns at which he was to bait on a peaceful journey, he conceived some doubts and fears as to the event of the campaign. He might well have done so, for he knew, if Braddock did not, what a nimble, painted, and befeathered Indian in the crepuscular shades of the primeval American forest was. We also learn from the autobiography that when the doctor's bond came to Franklin to ask him to subscribe to fireworks to be set off upon the fall of Fort Duquesne, he looked grave and said that it would be time enough to prepare for the rejoicing when they knew that they had occasion to rejoice. All this was natural enough in a man whose temper was cautious, and who had dined daily for some time with Braddock. The general presumed too much and was too secure. This the event proves, but it was my opinion from the time I saw him and conversed with him. These were the words of Franklin in a letter to Peter Collinson shortly after the catastrophe. But when we remember his written assurance in his Lancaster address to the Pennsylvania farmers that the service, to which their wagons and horses would be put, would be light and easy, and above all the individual promises of indemnity, tantamount to the pledge of his entire fortune, which he gave to these farmers, we cannot help feeling that Franklin's doubts and fears were not quite so strong as he afterwards honestly believed them to be, and that his second sight in this instance was perhaps somewhat like that of the clairvoyant mentioned in the letter contributed by his friend Joseph Brindnall to one of his busybody essays, who was only able to discern transactions about the time and for the most part after their happening. Apart from the evidence afforded by the expedition that if Braddock had been as able a general as Franklin was a commissary, its result would have been different. Its chief interest to the biographer of Franklin consists in the light that it sheds upon the self-satisfied ignorance of American conditions and the complete want of sympathy with the Americans themselves, which subsequently aided in rendering the efforts of Franklin to secure a fair hearing in London for his countrymen so difficult. When Franklin ventured to express apprehension that the slender line of Braddock's army, nearly 4 miles long, might be ambushed by the Indians while winding its way through the woods and be cut like a thread into several pieces, Braddock smiled at his simplicity and replied, "These savages may indeed be a formidable enemy to your raw American militia, but upon the King's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it is impossible they should make any impression." He saw enough before he was fatally wounded to realize that the very discipline of his British soldiers was their undoing, when contending with such a mobile and wily foe as the Indian in the forest, and that a few hundred provincials skulking behind trees and giving their French and Indian antagonists a taste of their own tactics were worth many thousands of such regulars, even as his brave veterans. That he came to some conclusion of this kind before the close of his life we may infer from what Captain Orme told Franklin and what Franklin tells of us in the autobiography. Captain Orme, says Franklin, who was one of the general's aides de camp, and being grievously wounded was brought off with him and continued with him to his death, which happened in a few days, told me that he was totally silent all the first day, and at night only said, "Who would have thought it?" that he was silent again the following day, saying only at last, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time," and died in a few minutes after. There was not to be another time for this intrepid but reckless soldier, who, true to the broad and red banner of England, died like a bulldog with his iron jaws set to the last, but the first time might have suffered for his task if he had only taken Franklin's hint, or freely consulted the advice of George Washington and the other provincial officers who accompanied him, or had not reduced his army merely to the condition of legs without eyes, by treating the 100 Indians invaluable as guides and scouts, whom George Croghan had brought to his aid, with such neglect and slights that they all, by successive defections, gradually dropped away from him. In the autobiography, Franklin contrasts the conduct of the British on their way from the sea to the unbroken wilderness with the conduct of the French allies when making their way from Rhode Island to Yorktown. The former, he says, from their landing till they got beyond the settlements, plundered and stripped the inhabitants, totally ruining some poor families, besides insulting, abusing, and confining such persons as remonstrated. This was enough, he adds, to put the Americans out of conceit of such defenders, if they had really wanted any. The French, on the other hand, though traversing the most inhabited part of America for a distance of nearly 700 miles, occasioned not the smallest complaint for the loss of a pig, a chicken, or even an apple. Perhaps this was partly because the people gratefully gave them everything that they wanted before there was any occasion to take it, but it was the pusillanimous misbehavior of Colonel Dunbar, left by Braddock in the rear of his army to bring along the heavier part of his stores, provisions, and baggage, which converted disaster into disgrace. As soon as the fugitives from the battle reached his camp, the panic that they brought with them was instantly imparted to him and his entire force. Though he had at his command more than 1,000 men, he thought of nothing better to do than to turn his draft horses to the purposes of flight, and to give all his stores and ammunition to the flames. When he reached the settlements, he was met with requests from the governors of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania that he would station his troops on the frontier of those states so as to protect them from the fury of the savages. But so far from stopping to protect anybody else, not one jot of speed did he abate until, to use Franklin's words, he arrived at Philadelphia, where the inhabitants could protect him. This whole transaction, declares the autobiography, gave us Americans the first suspicion that our exalted ideas of the prowess of British regulars had not been well founded. When Dunbar did abandon the shelter which he had found at Philadelphia, it was only to give the people of Pennsylvania a parting whiff of his quality. He promised Franklin that if 3 poor farmers of Lancaster County would meet him at Trenton, where he expected to be in a few days on his march to New York, he would surrender to them certain indentured servants of theirs whom he had enlisted. Although they took him at his word and met him at Trenton, at considerable sacrifice of time and money, he refused to perform his promise. The defeat of Braddock and its consequences left the province fully exposed to Indian incursions, and again its ablest and most public-spirited man was compelled to take the lead in providing for its defense. His first act was to draft and push through the Assembly a bill for organizing and disciplining a militia. Each company was to elect a captain, a lieutenant, and an ensign, subject to the confirmation of the governor, and the officers so elected of the companies forming each regiment were to elect a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and a major for the regiment, subject to the same confirmation. But nothing about the bill is so interesting as the further evidence that it affords of Franklin's finesse in the management of Quakers. The Articles of Association provided for in the Act were to be purely voluntary, and nothing in the Act was to be taken as authorizing the governor or the military officers mentioned in it to prescribe any regulations that would in the least affect such of the inhabitants of the province as were scrupulous about bearing arms, either in their liberties, persons, or estates. There is almost a gleam of the true Franklin humor in the recital in the Act, which, though other parts of the Act safeguarded the Quaker crotchet as to fighting, made the Quaker majority in the Assembly admit that there were some persons in the province who had been disciplined in the art of war, and even, strange as that might be, conscientiously thought it their duty to fight in defense of their country, their wives, their families, and estates. The Militia Act was followed by Franklin's dialogue between X, Y, and Z, explaining and defending it. This paper is garnished with apt references to the Bible, and as a whole is written with much vivacity and force. Its object was to convince the English, Scotch-Irish, and German Pennsylvanians that they should fight to keep their own scalps on their heads, even though they could not do this without accomplishing as much for the Quakers. For my part, says Z, I'm no coward, but hang me if I'll fight to save the Quakers. That is to say, says X, you won't plump ship, because 'twill save the rats as well as yourself. And to Z's suggestion that if the act was carried into execution and proved a good one, they might have nothing to say against the Quakers at the next election, X, no unknown quantity, but Franklin himself replies with this burst of eloquent exhortation, which makes us half doubt Franklin when he says that he was not an orator. Oh, my friends, let us on this occasion cast from us all these little party views and consider ourselves as Englishmen and Pennsylvanians. Let us think only of the service of our king, the honor and safety of our country, and vengeance on its murdering enemies. If good be done, what imports it by whom it is done? The glory of serving and saving others is superior to the advantage of being served or secured. Let us resolutely and generously unite in our country's cause, in which to die is the sweetest of all deaths, and may the God of armies bless our honest endeavors. End of section 11. Section 12 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 6 of Franklin, the Philanthropist and Citizen. When the defeat of Braddock first became known to Gouverneur Morris, he hastened to consult with Franklin about the proper measures for preventing the desertion of the back counties of Pennsylvania, and he even went so far as to offer to make him a general if he would undertake to conduct a force of provincials against Fort Duquesne. Franklin had, or with his wise modesty affected to have, a suspicion that the offer was inspired not so much by the governor's confidence in his military abilities as by the governor's desire to utilize his great personal influence for the purpose of enlisting soldiers and securing money to pay them with, and that perhaps without the taxation of the proprietary estates. The suspicion, we should say, was groundless. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed mole is king, and the probability is that the governor was actuated by nothing more than the belief that in a province where there were no seasoned generals, a man with Franklin's talents, energy, and resource would be likely to prove the best impromptu commander that he could find. If so, his calculations came to nothing, for Franklin, who always saw things as they were, could discern no reason why he should be unfit to be a colonel, and yet fit to be a general. When, however, the Militia Act had been passed and Z had been silenced by X, and military companies were springing up as rapidly as mushrooms in a Pennsylvania meadow, he did permit himself to be prevailed upon by the governor to take charge of the northwestern frontier of the province, and to bend his energies to the task of enlisting soldiers and erecting forts for its protection. He did not think himself qualified for even this quasi-military post, but posterity has taken the liberty of differing from him in this regard. Having speedily rallied 560 men to his standard, and called his son, who had had some military training, to his side as his aide-de-camp, he assembled his little army at Bethlehem, the chief seat of the Moravians, and divided it into 3 detachments. One he sent off towards the Minisink to build a fort in the upper part of the exposed territory. Another he sent off to build a fort in the lower part of the same territory, and the third he conducted himself to Gnadenhutten, a Moravian village, recently reduced to blood and ashes by the Indians, for the purpose of erecting a third fort there. When he reached Bethlehem, he found that not only had the Moravian brethren, who he had had reason to believe were conscientiously averse to war, erected a stockade around the principal buildings of the town, and purchased a supply of arms and ammunition for themselves in New York, but that they had even placed a quantity of stones between the windows of their high houses, to be thrown down by their women upon the heads of any Indians by whom these buildings might be invested. Common sense, aided by present danger, will sometimes be too strong for whimsical opinions, dryly comments Franklin in the Autobiography. How death kept his court in that tortured land may be inferred from an incident recorded by Franklin in the Autobiography. Just before he left Bethlehem for Gnadenhutten, 11 farmers who had been driven from their plantations by the Indians obtained from him each a gun with a suitable supply of ammunition, and returned to their homes to fetch away their cattle. 10 of the 11 were killed by the Indians. The one who escaped reported that they could not discharge their guns because the priming had become wet with rain, a mishap which the Indians were too dexterous to allow to befall their pieces. The same rain descended upon Franklin and his men on their march from Bethlehem to Gnadenhutten, and disabled their guns too, but fortunately, though at one point they had to pass through a gap in the mountains which their foes might well have turned to deadly account, they were not attacked on the march. Once arrived at Gnadenhutten, as soon as the detachment had sheltered itself under rude huts, and interred with more decent completeness the massacred victims who had been only half buried by their demoralized neighbors, it proceeded to fell trees and to erect a fort, or rather stockade, with a circumference of 455 feet. How bowed the woods beneath their sturdy stroke was not more aptly written of the peasants whom Gray's elegy has immortalized than it might have been of the 70 brawny axemen in Franklin's camp, 2 of whom could by Franklin's watch in 6 minutes cut down a pine 14 inches in diameter. In a week, in spite of drenching rains, a stockade had been constructed of sufficient strength, flimsy as it was, to fend off cannonless Indians. It consisted of palisades 18 feet long, planted in a trench 3 feet deep, loopholes and a gallery at an elevation of 6 feet around its interior, for its defenders to stand on and take aim through the loopholes. When it had been finished, a swivel gun was mounted at one of its angles and discharged to let the Indians know that the garrison was supplied with such pieces. They were not far off, for when Franklin began, after he had furnished himself with a place of refuge in case of retreat, to throw out scouting parties over the adjacent country, he found that they had been watching his movements from the hills with their feet dangling in holes, in which for warmth fires made of charcoal had been kindled. With their fires going in this way, there was neither light, flame, sparks, nor even smoke to betray their presence, but it would seem that they were too few in numbers to feel that they could hazard an attack upon the stockade builders. The impression left upon the mind by this expedition is that it was managed by Franklin with no little good sense and efficiency, though it does seem to us that a man who never lacked the capacity to invent any mechanical device called for by his immediate needs ought to have been too provident to find himself in a narrow defile with guns as impotent as those of the 10 poor farmers who had perished that very day. It was inexcusable in poor Richard, at any rate, to forget his own saying, for want of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, and for want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for want of care about a horse shoe nail. In his instructions before he left Bethlehem to Captain Vanetta, in relation to certain operations which the latter was to undertake with a separate force against the Indians, Franklin, though he said nothing about trusting in God, took care to warn the captain to keep his powder dry. The expedition was cut short by a letter from the governor and letters from Franklin's friends in the Assembly, urging him to attend the sessions about to be held by that body. There was no reason why he should not do so, for the 3 forts were completed, and the country people, relying upon the protection afforded by them, were content to remain on their farms. And especially to his Colonel Clapham, a New England officer conversant with Indian warfare, had accepted the command in the place of Franklin, and had been introduced by the latter to his men as a soldier much better fitted to lead them than himself. But Franklin, though he had never been engaged in battle, found on his return to Philadelphia that he had won a military prestige upon which he could not easily turn his back. He was elected colonel of the Philadelphia regiment under such circumstances that he was unable to again decline the honor of a colonelcy on the score of unfitness. His regiment consisted of about 1,200 presentable men, with an artillery company furnished with 6 brass field pieces, which the company had become expert enough to fire off 12 times in a minute. The first time, says Franklin in the autobiography, I reviewed my regiment, they accompanied me to my house, and would salute me with some rounds fired before my door, which shook down and broke several glasses of my electrical apparatus, and my new honor proved not much less brittle, for all our commissions were soon after broken by a repeal of the law in England. If, however, his colonelcy had not been marked by any considerable effusion of blood, he had acquired fame enough to arouse the intense jealousy of Thomas Penn, the proprietary. When Franklin was on the point of setting out on a journey to Virginia, the officers of his regiment took it into their heads to escort him out of town as far as the lower ferry. This ceremonious proceeding was unexpectedly sprung upon him. Otherwise, he says, he would have prevented it, being naturally averse to all flourishes of that sort. As it was, just as he was getting on horseback, the officers, 30 or 40 in number, came to his door, all mounted and in their uniforms, and as soon as the cavalcade commenced to move, made things worse by drawing their swords and riding with them naked the entire distance to the lower ferry. The proprietary, when he heard of the incident, was deeply affronted. No such honor, forsooth, he declared, had ever been paid to him when in the province, nor to any of his governors, and was only proper when due homage was being paid to princes of the blood royal. All of which Franklin innocently tells us might be so for aught such a novice in matters of this kind as he knew. So aroused indeed was the proprietary by the affair, coming as it did on the heels of the grudge that he already owed Franklin for his part in insisting that the proprietary estates should sustain their just share of the common burden of taxation, that he even denounced Franklin to the British ministry as the arch obstructionist of measures for the king's service, citing the pomp of this occasion as evidence of the fact that Franklin harbored the intention of taking the government of the province out of his hands by force. His malice, in fact, did not stop short even of an effort to deprive Franklin of his office as Deputy Postmaster General for the colonies, with no effect, however, except that of eliciting a gentle admonition to Franklin from Sir Everard Falconer, the British Postmaster General. Thus ended for a time the military career of Franklin amid the crash of his electrical apparatus and the gleam of unfledged swords. Susceptible of subdivision as his life is, it would hardly justify a separate chapter on Franklin the soldier, but all the same by the splendidly efficient service rendered by him to Braddock by his pamphlet, Plain Truth by his Articles of Association, and his battery by his XYZ Dialogue and Militia Act, by his tact in conciliating and circumventing the awkward Quaker conviction that peace unweaponed conquers every wrong, and by the energy and sound judgment brought by him to the expedition to Nutton Hutton, he had established his right to be considered in war as well as in peace the man whose existence could be less easily spared than that of any other Pennsylvanian. There is a pleasure in speculating on the turn that his future might have taken if the terms in which Braddock recommended him to the favor of the crown had been followed by the fall of Fort Duquesne instead of the battle of the Monongahela. While in his relations to Braddock's expedition he was influenced, as he always was in every such case, mainly by generous public spirit, yet it is manifest too that he was fully alive to the significance that his first helpful contact with such a British commander as Braddock might have for his own self-advancement. The sterner stuff in the character of Franklin, however, was to be still further tried. During the year succeeding his second return from England in 1762, the minds of the people in the western counties of Pennsylvania, and especially of the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians, whose passions were easily deflected into channels of religious fanaticism, were inflamed almost to madness by Indian atrocities, and this mental condition resulted in an act of abominable butchery, such as has rarely blackened even the history of the American Indian himself. Living not far from the town of Lancaster, on the manor of Conestoga, was the remnant of what had once been a considerable tribe of the Six Nations. The members of this tribe sent messengers to welcome the first English settlers of Pennsylvania with presents of venison, corn, and furs, and entered into a treaty of friendship with William Penn, which, in the figurative language of the savage, was to last as long as the sun should shine or the waters run in the rivers, and which in point of fact was faithfully observed by both parties. In the course of time, as the whites purchased land from them and hemmed them in more and more closely, they settled down upon a part of the manor assigned to them by William Penn, which they were not allowed by the provincial government to alienate, and here they lived on terms of unbroken amity with their white neighbors. In the further course of time, the tribe dwindled to such an extent that there were only 20 survivors, 7 men, 5 women, and 8 children of both sexes, whose means of subsistence were supplied to some extent by mendicancy and the chase, but mainly by the sale to the whites of the brooms, baskets, and wooden ladles made by the women. The oldest of the band, a man named Shehaes, was old enough to have been present when the original chain of friendship between the tribe and William Penn was brightened by a second treaty between the same contracting parties. The youngest were infants. There is good reason to believe that at least 1 or 2 of the band had been in secret commerce with the hostile Indians, whose shocking barbarities had filled the souls of such of the Pennsylvania borderers as had not been tomahawked, carried off into captivity, or driven from their homes with sensations little short of frenzied desperation. On Wednesday, the 14th of December, 1763, 50 men from the territory about Paxton, a small town in Pennsylvania on the Susquehanna above Conestoga, all mounted and armed with firelocks, hangers, and hatchets, descended upon the squalid huts of this band about dawn and slaughtered in cold blood 3 men, 2 women, and a young boy, the only members of the vagabond band whom they found at home. The firelocks, hangers, and hatchets were all used in perpetrating the bloody work, and the miserable victims were scalped and horribly mangled. Besides, Hayes himself was cut to pieces in his bed. Then, after seizing upon such booty as was to be found, and applying the torch to most of the huts, the murderers rode away through the snowdrifts to their homes. A shudder of horror passed through the whites in the vicinity, and a cry of bitter lamentation went up from the younger survivors of the band when they returned to the sickening spot where the charred bodies of their parents and other relations, looking, as one observer said, like half-burnt logs, told the hideous story. "We had known the greater part of them from children," said Susanna Wright, a humane white woman who resided near the spot, "had been always intimate with them. 3 or 4 of the women were sensible and civilized, and the Indians' children used to play with ours, and oblige them all they could. We had many endearing recollections of them, and the manner of effecting the brutal enormity so affected us that we had to beg visitors to forbear to speak of it." The public officials of the province appear to have faithfully performed their duty immediately after the tragedy. The survivors were gathered together by the sheriff of Lancaster and placed in the workhouse for safety. 140 other friendly Indians who had been converted by the Moravians, fearing that they might be visited with just such violence, had found before the descent upon Conestoga shelter near Philadelphia at the public expense under the guidance of a good Moravian minister. The governor, John Penn, issued a proclamation calling upon all the civil and military officers of the colony and all his majesty's other liege subjects to do their duty. But the governor soon found that he was reckoning with that Scotch-Irish temper which, at its highest point of rigidity, is like concrete reinforced with iron rods, and which in this instance was more or less countenanced by the sympathy of the entire province. Despite the proclamation of the governor under the great seal of the colony, the incensed frontiersmen, now fired by the fresh taste of blood as well as by the original conviction of the settlements from which they came, that an angry God had turned his face from the inhabitants of Pennsylvania, because they had not smitten hip and thigh and utterly destroyed the red-skinned Amorites and Canaanites, again assembled and riding into Lancaster, armed as on the previous occasion, broke in the door of its workhouse and dispatched every solitary one of the poor wretches who had escaped their pitiless hands. Thereupon they mounted their horses, huzzaed in triumph, and rode off unmolested. The whole thing was like the flight of the pigeon hawk, so swift and deadly was it, for within 10 or 12 minutes after the alarm was given, the borderers were again in their saddles. By a large part of the population of the province the deed was applauded as the infliction of just vengeance upon a race which had many unspeakable enormities to answer for in its relations to the whites. By the people of the province generally, except the Quakers, it was but languidly condemned, and the proclamations of the governor proved to be mere paper trumpets, for all the efforts of the government to bring the criminals to justice were wholly unsuccessful. But there was one man in the province, and he not a Quaker either, to whom justice, mercy, and law had not lost their meaning. In his narrative of the late massacre in Lancaster County, Franklin, in words as burning as any ever inspired by righteous wrath, denounced with blistering force the assassins and their crimes. Anger, Lord Bacon tells us, makes even dull men witty. Just indignation in this case lifted one of the soberest and most self-contained of men to the level of impassioned feeling and of almost lyrical speech. With a firm yet rapid hand, Franklin sketched the history of the tribe, its peaceful intercourse with the whites, its decline until it numbered only the 20 creatures whom he brings vividly before us, with a few familiar strokes of individual description, the infamous circumstances that attended the destruction of defenseless weakness in hut and workhouse. Then, along with illustrations of clemency and magnanimity derived from many different historical and national sources, and even from the annals of semi-civilized and barbarous communities, and graphically contrasted with the conduct of the ruthless men who had wreaked their will upon the Conestoga villagers, male and female, and their children, he poured out a tide of scathing execration upon the heads of the malefactors, which showed as nothing else in all his life ever showed how deep were the fountains that fed the calm flow of his ordinary benevolence. "O ye unhappy perpetrators of this horrid wickedness," he exclaimed, rising with a natural crescendo of exalted feeling even into the sublimated province of the apostrophe, "reflect a moment on the mischief ye have done, the disgrace ye have brought on your country, on your religion and your Bible. on your families and children. Think on the destruction of your captivated country folks now among the wild Indians, which probably may follow in resentment of your barbarity. Think on the wrath of the united 5 nations, hitherto our friends, but now provoked by your murdering one of their tribes, in danger of becoming our bitter enemies. Think of the mild and good government you have so audaciously insulted, the laws of your king, your country, and your God that you have broken, the infamous death that hangs over your heads, for justice, though slow, will come at last. All good people everywhere detest your actions. You have imbrued your hands in innocent blood. How will you make them clean? The dying shrieks and groans of the murdered will often sound in your ears. Their spectres will sometimes attend you, and affright even your innocent children. Fly where you will, your consciences will go with you. Talking in your sleep shall betray you. In the delirium of a fever, you yourselves shall make your own wickedness known. These were honest, fearless words, but so far as we know, the Irenaeus did not plant any stings of conscience in the breasts of the men from Paxton District to whom Franklin elsewhere in his narrative described as the Christian white savages of Paxton and Donegal. On the contrary, several hundred men from the same region, armed with rifles and hatchets and clad in hunting shirts, marched towards Philadelphia with the avowed purpose of killing the Moravian Indians who had found refuge in its vicinity. The city was reduced to a state of terror, and Governor Penn, like his predecessors, could think of nothing more expedient to do than to invoke the advice and assistance of Franklin. He accordingly made Franklin's house his headquarters, and freely consulted with him touching every defensive measure required by the crisis. Again, Franklin formed an association for the protection of Philadelphia, and under his auspices the citizens of Philadelphia were enrolled into 9 companies, 6 of infantry, 2 of horse, and 1 of artillery. Governor Penn, he afterwards declared in a letter to Lord Kaimes, made my house for some time his headquarters, and did everything by my advice, so that for about 48 hours I was a very great man. I'd been once some years before in a time of public danger. On came the insurgents until they reached Germantown, 7 miles from the city. Here they were met by 4 citizens, of whom Franklin was one, who had been requested by the governor and his council to confer with them. While the conference was pending, Franklin's regiment, supported by a detachment of King's troops, remained in the city under arms, and even young Quakers labored incessantly to complete the entrenchments around the barracks in which the menaced Indians with their Moravian shepherd had been placed. Indeed, now that the waves of the Presbyterian invasion were lapping his own door sill, the Quaker of every age in Philadelphia appears to have entirely lost sight of the duty of non-resistance. The conference satisfied the insurgents that graver work was ahead of them than that of slaying and scalping old men, women, and children, and they retraced their steps. The fighting face we put on, said Franklin in his letter to Lord Kaimes, and the reasons we used with the insurgents, having turned them back and restored quiet to the city, I became a less man than ever, for I had, by these transactions, made myself many enemies among the populace. He had indeed, but not one whose enmity was not more honorable to him than the friendship of even all his host of friends. Nor did the eagerness of Franklin to bring the Paxton assassins to justice cease with the conference at Germantown, though pamphlets were sold in the streets of Philadelphia, lauding their acts and inveighing against all who assisted in protecting the Moravian Indians, though the governor himself was weak or wicked enough to curry political favor with the party which approved the recent outrages. Franklin still inflexibly maintained that the law should be vindicated by the condign punishment of the Paxton ringleaders. In another place we shall see what his resolute stand cost him politically. End of section 12. Section 13 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Franklin's Family Relations, Part 1. When we turn from Franklin's philanthropic zeal and public spirit to his more intimate personal and social traits, we find much that is admirable, not a little that is lovable, and some things with quite a different aspect. His vow of self-correction when he had sowed his wild oats and reaped the usual harvest of smut and tares was, as we have intimated, retrospective as well as prospective. He violated his obligations as his brother James' apprentice by absconding from Boston before his time was up, and added aggravation to his original offence by returning to Boston and exhibiting his genteel new suit, watch, and silver money to his brother's journeymen, while he descanted to them upon the land of milk and honey, from which he had brought back these indicia of prosperity. His brother all the time standing by, glum and sullen, and struggling with the emotions which afterwards caused him to say to his stepmother, when she expressed her wish that the brothers might become reconciled, that Benjamin had insulted him in such a manner before his people that he could never forget or forgive it. In this, however, he was mistaken, as Franklin tersely observes in the Autobiography. Some 10 years subsequently, on his return from one of his decennial visits to Boston, Franklin stopped over at Newport to see his brother, who had removed thither, and he found him in a state of rapid physical decline. The former differences were forgotten. The meeting was very cordial and affectionate, and in compliance with the request then made of him by James, Franklin took James' son, a boy of 10, as an apprentice into his own printing house at Philadelphia. Indeed, he did more than he was asked to do, for he sent the boy for some years to school before putting him to work. Afterwards, when the nephew became old enough to launch out into business on his own account, Franklin helped him to establish himself as a printer in New England, with gifts of printing materials and a loan of more than £200. Thus was the first deleatur of pricking conscience duly heeded by Franklin the printer, the first erratum revised. And it is but just to him to say that the erratum, if the whole truth were told, was probably more venial than his forgiving spirit allowed him to fully disclose. Under the indentures of apprenticeship, it was as incumbent upon the older brother to abstain from excessive punishment as it was upon the younger not to abscond. Franklin, in the Autobiography, while stating that James was passionate and often beat him, also states that James was otherwise not an ill-natured man, and finds extenuation for his brother's violence in the fear of the latter that the success of the Silence do-good letters might make the young apprentice vain, and in the fact that the young apprentice himself was perhaps too saucy and provoking. Franklin almost always had a word of generous palliation for any one who had wronged him. The chances, we think distinctly, are that the real nature of the relations between James and Benjamin are to be found not in the text of the Autobiography, but in the note to it in which its author declares that the harsh and tyrannical treatment of his brother might have been a means of impressing him with that aversion to arbitrary power which had stuck to him through his whole life. Nor should it be forgotten that the younger brother did not bring the Canaan south of the Delaware, nor the watch and other evidences of the good fortune that he had found there, to the attention of James' journeymen, until James, whom he had called to see at the printing house where these journeymen were employed, had received him coldly, looked him all over, and turned to his work again. There is the fact, besides, if Franklin is to be permitted to testify in his own behalf, that when the disputes between the two brothers were submitted to their father, whose good sense and fairness frequently led him to be chosen as an arbitrator between contending parties, the judgment was generally in Benjamin's favor. Either, he says, because he was usually in the right, he fancied, or else was the better pleader. Another erratum was revised when, after plighting his troth to Deborah Reed, on the eve of his first voyage to London, and then forgetting it in the distractions of the English capital, he subsequently married her. Still another was revised when he discharged the debt to Mr. Vernon, which occasioned him so much mental distress. The debt arose in this manner. On his return journey to Philadelphia, after his first visit to Boston, he was asked by Mr. Vernon, a friend of his brother John, who resided at Newport, to collect the sum of £35 currency due to Mr. Vernon in Pennsylvania, and to keep it until Mr. Vernon gave him instructions about its remittance. The money was duly collected by Franklin on his way to Philadelphia, but unfortunately for him, his youthful friend Collins, before his departure from Boston, had decided to remove to Pennsylvania too, and proceeding from Boston to New York in advance of him was his companion from New York to Philadelphia. While awaiting Franklin's arrival at New York, Collins drank up and gambled away all his own money. The consequence was that Franklin had to pay his lodging for him at New York and defray all his subsequent expenses. The journey to Philadelphia could be completed only with the aid of the Vernon debt, and after the two reached Philadelphia, Collins, being unable to obtain any employment because of his bad habits, and knowing that Franklin had the balance of the Vernon collection in his hands, repeatedly borrowed sums from him, promising to repay them as soon as he was earning something himself. By these loans, the amount collected for Mr. Vernon was finally reduced to such an extent that Franklin was at a painful loss to know what he should do in case Mr. Vernon demanded payment. The thought of his situation haunted him for some years to come, but happily for him Mr. Vernon was an exception to the saying of Poor Richard that creditors are a superstitious sect, great observers of set days and times. He kindly made no demand upon Franklin for quite a long period, and in the end merely put him in mind of the debt, though not pressing him to pay it. Whereupon Franklin wrote to him, we are told by the autobiography, an ingenuous letter of acknowledgment, craved his forbearance a little longer, which was granted, and later on, as soon as he was able to do so, paid the principal with interest and many thanks. Just why Mr. Vernon was such an indulgent creditor the autobiography does not reveal. If, as Franklin subsequently wrote to Strahan, the New England people were artful to get into debt and but poor pay, Mr. Vernon, at any rate, furnishes evidence that they could be generous lenders. Perhaps Mr. Vernon simply had his favorable prepossessions like many other men who knew Franklin in his early life, or perhaps he had some of Franklin's own quick sympathy with the trials and struggles of youth, and was not averse to lending him the use, even though compulsory, of a little capital, or perhaps he was restrained from dunning Franklin by his friendship for Franklin's brother. The erratum into which Franklin fell in writing and publishing his free-thinking dissertation on liberty and necessity, pleasure and pain, which was dedicated to his friend Ralph, he revised, as we have seen, by destroying all the copies upon which he could lay his hands, and also, we might add, by a counter-pamphlet in which he recanted and combated his own reasonings. In his unreflecting hours he mixed the poison. In his more reflective hours he compounded the antidote. Franklin was guilty of another erratum when Ralph found that it was one thing to have an essay on liberty dedicated to him by a friend, and another thing to have the friend taking liberties with his mistress. This erratum was never revised by Franklin unless upon principles of revision with which Ralph himself at least could not find fault, as the history of the erratum is told in the autobiography. The young woman in this case was a milliner, genteelly bred, sensible, lively, and of most pleasing conversation. Ralph, who, until Pope brought him back with a disillusioning thud to the dull earth by a shaft from the Dunciad, imagined himself to be endowed with an exalted poetic genius, read plays to her in the evenings, and finally formed a liaison with her. They lived together for a time, but finding that her income was not sufficient to sustain them both, and the child that was the fruit of the connection, he took charge of a country school where he taught 10 or a dozen boys how to read and write at 6 pence each a week, assumed Franklin's name because he did not wish the world to know that he had ever been so meanly employed, recommended his mistress to Franklin's protection, and in spite of every dissuasive that Franklin could bring to bear upon him, including a copy of a great part of one of Young's satires, which set forth in a strong light the folly of courting the muses, sent to Franklin from time to time profuse specimens of the magnum opus over which he was toiling. In the meantime, the milliner, having suffered on Ralph's account in both reputation and estate, was occasionally compelled to obtain pecuniary assistance from Franklin. The result was that he grew fond of her society, and presuming upon his importance to her, attempted familiarities with her which she repelled with a proper resentment, and communicated to Ralph, who, on his next return to London, let Franklin know that he considered all his obligations to him cancelled. As these obligations consisted wholly of sums that Franklin had lent to Ralph, or advanced on Ralph's account from time to time out of his earnings from his vocation as a printer, Franklin, we suppose, might fairly conclude, in accordance with Ralph's method of reasoning, that he had revised the erratum by duly paying the penalty for it in terms of money, even if in no other form of atonement. At the time he consoled himself with the reflection that Ralph's cancellation of obligations, which he had no means of paying, was not very material, and that Ralph's withdrawal of his friendship at least meant relief from further pecuniary loans. He does not say so, but exemption from further installments of the laboring epic must have counted for something too. The cross-currents of human existence, however, were destined to again bring Ralph and Franklin into personal intercourse. It was after Franklin had arrived in England 1757 as the agent of the people of Pennsylvania, and Ralph not a Homer or Milton, as he had fondly hoped to be, but a historian, pamphleteer, newspaper writer of no contemptible abilities, had gotten beyond the necessity of doing what Pope, in a truculent note to the Dunciad, had charged him with doing, namely, writing on both sides of a controversy on one and the same day, and afterwards publicly justifying the morality of his conduct. Indeed, he had gotten far enough beyond it at this stage of his life to be even a sufferer from the gout, and, remarkable as it may seem in the light of the manner in which he had paid his indebtedness to Franklin, to be equal to the nicety of returning to the Duke of Bedford 150 of the £200 that the Duke of Bedford had contributed to the support of the Protester, a newspaper conducted by Ralph in the interest of the Duke of Bedford against the Duke of Newcastle. The autobiography states that from Governor Denny Franklin had previously learned that Ralph was still alive, that he was esteemed one of the best political writers in England, had been employed in the dispute between Prince Frederick and the King, and had obtained a pension of 300 a year. That his reputation was indeed small as a poet, Pope having damned his poetry in the Dunciad, but that his prose was thought as good as any man's. A few months after receiving this information, Franklin arrived in England, and Ralph called on him to renew the tie sundered for some 30 years. One sequel was a letter from Franklin to his wife, in which he wrote to her as follows: I have seen Mr. Ralph and delivered him Mrs. Garrigg's letter. He is removed from Turnham Green. When I return, I will tell you everything relating to him. In the meantime, I must advise Mrs. Garrigg not to write to him again till I send her word how to direct her letters, he being unwilling, for some good reasons, that his present wife should know anything of his having any connections in America. He expresses great affection for his daughter and grandchildren. He has but one child here. Other errata of Franklin were due to the amorous disposition over which he took such little pains to draw the veil of delicacy and reserve. Sexual ardor has doubtless exerted quite as imperious a dominion in youth over some other great men, but none of them have been so willing to confess the overbearing force of its importunities. Speaking of the time prior to his marriage, when he was 24 years of age, Franklin says in the autobiography, in the meantime, that hard-to-be-governed passion of youth hurried me frequently into intrigues with low women that fell in my way, which were attended with some expense and great inconvenience, besides a continual risk to my health, by a distemper which of all things I dreaded, though by great good luck I escaped it. It was to his son, strangely enough, that this chapter of his personal history was unfolded. Franklin was writing a word of warning as well as of hope for his posterity, and he painted himself as Cromwell wished to be painted, wart and all. For such errata as these there was no atonement to be made, except in the sense of self-degradation likely, in the case of every self-respecting man, to follow the illicit gratification of strong physical appetites, and this Franklin had too ingenuous a way of looking at sexual irregularity to feel very acutely. The only real reinforcement that a nature like his could find against what Ferdinand in the Tempest calls the suggestions of our worst genius was the sedative influence of marriage, its duties, its responsibilities, and its calm, equable flow of mutual affection. And Franklin was early married, and found in marriage and the human interests that cluster about it an uncommon measure of satisfaction and happiness. It is an old story, that story of Benjamin and Deborah, told in the autobiography. It began on the memorable Sunday morning when the runaway apprentice, shortly after landing at the Market Street wharf in Philadelphia, hungry, dirty from his journey, dressed in his working clothes and with his great flap pockets stuffed with shirts and stockings, passed up Market Street before the eyes of his future wife, which were lit with merriment as he passed, clasping a great puffy Philadelphia roll under each arm and eating a third. She saw him from her father's door as he went by, presenting this awkward, ridiculous appearance, and little realized that the ludicrous apparition which she saw was not only to be her lifelong consort, but, stranger as he then was to every human being in Philadelphia, was in coming years to confer upon that city no small part of the heritage of his own imperishable renown. The pair were soon brought into close relations with each other. Keimer, the printer, with whom Benjamin found employment, could not lodge Benjamin in his own house for lack of furniture, so he found lodging for him with Mr. Reed, Keimer's landlord and Deborah's father. And Benjamin was now in a very different plight from that in which she had first seen him, for he was earning a livelihood for himself and his chest with better clothes in it than those that he had on when he was eating his roll under such difficulties had come around to him by sea. He was not long in forming a great respect and affection for Deborah, which he had some reason to believe were reciprocated by her. Courtship followed, but he was on the point of setting out for London on the fool's errand which Governor Keith had planned for him. He and Deborah were but a little over 18, and her mother thought that it would be more convenient for the marriage to take place on his return, after he had purchased in London the printing outfit that he was to buy upon the credit of Governor Keith, who really had no credit. Perhaps, too, adds Franklin, she thought my expectations not so well founded as I imagined them to be. The fateful day came when the annual ship between London and Philadelphia was to sail. Of the fond parting we have no record except Franklin's old-fashioned statement that in leaving he interchanged some promises with Miss Reed. These promises, so far as he was concerned, were soon lost to memory in the Lethean cares, diversions, and dissipations of 18th-century London. By degrees, Franklin tells us he forgot his engagements with Miss Reed and never wrote more than one letter to her, and that to let her know that he was not likely to return soon. This, he says, was another of the great errata of my life, which I should wish to correct if I were to live it over again. Another of those errata of his life, he might have added, in regard to which, like his use of Mr. Vernon's money, his approaches to Ralph's mistress, and his commerce with lewd wenches, the world with which silence often passes as current as innocence, would never have been the wiser if he had not chosen, as so few men have been sufficiently courageous and disinterested to do, to make beacons of his own sins for others to steer their lives by. He did return, as we know, but Miss Reed was Miss Reed no longer. In his absence, her friends, despairing of his return after the receipt of his letter by Deborah, how mercilessly he divulges it all, had persuaded her to marry another, one Rogers, a potter, a worthless fellow, though an excellent workman, which was the temptation to her friends. With him, however, Franklin tells us, she was never happy, and soon parted from him, refusing to cohabit with him or bear his name, it being now said that he had another wife. One more concise statement from Rogers as marital successor, and Rogers disappears as suddenly as if shot through a stage trapdoor. He got into debt, ran away in 1727 or 1728, went to the West Indies and died there. At that time the West Indies seemed to have been the dustpan into which all the human refuse of colonial America was swept. In a letter to his friend Catherine Ray in 1755, Franklin told her that the cords of love and friendship had in times past drawn him further than from Rhode Island to Philadelphia, even back from England to Philadelphia. This statement, we fear, if not due to the facility with which every good husband is apt to forget that his wife was not the first woman that he fell in love with, must be classed with Franklin's statement in the autobiography that Sir Hans Sloane persuaded him to let him add an asbestos purse owned by Franklin to his museum of curiosities. His statement in a letter to his son that he was never sued until a bill in Chancery was filed against him after his removal from the office of Deputy Postmaster General, and his statement made at different times that he never asked for a public office. We know from Franklin's own pen that it was he who solicited from Sir Hans Sloane the purchase, and not Sir Hans Sloane who solicited from him the sale of the asbestos purse. We know from the autobiography that he was sued by some of the farmers to whom he gave his bond of indemnity at the time of Braddock's expedition, long before his removal from the office of Deputy Postmaster General. And we know, too, as the reader has already been told, that he sought Benger's office as Deputy Postmaster General of the colonies before death had done more than cast the shadow of his approach over Benger's face. There's a vast difference between the situation of a man who relies upon his memory for the scattered incidents of his past life, and that of a biographer whose field of vision takes them all in at one glance. It is true that Franklin did not know before he left London that Deborah had married, but the reasons he gives in the autobiography for desiring to return to Philadelphia are only that he had grown tired of London, remembered with pleasure the happy months that he had spent in Pennsylvania, and wished again to see it. The fact is that he did not renew his courtship of Deborah until the worthless Rogers had left the coast clear by fleeing to the West Indies. and he himself had in a measure been thrown back upon her by rebuffs in other directions. His circuitous proposal after his return to a young relative of Mrs. Godfrey, who, with her husband and children, occupied a part of his house, was, as described in the autobiography, more like a negotiation for a printing outfit than ordinary wooing. If the love that he brought to this affair had been the only kind of which he was capable, his most ardent biographer, and every biographer seems to adore him more or less in spite of occasional sharp shocks to adoration, might well ask whether his love was not as painfully repellent as his system of morals. The incident would lose some of its hard, homely outlines, if clothed in any but the coarse, drab vesture of plain-spoken words with which Franklin clothes it. Mrs. Godfrey, he says in the autobiography, projected a match for me with a relation's daughter, took opportunities of bringing us often together, till a serious courtship on my part ensued, the girl being in herself very deserving. The old folks encouraged me by continual invitations to supper, and by leaving us together, till at length it was time to explain. Mrs. Godfrey managed our little treaty. I let her know that I expected as much money with their daughter as would pay off my remaining debt for the printing house, which I believe was not then above £100. She brought me word they had no such sum to spare. I said they might mortgage their house in the loan office. The answer to this after some days was that they did not approve the match, that on inquiry of Bradford they had been informed the printing business was not a profitable one, the types would soon be worn out and more wanted, that S. Keimer and D. Harry had failed one after the other, and I should probably soon follow them, and therefore I was forbidden the house and the daughter shut up. Whether this was a real change of sentiment, or only artifice on a supposition of our being too far engaged in affection to retract, and therefore that we should steal a marriage which would leave them at liberty to give or withhold what they pleased, I know not. But I suspected the latter resented it, and went no more. Mrs. Godfrey brought me afterwards some more favorable accounts of their disposition, and would have drawn me on again, but I declared absolutely my resolution to have nothing more to do with that family. This was resented by the Godfreys. We differed, and they removed, leaving me the whole house. This affair, however, Franklin tells us, turned his thoughts to marriage. He accordingly looked the matrimonial field, or rather market, over, and, to use his own euphemism, made overtures of acquaintance in other places. But he soon found, he further tells us, that the business of a printer being generally thought a poor one, he was not to expect money with a wife unless with such a one as he should not otherwise think agreeable. Then it was that his heart came back to Deborah, sitting forlorn in the weeds of separation, though not unquestionably in the weeds of widowhood, for it was not entirely certain that Rogers was dead. A friendly intercourse had been maintained all along between Franklin and the members of her family, ever since he had first lodged under their roof, and he had often been invited to their home, and had given them sound practical advice. It was natural enough, therefore, that he should pity Miss Reed's unfortunate situation. He never calls her Mrs. Rogers. Dejected and averse to society as she was, that he should reproach himself with his inconstancy as the cause of her unhappiness, though her mother was good enough to take the whole blame on herself because she had prevented their marriage before he went off to London, and was responsible for the other match. And that compassionate self-accusation should have been gradually succeeded by tenderness and rekindled affection. The result was a marriage as little attended by prudential considerations as any that we could readily imagine, and the words in which Franklin chronicles the event are worthy of exact reproduction. Our mutual affection was revived, but there were now great objections to our union. The match was indeed looked upon as invalid, a preceding wife being said to be living in England. But this could not easily be proved because of the distance, and though there was a report of his death, it was not certain. Then, though it should be true he had left many debts, which his successor might be called upon to pay. We ventured, however, over all these difficulties, and I took her to wife, September the 1st, 1730. None of the inconveniences happened that we had apprehended. She proved a good and faithful helpmate, assisted me much by attempting the shop. We throve together, and have ever mutually endeavored to make each other happy. This paragraph from the autobiography does not contain the only tribute paid by Franklin to his wife as a faithful helpmeet. Elsewhere in that work we find this tribute too. We have an English proverb that says, "He that would thrive must ask his wife." It was lucky for me that I had one as much disposed to industry and frugality as myself. She assisted me cheerfully in my business, folding and stitching pamphlets, tending shop, purchasing old linen rags for the paper makers, etc., etc. His letters are of the same tenor. In one to her after the repeal of the Stamp Act, he wrote, "Had the trade between the two countries totally ceased, it was a comfort to me to recollect that I had once been clothed from head to foot in woolen and linen of my wife's manufacture." Many years after Deborah's death, he used these words in a letter to Miss Alexander: "Frugality is an enriching virtue, a virtue I never could acquire in myself, but I was once lucky enough to find it in a wife, who thereby became a fortune to me. Do you possess it? If you do, and I were 20 years younger, I would give your father 1,000 guineas for you." And then he adds, with the playful humour which came to him as naturally as a carol to the throat of a blithe bird, "I know you would be worth more to me as a menagerie, but I am covetous and love good bargains." When an industrious and prudent wife, he declared on another occasion, and if she does not bring a fortune, she will help to make one. And when his daughter Sally married Richard Batch, he wrote to her that she could be as serviceable to her husband in keeping a store, if it was where she dwelt, as your mother was to me, for you are not deficient in capacity, and hope are not too proud. 16 years after his marriage, in a rhyming preface to Poor Richard's Almanac, he even penned this grateful jingle: "Thanks to kind readers and a careful wife, with plenty blessed, I lead an easy life." Careful, however, as she had been in her earlier years, Deborah spent enough, as she became older and more accustomed to easy living, to make him feel that he should say a word of caution to her when the news reached him in London that Sally was about to marry a young man who was not only without fortune, but soon to be involved in business failure. He advises her not to make an expensive feasting wedding, but to conduct everything with the economy required by their circumstances at that time. His partnership with Hall having expired and his loss of the post office not being unlikely. In that event, he said, they would be reduced to their rents and interest on money for a subsistence which would by no means afford the chargeable housekeeping and entertainments that they had been used to. Though he himself lived as frugally as possible, making no dinners for anybody, and contenting himself with a single dish when he dined at home, yet such was the dearness of living in London in every article that his expenses amazed him. "I see, too," he continued, "by the sums you have received in my absence, that yours are very great, and I am very sensible that your situation naturally brings you a great many visitors, which occasion an expense not easily to be avoided, especially when one has been long in the practice and habit of it. If we were young enough to begin business again," he remarks a little later in this letter, "it might be another matter, but I doubt we are past it, and business now well managed ruins one faster than no business. In short, with frugality and prudent care we may subsist decently on what we have, and leave it entire to our children, but without such care we shall not be able to keep it together. It will melt away like butter in the sunshine, and we may live long enough to feel the miserable consequences of our indiscretion." 18 months later, with studied good feeling, he tells her that if he does not send her a watch, it will be because the balance on his post-office account was greatly against him, owing to the large sums that she had received. But Mrs. Franklin was failing, and a few years later, when her memory and other faculties had been enfeebled by paralysis, he found it necessary to give a keener edge to admonition in one of his letters to her. Referring to her disgust with the Messieurs Foxcroft because they had not supplied her with money to pay for a bill of exchange for £30, he opened his mind to her with almost cruel bluntness as follows: "That you may not be offended with your neighbours without cause, I must acquaint you with what it seems you did not know, that I had limited them in their payments to you to the sum of £30 per month, for the sake of our more easily settling, and to prevent mistakes. This making £360 a year, I thought, as you have no house rent to pay yourself, and receive the rents of 7 or 8 houses besides, might be sufficient for the maintenance of your family. I judge such a limitation the more necessary because you never have sent me any account of your expenses, and think yourself ill used if I desire it, and because I know you were not very attentive to money matters in your best days, and I apprehend that your memory is too much impaired for the management of unlimited sums, without danger of injuring the future fortune of your daughter and grandson. If out of more than £500 a year you could have saved enough to buy those bills, it might have been well to continue purchasing them. But I do not like your going about among my friends to borrow money for that purpose, especially as it is not at all necessary, and therefore I once more request that you would decline buying them for the future. And I hope you will no longer take it amiss of Messrs. Foxcrofts that they did not supply you. If what you receive is really insufficient for your support, satisfy me by accounts that it is so, and I shall order more. Like an incision in the rind of a beech, which spreads wider and wider with each passing year, is, as a rule, every human failing. As time goes on, and poor Mrs. Franklin, now that senile decay was setting in, seems to have been but another confirmation of this truth. But faithful wife that she was, after the receipt of this letter from her husband, she was scrupulous enough to send him receipts as well as accounts, for in the early part of the succeeding year he writes to her, "I take notice of the considerable sums you have paid. I would not have you send me any receipts. I'm satisfied with the accounts you give." His letter to her about the Foxcrofts was doubtless not more pointed than the occasion required. In no scales was the salutary medicine of reproof ever weighed more exactly than in his. This letter begins as usual, "My dear child," and after conveying its rebuke, lapses into the old happy domestic strain. "I'm much pleased," he said, "with the little histories you give me of your fine boy, one of her grandsons, which are confirmed by all that have seen him. I hope he will be spared and continue the same pleasure and comfort to you, and that I shall ere long partake with you in it." One instance, perhaps, of inattention to money matters upon the part of Mrs. Franklin, which helped to produce the climax of this letter, was in the case of a certain Sarah Broughton, who, if we may judge from a single specimen of her spicy humour, was something of a Tartar. On July the 1st, 1766, she wrote to Franklin that his wife owed her a certain sum of money, and also the price of a bed, which she had kept for 2 years, but now wanted to return because there had been a decline in the price of feathers. She had written, the writer said, a letter to Mrs. Franklin on the subject, but had received the reply from her that she did not know me, and she might write to you. She was an hedgehog. Now, sir, continued Franklin's correspondent, I don't think her a hedgehog, but in reality she has shot a great many quills at me, but thank heaven none of them has or can hurt me, as I doubt not that your known justice will induce you to order the above sum of £7 7 paid. The keen eye that Mrs. Franklin had, in this instance, to fluctuations in the market price of an article, which her husband and herself had frequently bought and sold at their shop in the past, shows plainly enough that even when she was on the eve of her grand climacteric, the thriftier instincts of her early life were not wholly dead. Nor does she seem to have reserved all her quills for obdurate creditors. From the diary of Daniel Fisher we obtained the following entry. As I was coming down from my chamber this afternoon, a gentlewoman was sitting on one of the lowest stairs, which were but narrow, and there not being room enough to pass, she rose up and threw herself upon the floor and sat there. Mr. Sumian and his wife gently entreated her to arise and take a chair, but in vain. She would keep her seat, and kept it, I think, the longer for their entreaty. This gentlewoman, whom, though I had seen before, I did not know, appeared to be Mrs. Franklin. She assumed the airs of extraordinary freedom and great humility, lamented heavily the misfortunes of those who are unhappily infected with a too tender or benevolent disposition, said she believed all the world claimed a privilege of troubling her pappy, so she usually calls Mr. Franklin, with their calamities and distresses, giving us the general history of many such wretches and their impertinent applications to him. Just what all this meant is not entirely clear. Perhaps it was only real sympathy excited by the harassments to which her husband, whom she devotedly loved, was incessantly subjected to by his public activity, his reputation for wise counsel, and his ever-increasing renown. Perhaps it was the mere jealousy of affection, inspired by her sense of her own unfitness in point of education and intellectual companionship to be the wife of a man whose doorstep could be so haunted. After this incident, the diarist became Franklin's clerk and lived in his house, a footing which enabled him to give us a truer insight than we should otherwise have had as to the extent to which William Franklin was at one time a festering thorn in the side of Mrs. Franklin. Mr. Sumian Fisher diarizes, had often informed me of great uneasiness and dissatisfaction in Mr. Franklin's family in a manner no way pleasing to me, and which in truth I was unwilling to credit. But as Mrs. Franklin and I of late began to be friendly and sociable, I discerned two great grounds for Mr. Sumian's reflection, arising solely from the turbulence and jealousy and pride of her disposition. She, suspecting Mr. Franklin for having too great an esteem for his son in prejudice of herself and daughter, a young woman of about 12 or 13 years of age, for whom it was visible Mr. Franklin had no less esteem than for his son, young Mr. Franklin. I've often seen him pass to and from his father's apartment upon business, for he does not eat, drink, or sleep in the house, without the least compliment between Mrs. Franklin and him, or any sort of notice taken of each other, till one day as I was sitting with her in the passage, when the young gentleman came by, she exclaimed to me, he not hearing, Mr. Fisher, there goes the greatest villain upon earth. This greatly confounded and perplexed me, but did not hinder her from pursuing her invectives in the foulest terms I've ever heard from a gentlewoman. End of section 13. Section 14 of Benjamin Franklin, Self-Revealed, Volume 1, by William Bruce. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2, Franklin's Family Relations. It is pleasant, however, to state that in time Deborah's dislike for William Franklin seems to have considerably abated. In 1767, her husband could write to her, I'm glad you go sometimes to Burlington. The harmony you mention in our family and among our children gives me great pleasure. And before this letter was written, William Franklin had availed himself of an opportunity to testify his dutiful readiness to extend his protection to her. It was when she had just taken possession of the new house built by her during her husband's absence in England, and his enemies, availing themselves of the brief unpopularity incurred by him through recommending his friend John Hughes as a stamp collector, had aroused the feeling against him in Philadelphia to the point of rendering an attack upon this house not improbable. As soon as William Franklin, then governor of New Jersey, heard of the danger to which his father's wife and daughter were exposed, he hastened to Philadelphia to offer them a refuge under his own roof at Burlington. Mrs. Franklin permitted her daughter to accept the offer, but undauntedly refused to accept it herself. This is her own account of the matter to her husband, divested of its illiteracy. I was for 9 days, she said, kept in a continual hurry by people to remove, and Sally was persuaded to go to Burlington for safety. Cousin Davenport came and told me that more than 20 people had told him it was his duty to be with me. I said I was pleased to receive civility from anybody, so he stayed with me some time. Towards night I said he should fetch a gun or two, as we had none. I sent to ask my brother to come and bring his gun also, so we turned one room into a magazine. I ordered some sort of defense upstairs, such as I could manage myself. I said when I was advised to remove that I was very sure you had done nothing to hurt anybody, nor had I given any offense to any person at all, nor would I be made uneasy by anybody, nor would I stir or show the least uneasiness, but if anyone came to disturb me, I would show a proper resentment. I was told that there were 800 men ready to assist anyone that should be molested. Indeed, after his marriage, the correspondence of William Franklin indicates that if the relations of Mrs. Franklin to him were not altogether what Franklin would fain have had them, that is, the relations of Hagar rather than of Sarah, he at least bore himself towards her with a marked degree of respectful consideration. His letters to her were subscribed your ever dutiful son, and in a letter to his father he informs him that he and his wife were on a visit to my mother. When Deborah died, he was the chief mourner in the funeral procession, and in a subsequent letter to his father he speaks of her as my poor old mother. After the paralytic stroke, which greatly affected her memory and understanding, William Franklin expressed the opinion that she should have some clever body to take care of her, because he said she becomes every day more and more unfit to be left alone. No cleverer body for the purpose, of course, could be found than her own daughter, who came with her husband to reside with and take care of her. In his letter to Franklin announcing her death, William Franklin used these feeling words. She told me when I took leave of her on my removal to Amboy that she never expected to see you unless you returned this winter, for that she was sure she should not live till next summer. I heartily wish you had happened to have come over in the fall, as I think her disappointment in that respect preyed a good deal on her spirits. Poor Richard's almanac had sayings it is hardly necessary to declare suitable for such an occasion. There are 3 faithful friends, an old wife, an old dog, and ready money. A good wife lost is God's gift lost. In the light of what we have narrated, it is obvious that there were occasions in Franklin's nuptial life when it was well that he was a philosopher as well as a husband. You can bear with your own faults, and why not a fault in your wife is a question that he is known to have asked at least once, and he did not have to leave his own doorstep to find an application for his injunction. Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards. But if there was defect of temper, there was never any defect of devotion upon the part of the jealous, high-spirited, courageous wife. It is true that she had no place in the wider sphere of her husband's existence. She did not concern herself even about such a political controversy as that over the Stamp Act, except to say, like the leal wife she was, that she was sure that her husband had not done anything to hurt anybody. You were very prudent, he said to her on one occasion, not to engage in party disputes. Women never should meddle with them except in endeavor to reconcile their husbands, brothers, and friends who happen to be of contrary sides. If your sex can keep cool, you may be a means of cooling ours the sooner and restoring more speedily that social harmony among fellow citizens that is so desirable after long and bitter dissensions. Her interest in her husband's electrical studies probably ceased when he wrote to her as follows with reference to the 2 bells that he had placed in his house in such a position as to ring when an iron rod with which they were connected was electrified by a storm cloud. If the ringing of the bells frightens you, tie a piece of wire from the one bell to the other, and that will conduct the lightning without ringing or snapping, but silently. She never became equal even to such social standing as her husband acquired for himself by his talents and usefulness in Philadelphia, and she would have been a serious clog upon him in the social circles to which he was admitted in Great Britain and on the Continent, if her aversion to crossing the ocean had not been insurmountable. Her letters are marked by a degree of illiteracy that make the task of reading them almost like the task of reading an unfamiliar foreign tongue. But it should be recollected that in the 18th century in America it was entirely possible for a person to be at once illiterate and a lady. Even Franklin, with his penchant for simplified spelling, must have felt, after meditating on some of Deborah's written words, that the orthographical line had to be drawn somewhere. The following letter from her to her husband, dated October 29, 1773, and transcribed exactly as written, is neither better nor worse than the rest of her epistles to her husband. My dear child, I've been very much distressed about you, as I did not any letter nor one word from you, nor do I hear one word from Oni Bodie that you wrote to, so I must submit and to submit to what I am to bear. I did write by Capt. Faulkner to you, but he is gone down, and when I read it over, I did not like and so if 'tis don't send it, I shan't like it, as I don't send you any news how I don't go abroad. I shall tell you what concerns my Selef. Our youngest grandson is the forereed child us alive. He has had the smallpox, and did very fine, and got a broad again. Capt. All will tell you about him, and Benj Franklin Beach, but as it is so difficult to write, I have deserted him to tell you. I have sent a squirrel for your friend, and wish her better luck. It is a very fine one. I have had very bad luck. They one killed and another run away. All thou they are bred up tame. I have not a cage. I don't know where the man lives that makes them. My love to Sally Franklin. My love to all our cousins as throw men's shod. Remember me to Mr. and Mrs. West. Do you ever hear anything of Ninley Evans as was? I thank you for the silk and hat it at the woman's to make it up, but have it put up as you wrote, torn. I thonk it is very pretty. What was the prize? I desire to give my love to everybody, torn. I should love Billy was in town 5 or next day when the child was in the smallpox. Mr. Franklin, torn. Not seen him yet. I'm to tell a very pretty thing about Ben. The players is come to town, and they am to act on Monday. He wanted to see a play. He and Kill Beach and had given him $1. His mamma asked him whether he would give it for a ticket or buy his brother a necklace. He said his brother a necklace. He is a charm child as ever was born. My grandchildren are the best in the world. Sally will write. I can't write any more. I am your affection wife, D. Franklin. But in spite of the qualifications we have stated, there was a place, after all, even aside from the joint care of the shop, in which the pair throve so swimmingly together, that Deborah could occupy in the thoughts of a man with such quick, strong affections, such liberality of mind, and such a keen interest in the ordinary concerns of life as we find in Franklin. This place becomes manifest enough when we read the letters that passed between the two. A more considerate, loving wife than these letters show her to have been, it would be hard to conceive. Napoleon said of his marshals that only one of them loved him. The others loved the emperor. The devotion of Deborah to her husband is all the more noteworthy because it appears to have been but slightly, if at all, influenced by his public distinction. Her attachment was to Franklin himself, the early lover with whom she had interchanged promises when but a girl, and who, after deserting her for a time, had come back to her in her desolation like day returning to the dark and lonely night. The business comrade to whom her industry and prudence had proved in effect a fortune, the most admired and beloved man in the circle of her social relationships, the patient, dutiful, affectionate friend and husband, the father of her daughter and son. Inarticulate as were her struggles with syntax and orthography, she was to him the most faithful of correspondents. Long after she had reached an age when the fond diminutives of early married life are usually exchanged for soberer language, she has addressed him in her letters as my dear child, and sometimes as my dearest dear child. I'm set down to confab a little with my dear child, was the way in which she began one of her letters. Adieu, my dear child, and take care of yourself, for mammy's sake as well as your own one, was the way in which he ended another. So frequently, too, did she write to him when they were separated from each other that he repeatedly acknowledged in his replies her extraordinary constancy as a correspondent. On one occasion, writing to her, I think nobody ever had more faithful correspondence than I have in Mr. Hughes and you. It is impossible for me to get or keep out of your debts. When they had been married over 27 years, he thanks her in one of his letters for writing to him so frequently and fully. And when they had been married nearly 40 years, he wrote to her that he thought that she was the most punctual of all his correspondents. And not only didn't she write often enough to him to elicit these acknowledgments, but her letters afford ample evidence that to lack a letter from him when she expected one was nothing less than a bitter disappointment to her. I know, he said in a letter to her, you love to have a line from me by every packet, so I write, though I have little to say. We have already seen how her failure to hear from or of him led her on one occasion to end her plaint with words strong enough to express resignation to the very worst trial to which human life is subject. On another occasion she wrote, April 7, this day is complete 5 months since you left your one house. I did reserve a letter from the Cape sends that not one line. I do suppose that you did write by the packet, but that is not arrived yet. The same hunger for everything that related to him, no matter how trivial, finds utterance in her petition in another letter, that he woe tell her how his poor arms was, and how he was on his voyage, and how the air and everything is with him, which she wanted very much to know. Nor did her affection limit itself to letters. Whenever he was absent from her and stationary, whether at Gnadenhutten or London, his table was never wanting in something to remind him of home and of the attentive wife whose domestic virtues, in spite of her deficiencies of education, gave home so much of its meaning. We've enjoyed your roast beef, he wrote to her from Gnadenhutten, and this day began on the roast veal. All agree that they are both the best that ever were of the kind. Your citizens that have their dinners hot and hot know nothing of good eating. We find it in much greater perfection when the kitchen is 80 miles from the dining room. The apples are extremely welcome, and do bravely to eat after our salt pork. The mince pies are not yet come to hand, but I suppose we shall find them among the things expected up from Bethlehem on Tuesday. The Cabell is excellent, but none of us having taken cold as yet, we have only tasted it. Other letters of his written from Gnadenhutten testified that she missed no opportunity, so long as he was in the wilderness, to send him something better than the salt pork, to which her apples were such a brave sequel, to relieve the harsh privations of camp life for himself and his brother officers. He tells her in one of his letters that all the gentlemen send their compliments, They drink your health at every meal, having always something on the table to put them in mind of you. Even when the Atlantic was between them, his life was kept continually refreshed by the same bountiful stream of supplies. A menu made up of the items that she sent him might well have softened the heart of even such a rank, swashbuckling enemy of the American colonies as Dr. Johnson, who loved a good dinner even more than he hated the Americans. Dried venison, bacon, smoked beef, apples, cranberries, nuts, Indian and buckwheat meal, and peaches, dried with and without their skins, are all mentioned in his acknowledgments of her favours. Some of the nuts and apples he presented on one occasion to Lord and Lady Bathurst, a very great lady, the best woman in England, accompanied by a brief note which borrowed the point of its graceful pleasantry from the effort of Great Britain to tax the colonies without their consent. Dr. Franklin presents his respectful compliments to Lord Bathurst with some American nuts, and to Lady Bathurst with some American apples, which he prays they will accept as a tribute from that country, small indeed, but voluntary. Franklin's first absence from his wife in England lasted some 5 years, his second some 10, and such was Deborah's passionate attachment to him that it can scarcely be doubted that if he had not, during these periods of absence, cheated himself and her from year to year with the idea that his business would soon permit him to return to Philadelphia, she would have joined him despite her aversion to the sea. This aversion was natural enough under the maritime conditions of that time, for even Franklin, whose numerous transatlantic voyages were usually attended by fair weather, and who was an uncommonly resourceful sailor, left behind him the statement that he never crossed the ocean without vowing that he would do so no more. As it was, the frequently recurring expectation upon her part that a few months more would restore her husband to his home checked any thought that she may have had of making a voyage to England. There is no evidence that she ever harbored any such intention. An interesting feature of Franklin's life in England in his mature years is the effort of his friend Strahan to induce Mrs. Franklin to come over to that country with Sally and to take up her permanent residence there with her husband. As to Sally, it began with the half-jocular, half-serious proposal from Franklin to Strahan, before the former left Pennsylvania for London in 1757, that Sally, then but a mere child, and Strahan's son should make a match of it. Pleased to acquaint him, Franklin asked of Strahan on one occasion, after saying that he was glad to hear so good a character of his son-in-law, that his spouse grows finely, and will probably have an agreeable person; that with the best natural disposition in the world, she discovers daily the seeds and tokens of industry, economy, and, in short, of every female virtue, which your parents will endeavour to cultivate for him. Some years later he added that Sally was indeed a very good girl, affectionate, dutiful, and industrious, had one of the best hearts, and though not a wit, was for one of her years by no means deficient in understanding. Many years later, after time and the cares of motherhood had told on her, a keen observer, Manasseh Cutler, is so ungallant as to speak of this daughter as a very gross and rather homely lady, but there is evidence that even if she was never the superbly handsome woman that James Parton says she was, yet in the soft bloom of her young womanhood, the prediction of her father that she would have an agreeable person was unquestionably fulfilled. When Franklin passed over to England as the agent of the people of Pennsylvania, Strahan became so fond of him that an earnest effort to fix the whole family in England as a permanent place of residence followed almost as a matter of course, and he not only formally opened up his feelings on the subject to Franklin, but indited a letter to Mrs. Franklin, which he appears to have believed would prove an irresistible masterpiece of persuasive eloquence. This letter is one of the topics upon which Franklin repeatedly touches in his correspondence with Deborah. In a letter to her of January 14, 1758, he tells her that their friend Strahan had offered to lay him a considerable wager that a letter that Strahan had written would bring her immediately over to England, but that he had told Strahan that he would not pick his pocket, for he was sure that there was no inducement strong enough to prevail with her to cross the seas. Later he wrote to her, "Your answer to Mr. Strahan was just what it should be. I was much pleased with it. He fancied his rhetoric and art would certainly bring you over." Finding that he was unable himself to persuade Mrs. Franklin to settle down in England, Strahan urged Franklin to try his hand, and the letter in which Franklin reports this fact to his wife makes it apparent enough that Strahan had the matter deeply at heart. "He was very urgent with me," says Franklin, "to stay in England and prevail with you to remove hither with Sally. He proposed several advantageous schemes to me, which appeared reasonably founded. His family is a very agreeable one. Mrs. Strahan, a sensible and good woman, the children of amiable characters, and particularly the young man, who is sober, ingenious, and industrious, and a desirable person. In point of circumstances, there can be no objection, Mr. Strahan being now living in a way as to lay up £1,000 every year from the profits of his business, after maintaining his family and paying all charges. I gave him, however, 2 reasons why I could not think of removing hither. One, my affection to Pennsylvania, and long-established friendships and other connections there. The other, your invincible aversion to crossing the seas, and without removing hither, I could not think of parting with my daughter to such a distance. I thanked him for the regard shown us in the proposal, but gave him no expectation that I should forward the letters. So you are at liberty to answer or not, as you think proper. Let me, however, know your sentiments. You need not deliver the letter to Sally, if you do not think it proper. She did answer, but we are left to infer from a subsequent letter from Franklin to her, in which he alludes to this letter of hers, that if Strahan was disappointed by his failure to bring about the migration of the Franklins, his disappointment was largely swallowed up in the shock experienced by his literary vanity in finding that his elaborate appeal had not drawn her over. We cannot share his disappointment, whatever it was, when we recollect that to Sally's marriage to Richard Batch we are indebted for more than one descendant of Franklin, whose talents and public services have won an honorable place in the history of the nation. It is gratifying to state that no one can read either Franklin's letters to Deborah or to other persons without feeling unqualifiedly assured that he entertained a sincere and profound affection for the good wife, whose heart was for nearly 50 years fastened upon him, and his every want with such solicitous tenderness. His married life was distinguished to such an eminent degree by the calm, pure flow of domestic happiness, that for that reason, if for no other, we find it impossible to reconcile ourselves to the protean facility with which, in his old age, he yielded to the seductions of French love-making. The interval, to say the least, is long between the honest apples which his own good American wife sent him from time to time when he was in London, and the meretricious apples which Madame Brillon thought that King John, that is, Monsieur Brillon, might be decent enough to offer to some extent to his neighbour when they were all together in paradise, where we shall want for nothing. If one wishes fully to realize how little fettered was the mind of Franklin by local ideals and conventions, and how quick it was, like the changeful face of the sea, to mirror all its external relations, one has but to read first Franklin's letters to his wife, as thoroughly Anglo-Saxon as ever penned in any English manse, and then his letters to Madame Brillon, and the exquisite Bagatelle, as thoroughly French as the Abbé Morellier's humble petition presented to Madame Helvetius by her cats, in which he told Madame Helvetius of the new connection formed by Deborah with Monsieur Helvetius in the Elysian fields. There is every reason to believe that Franklin's marriage vow was never dishonored during Deborah's life, lax as his conduct was before his marriage, and lax as his diction at least was after her death. In the diary from which we have already quoted quite liberally, Fisher, after narrating the extraordinary manner in which Deborah bewailed the troubles of her pappy, observes, Mr. Franklin's moral character is good, and he and Mrs. Franklin live irreproachably as man and wife. Franklin's loyalty to his wife is also evidenced by a letter from Strahan to Deborah, in which he uses these words: For my own part, I never saw a man who was in every respect so perfectly agreeable to me. Some are amiable in one view, some in another, he in all. Now, madam, as I know the ladies here consider him in exactly the same light I do, upon my word I think you should come over with all convenient speed to look after your interest, not but that I think him as faithful to his Joan as any man breathing, but who knows what repeated and strong temptations may in time, and while he is at so great a distance from you, accomplish. The interrogatory was perhaps the rhetorical stroke upon which Strahan relied to give the coup de grace to Mrs. Franklin's abhorrence of the sea. It was certainly calculated to set a jealous-minded wife to thinking, but it seems to have had as little effect upon Deborah as the other artifices of this masterly letter. The terms his Joan in it were doubtless suggested by Franklin's song, My Plain Country Joan, one verse of which, as good or rather as bad as the rest, was as follows: Some faults we have all, and so has my Joan, but then they are exceedingly small. And now I am used to they are like my own. I scarcely can see them at all. My dear friends, I scarcely can see them at all. Another indication of the marital fidelity of which Strahan speaks is found in a letter from Franklin to Deborah after his second return from England, in which he said, I approve of your opening all my English letters, as it must give you pleasure to see that people who knew me there so long and so intimately retain so sincere a regard for me. But it would be grossly unjust to Franklin to measure the degree of his attachment to his Joan by the fact merely that he preserved inviolate the nuptial pledge which a man of honour can fairly be expected as a matter of course to observe scrupulously. Not only the lines just quoted by us, but the general character of his married life demonstrates that the only thing that he ever regretted about his intercourse with Deborah was that his own censurable conduct should have made her for a time the wife of any one but himself. In his correspondence with his friend Catherine Ray, there are two pleasing references to Deborah. Mrs. Franklin, one reads, was very proud that a young lady should have so much regard for her old husband as to send him such a present, a cheese. We talk of you every time it comes to table. She is sure you are a sensible girl and a notable housewife, and talks of bequeathing me to you as a legacy. But I ought to wish you a better, and hope she will live these 100 years, for we are grown old together, and if she has any faults, I'm so used to 'em that I don't perceive 'em. As the song says, and then, after quoting from his plain country Joan, the stanza which we have quoted, he adds, indeed I begin to think she has none as I think of you, and since she is willing I should love you as much as you are willing to be loved by me, let us join in wishing the old lady a long life and a happy. The other reference to Deborah occurs in a letter to Miss Ray, written after Franklin's return from a recent visit to New England, in which he describes his feelings before reaching Philadelphia. As I drew nearer, he said, I found the attraction stronger and stronger. My diligence and speed increased with my impatience. I drove on violently, and made such long stretches that a very few days brought me to my own house, and to the arms of my good old wife and children. It is to Franklin's own letters to his wife, however, that we must resort to appreciate how fully he reciprocated her affection. Illiterate as her letters were, they were so full of interest to him that he seems to have reread as well as read them. In one letter to her, for example, after his arrival in England in 1757, he tells her, I have now gone through all your agreeable letters, which gave me fresh pleasure every time I read them, and that he was quick to feel the dearth of such letters. We have testimony in the form of a playful postscript to one of his letters to her of the preceding year, when he was at Easton, Pennsylvania. The special messenger, he said, that had been dispatched to Philadelphia with a letter from him to her, as well as letters from other persons to their wives and sweethearts, had returned without a scrap for poor us. The messenger says, he continues, he left the letters at your house, and saw you afterwards at Mr. Duchesne's, and told you when he would go, and that he lodged at Honey's, next door to you, and yet you did not write. So let Goody Smith, a favourite servant of theirs, give one more judgment, and say what should be done to you. I think I won't tell you that we are well, nor that we expect to return about the middle of the week, nor will I send you a word of news. That's pause. The letter ends, I am your loving husband, and then comes the postscript. I have scratched out the loving words, being read in haste by mistake, when I forgot I was angry. End of section 14.